Chapter 45. Finally, I've spelled it out. Brothers, concentrate your firepower and fire at me, haha. Walking in the spacious hall, Qin Wushuang felt that this trip was really boring. It was not because of Yun Qingyan's appearance that made him feel this way. It was because this hall was filled with all kinds of aristocratic children. However, almost all of them were 1 in 1,000. Each of them spared no effort to show their shallowness and boredom. Those with high status were arrogant and showed off their arrogance. Those with low status were humble and self-deprecating. Regardless of their words or actions, all of them were filled with boring comparisons and showed their ridiculous sense of superiority. At this time, Da Shiming walked out in a hurry. When he saw that Qin Wushuang and his sister were still there, the worry on his face eased a little. He walked over and said, "Little brother Wushuang." Behind Da Shiming, a large group of young people walked out. They surrounded a young girl who was 1 or 2 years younger than Qin Xiu. She looked similar to the Da Shi brothers and had a heroic spirit. She was the main character of today's banquet, Miss Da Shi Yu. "Little brother Wushuang, Miss Xiu, this is my little sister, Da Shi Yu. Second sister, these are the Qin siblings from Eastwood Town." Da Shi Yu nodded enthusiastically and smiled. "Thank you for coming to support me, please sit." At the same time, she deliberately looked at Qin Wushuang and added, "My big brother and third brother both praised you endlessly. I didn't expect you to be so young." Da Shi Yu was not as pretentious as other rich young ladies. On the contrary, she had some heroic spirit. It was rare to find this kind of heroine temperament in an ordinary girl. "Miss Da Shi, you are too polite," Qin Wushuang answered casually. The group of young people behind Da Shi Yu were all her classmates and friends at the Redwood Martial Arts Academy. Each of them came from an extraordinary background. At least, they were the offspring of the wealthy class, and some of them even came from venerable families. They were all surprised when they saw the Da Shi siblings being so polite to a young man dressed in humble class clothing. Some of the offspring of the wealthy class felt even more jealous. Usually, they had tried to please Da Shi Yu in every possible way, but they had never seen her being so polite. Why was this kid from the humble class treated so well? "Ha, Missy Yu, are these 2 humble class offspring from River County?" One of the aristocratic offspring approached her with a mischievous smile and asked with a mocking tone. Da Shi Yu glanced at Qin Wushuang apologetically and turned her head to say, "Du Xiong, you should go drink more and ask less questions." Initially, that Du Xiong had only wanted to use this opportunity to flirt with Da Shi Yu. However, he did not expect to be snubbed. He felt extremely gloomy and glared at Qin Wushuang. His mouth moved, but he could not say anything. Da Shiming also felt helpless. Young people these days were really too energetic. Each of them looked like they were looking for trouble anytime, anywhere. Suddenly, he said, "Oh right, second sister, you have 2 classmates. One is called Yi Feng, and the other is called Ling Tian. Due to some urgent matters, they have already left River County. They asked me to tell you that in the future, they will make up for it with a great gift." In fact, Da Shi Yu already knew about this matter. When she heard her brother mention it again, she immediately understood his intentions. Her brother was hinting to her to not let her classmates cause any more trouble. Otherwise, they would only be humiliating themselves. Yi Feng and Ling Tian were the best examples. When they heard that Yi Feng had left on his own, this group of Redwood Martial Arts Academy students immediately started to discuss among themselves. Yi Feng went back. "This guy really doesn't have any sense of loyalty. Isn't that right? Everyone came together, how could he leave on his own? Could it be that the family class evaluation requires them to go back and help? Impossible. The venerable Yi family and the wealthy Ling family are both very stable in their own territories. They were not challenged. Besides, their families are all very powerful and full of talented people. Why would they need these young people to go back and help? Then they have no reason to leave halfway." Da Shiming smiled lightly. "Missy Yun should know the exact reason. If you guys want to know, you can ask Missy Yun in private." Yun Qingyu had been silent the entire time. Under everyone's gaze, she stuttered, "There is more to this matter. When we return to the Redwood Martial Arts Academy, You guys can ask them in person. Ling Tian was not a big deal. However, Yi Feng was an offspring of the venerable family, an upper-level aristocrat. Yun Qingyu would not dare to reveal the humiliating defeat he had suffered at the hands of a humble class offspring. Of course, Qin Wushuang would not show off. To the Yun sisters, defeating Yi Feng was an incredible matter. However, to Qin Wushuang, he did not care about it at all. As he walked away with a smile, Da Shiming suddenly whispered to Qin Xiu, "Little Xiu, I will take you to see my grandmother." Qin Xiu raised her head in surprise. She saw Da Shiming say meaningfully, "In the entire venerable Da Shi family, if there is one person that even my father has to listen to, it would be my grandmother." Qin Wushuang laughed inwardly, but he did not expose them. He smiled and said, "You guys do your thing, I will just walk around the hall." Qin Xiu glanced at Qin Wushuang with a troubled expression. After she received her little brother's affirmation, she felt more confident. She followed Da Shiming. That Du Xiong had been scolded by Da Shiyu earlier, and he was not in a good mood. He recalled how Da Shiyu had been so polite to an offspring of the humble class. In comparison, as an offspring of the wealthy class, he had received such a different treatment. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. He asked around in private and immediately found out the inside story. When he learned that this son of the Qin family had gotten the opportunity to attend the banquet because of his sister and Da Shiming's relationship, he felt even more unbalanced. He glared at Qin Wushuang many times with hatred. However, he did not expect that the other party would not even look at him. It was not easy for her to notice his attention, but her eyes indifferently wandered away. She actually ignored him. This had triggered Du Xiong's wealthy class pride. He twitched the corner of his mouth and walked in front of Qin Wushuang with a face full of ridicule and displeasure. He almost wrote the words looking for trouble on his face. "Offspring of the humble class, don't you think you are standing out here?" "Hey!" Qin Wushuang snorted and glanced at him casually. Then, he looked away and continued to observe the people in the hall. He did not even know this Du Xiong in front of him. Of course, there was no need for him to pretend to be polite. Even if you don't feel embarrassed, I feel embarrassed for the venerable Da Shi family. A child of the humble class has appeared at the upper-class aristocratic Da Shi family's banquet. Don't you know that all the guests here are ashamed to be with you? Du Xiong was filled with righteous indignation. He spared no effort to express his wealthy class superiority. He only wanted to find a stool and step on it. Then, he would use the geographical height to teach Qin Wushuang a lesson. "By the way, am I familiar with you?" Qin Wushuang was stunned. He did not know this person in front of him. However, he was not unfamiliar with this kind of face. During this period of time, he had met many of this kind of people among the aristocrats. "You don't need to be familiar with me. You only need to know that I am only stating a fact." Du Xiong paused for a moment and added with a self-satisfied tone, "You are also not qualified to be familiar with me." Qin Wushuang's eyelashes did not move as he said lightly, "Yes, you are indeed stating a fact. On the topic of being ashamed to be with you, you have said exactly what I wanted to say. Do you have anything else? If you don't, please don't rape my eyes and ears, okay? Is that so?" Du Xiong asked back mockingly, "Here, who does not have a higher status than you? Do you think you are qualified to look down on everyone? What right do you have to be ashamed to be with everyone? To me, it is a great shame to talk to an idiot. I hope you will not make my shame worse. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe." After he had finished speaking, he rolled his eyes and walked away. If they were not at the Da Shi family's banquet, Qin Wushuang would have already slapped him until he could not take care of himself. How would he have the time to talk to him? You stop right there." Du Xiong was completely furious. He said with a strong sense of righteousness, "I will give you two choices. 1. Apologize to me immediately. 2. Disappear from this banquet." Qin Wushuang leisurely stopped and said with emotion, "I originally thought that there would be a limit to a person's stupidity. I didn't expect that I would not see this limit in you. All right, what exactly do you want? Tell me your intentions. If it is because Miss Da Shi you had scolded you, and you are holding a grudge, then I will accept it at any time. I will represent all the aristocrats here to teach you a lesson, you arrogant humble class child. Du Xiong saw that the number of nobles watching from the sidelines was increasing, and their eyes and actions were filled with encouraging hints. He felt that he was in the right and that he had the moral high ground. All of this made him even more lofty. Chapter 46. Although there is a gap between the second place and the first place, I can still touch his ass. Haha. Although we know each other, it's not a big deal to compete. Whether or not I can do it is another matter. It's always more interesting to give some tension and suspense. So, let's call everyone to vote. Can you be any more boring? The corner of Qin Wushuang's mouth twitched as he casually said these words. He ignored Du Xiong's enthusiasm and heroism. After all, that Yi Feng had some strength and was an offspring of a venerable family. On that day, Qin Wushuang was forced to defend himself and had no other choice. However, at the castle of the venerable Da Shi family, he had to give Da Shi Ming some face. Of course, he did not want to get involved with this strange guy. Seeing that Qin Wushuang had ignored his righteous reprimand and hearing the jeers from all around, Du Xiong felt that his dignity as a wealthy class aristocrat had been deeply trampled. Stay. With a whistling sound, he raised his right arm and threw a punch at Qin Wushuang's back. Sneak attack. An offspring of a wealthy class was sneakily attacking an offspring of the humble class in front of everyone. Stop, Du Xiong. Stop. A few reprimands came one after another. Da Shi Yu and Da Shi Yang rushed over at the same time. In the next moment, Du Xiong only felt a blur in front of his eyes. Then, one of his arms suddenly became numb as if it was tightly bound by an iron hoop. A wave of pain instantly spread throughout his entire body. Immediately, a waterfall of sweat poured down from his head. Qin Wushuang coldly stared at Du Xiong. His gaze was like lightning, and his tone was cold. If you want to show off your superiority, it has nothing to do with me. Even if you were to provoke me maliciously, I would not argue with you because of the owner. However, since you shamelessly sneak attacked me from behind, then don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his strength and pulled. Crack. Du Xiong's right arm was instantly twisted into a fried dough twist and rolled backward. One of his arms was twisted into an incomparably twisted shape. With a miserable cry, Du Xiong fainted on the spot from the pain. Qin Wushuang said apologetically, Miss Da Shi, your guest is a bit unreasonable. Please forgive me for being too heavy-handed. Da Shi Yu had heard from Da Shi Ming and the others about Qin Wushuang's methods. She knew that Qin Wushuang had already shown mercy. With Qin Wushuang's usual methods, he had already given Du Xiong a lot of face by not killing him on the spot. In this matter, you are not wrong. Da Shi Yu still had the ability to distinguish right from wrong. However, Da Shi Yu's honest words had caused all the aristocratic children to be shocked. Young lady Da Shi Yu was actually exonerating a commoner. Miss Yu, although it is wrong for Du Xiong to make the first move, this humble disciple is indeed somewhat arrogant. A male student who was also a disciple of a noble family said with a smile. Young Master Mi's words are reasonable. Normally speaking, the children of humble families should not attend young Miss Yu's banquet. Du Xiong wanted to protect the dignity of the high nobles, but his intentions were good. Most of Da Shi Yu's classmates were studying at the Redwood Martial Arts Academy. The students inside came from Prince Akage's 8 prefectures and 64 prefectures. Not to mention the descendants of the aristocratic families, there were also many descendants of the great clans. Thus, there were also many descendants of the aristocratic families who came to attend young Miss Yu's banquet. These descendants of the aristocratic families were the same as Yi Feng. They more or less had a sense of superiority as upper-class aristocrats. Of course, in Qin Wushuang's eyes, this sense of superiority was laughably childish. He slowly glanced at this group of so-called upper-class aristocrats who were indignant on behalf of Du Xiong, and lightly said, My Qin family is indeed a humble class. Originally, I only attended this banquet because of Da Shi Ming. Who would have thought that the people who attended this banquet were all narrow-minded people? If I had known earlier, I would not have come. If you all want to fight for justice for that Sai, you can come and spar with me after this banquet. This is the banquet of the venerable Da Shi family. If a conflict occurs, the host will not be able to tolerate it. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately attracted boos from all around. Obviously, with Qin Wushuang's status as a humble class descendant, everyone felt that no matter how they looked at it, he did not have the right to say such words. One of the descendants of the aristocratic families sneered, "Son of the Qin family, do you know that with these words, you have offended all the aristocratic descendants here?" Qin Wushuang lightly smiled and casually said, "I did not plan to curry favor with anyone." After he had finished speaking, he did not care about the various expressions of this group of aristocratic descendants. He lightly smiled and turned to leave. Just as he was about to leave the main hall to get some fresh air, Da Shiming happened to walk out from the back with Qin Xiu. With a glance, he saw the awkwardness of the situation. The smile on his face suddenly disappeared, and a trace of anger appeared between his brows. Of course, he knew that with Qin Wushuang's personality, he would never take the initiative to cause trouble. And his little sister Da Shi Yu's classmates, each of them had their eyes on top of their heads. Most of them were people who wanted to see the world in chaos. It was obvious who was right and who was wrong. He had previously hinted to Da Shi Yu, but he did not expect that this group of people would not know their place. "Brother Wushuang, please wait." Qin Wushuang turned around and smiled bitterly. "Big brother Da Shi, it seems that the humble class descendants are not very popular here." Da Shiming's face was gloomy as he turned to Da Shi Yu and said, Today you are the main character of the banquet. These people are your friends. I hope they will stop before they go too far." In fact, Da Shi Yu was also annoyed. She glared at Du Xiong, then looked around at the group of classmates who had an unfriendly expression. She said loudly, "Everyone, today you are all guests of the Da Shi family. Regardless of your status or background. If you have any unjustifiable conflicts, you can solve them in private after you leave the Da Shi family's door. If anyone dares to cause trouble at the banquet, then you are going against the Da Shi family." As soon as the main character had spoken, each of those aristocratic descendants who had planned to cause trouble became stern. They retracted their bellyful of arrogance. Initially, they had wanted to show off in front of Da Shi Yu, and not to fight for justice for Du Xiong. Hearing Da Shi Yu's tone, it was obvious that she did not like them being too ostentatious. Naturally, they immediately retracted their arrogance. However, no matter how they looked at Qin Wushuang, they still felt that he was not pleasing to their eyes. Qin Xiu was smart and had naturally guessed what had happened. She walked over and held her little brother's arm with both hands. She looked at this group of aristocrats who were trying to cause trouble with caution. Although she did not have the strength to truss a chicken, she was on the same side as Qin Wushuang. No one would dare to bully Qin Wushuang in front of her. At this moment, an announcement came from the inner hall: "Matriarch Da Shi has arrived." Initially, the hall had been noisy. However, when they heard this loud announcement, they instantly became silent. Instantly, the three Da Shi siblings' expression became sincere and respectful. Especially the aristocrats of River County, they knew the matriarch's superior position in the Da Shi family. Each of them sat upright and still with a respectful expression as they waited for the matriarch to arrive. Under everyone's gaze, the matriarch with white hair and a youthful complexion slowly walked into the hall with Da Shi Heng, the patriarch of the Da Shi family. The matriarch was in high spirits and had a kind smile on her face. When she saw all the guests, she could not help but smile and nod. When she saw Qin Xiu from afar, the smile on her face became even brighter. She waved at Qin Xiu and motioned her to come over. Da Shiming was overjoyed. "Grandmother wants us to go over." Earlier, Da Shiming had brought Qin Xiu to visit the matriarch. Regardless of her appearance or personality, she had gained the matriarch's favor. She had already given Da Shi Heng a lot of instructions in the back hall. She had hinted that she liked Qin Xiu a lot. If she were to choose a granddaughter-in-law, this daughter of the Qin family would be her first choice. Da Shi Heng only smiled bitterly. He did not dare to object, nor did he dare to accept. Qin Xiu walked over and said politely, "Xiu wishes matriarch good health and a long life." Then, she waved at Qin Wushuang and introduced him. This is Xiao Er's little brother, Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang smiled. Nice to meet you, matriarch. Good, very good, you look like a talent. The matriarch loved Qin Wushuang because she loved him. She gently patted his hand a few times with incomparable affection. However, Qin Wushuang was an expert in martial arts. When he shook hands with the matriarch, he could feel that the matriarch was also an expert in martial arts. Only, her pulse was empty, her temper was weak, and her liver was stagnant. Immediately, he smiled and said in a low voice, I didn't expect that the matriarch was also an expert in martial arts. Wushuang had misjudged you. He had deliberately lowered his voice so that only the matriarch and Da Shiheng could hear him. Although he did not mean to show off, he did want to reveal some of his strength. Of course, this was not to promote himself, but to fight for his sister, Qin Xiu. It was because he could see that the matriarch had a good impression of his sister. It was worth fighting for. As soon as he said these words, the matriarch was stunned. On the side, Da Shiheng's calm expression also showed some doubts. He looked at Qin Wushuang with a surprised expression. The matriarch was born with a congenital injury. She is lacking in vitality and needs to be nursed back to health. Da Shiheng asked in a low voice, why do you say that? The martial arts that the matriarch practices should be of the feminine type. Plus, she is prone to excessive sexual activity. Usually, she would think too much about it, which caused her to miss the appointment. This caused the imbalance of yin and yang, causing her to go mad. Thus, all the meridians in her body were damaged and she lost all her power. In his previous life, Qin Wushuang was a grandmaster of martial arts and a divine doctor. He was not unfamiliar with such symptoms. Of course, he spoke frankly with assurance. At first, Da Shiheng's face was full of doubt. However, when he heard the last part, his face became serious. He looked at Qin Wushuang with a whole new level of respect. Chapter 47. Second update. The foreshadowing has ended, and we are about to enter the climax. Brothers, rise up. Come, come, come. The old lady had been sick for so many years, and she had become indifferent to it. However, Da Shiheng was famous for being a filial son. When he saw that Qin Wushuang, a martial arts student who was about the same age as his youngest son, Da Shiyang, could speak with such assurance, he was both surprised and moved. After some thought, his filial piety won over his status. He said in a low voice, little brother Qin seems to know a lot about medicine. May I ask, can my mother's illness be cured? After a pause, Qin Wushuang sighed lightly. She has accumulated too much, and her meridians have shrunk. There is no hope for her to recover her strength. However, it is not difficult to heal her body and prolong her life. If she is treated properly, perhaps she can recover 50 to 60% of her strength. The old lady had suffered from qi deviation for many years. Initially, she had almost lost her life. Now, her complexion looked good because Da Shiheng had just used his genuine qi to heal her. Usually, the old lady's complexion looked dry and withered. In fact, she was on the verge of death. As a filial son, of course, Da Shiheng did not want to see his mother suffer. He had invited countless famous doctors, but in the end, they were all powerless. Qin Wushuang's eloquent words made him sound like an expert. Da Shiheng would be lying if he said he was not moved. Whether or not my strength can be recovered is secondary. If my mother is cured, you will be the great benefactor of the venerable Da Shi family. I will do everything I can to return this great favor. When Qin Wushuang heard his words, he only smiled lightly and looked at the crowd. After a while, he sighed lightly. If it were anyone else in River County, they would be so excited that they would not be able to sleep after hearing Patriarch Da Shi's words. Only, from my point of view, Patriarch Da Shi is no different from all the ordinary people in this hall. Oh! Da Shiheng thought he had heard wrong. This martial arts student from the humble class had criticized him directly. A doctor has the heart of a parent. The person who can truly cure the old lady's illness might not care about your family's favor. I only told you the truth about the old lady's illness because of big brother Da Shiming. As for human relationships, they were not important. Perhaps in your eyes, a favor from the venerable Dashi family is enough to make us, a humble class, deeply grateful. Haha, actually, that's not the case. Qin Wushuang was a grandmaster of his generation, and he naturally had his own pride. Since he was willing to help, he naturally wouldn't turn a good thing into a deal. If it was someone he didn't like, even if that person knelt down and begged him, he might not be willing to treat them. The first impression the old lady gave him was really good, which was why he was willing to help. Dashi Hung froze for a moment and then laughed. Once again, he changed his view of this young martial arts student before him. He had never thought that the son of the humble Qin family would have such an extraordinary side to him. As the head of an aristocratic family, he was naturally shrewd and magnanimous. He immediately said, "This old man has misspoken. After the banquet is over, would you like to stay for a while, little brother Qin?" "No problem," Qin Wushuang replied, but his gaze was fixed on his sister, Qin Xiu. Inwardly, Dashi Hung sighed and did not say anything. For the matter between Dashi Ming and Qin Xiu, if the Shimen feudal lords didn't have an engagement, he could ignore the difference in social status and let it go. However, while he was thinking, a long call came from outside the door. "The Shimen feudal lords have invited guests. Please welcome them quickly." Shimen feudal lords. As soon as these words came out, the entire place became silent. Everyone looked at each other in dismay and did not dare to make a sound. It was as if the words Shimen feudal lords were like a curse that had instantly petrified these people. Even Dashi Hung was stunned. Then, he suddenly realized and said with a serious face, "Ming Yang come with me to welcome the guest." When the two brothers heard that it was the guests from the Shimen feudal lords, they did not dare to neglect and immediately followed behind their father. Qin Wushuang blocked in front of Qin Xiu and said in a low voice, "Sister, stand behind me." As the saying goes, those who come do not come with good intentions. Most likely, the people from the Shimen feudal lords had come because of Dashi Ming's engagement. After a moment, Shimen Qian, who was wearing an official robe and a jade belt, walked over with the support of the three Dashi family members. This Shimen Qian was not more than 30 years old. His face was full of arrogance. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. After he walked in, he glanced around casually. Most of the people at the scene felt a chill run down their spine. Aura. This was the aura of an elite warrior. When the offspring of the feudal lords did not show up, they would shock the entire crowd. Since Shimen Qian had come to this little river county, of course, he had to show off his status as a feudal lord. Indeed, the effect was extraordinary when he activated his aura. Each of the hundreds of people in the hall showed a respectful expression. Some were trying to please him, some were trying to flatter him, and some were trying to be humble. However, when he glanced at Qin Wushuang's face, his expression instantly froze. Qin Wushuang smiled casually with a calm face. He did not put Shimen Qian's act in his heart and treated it as air. Shimen Qian had never been a broad-minded person. If it were the offspring of the royal family, they could put on airs in front of Shimen Qian. But this one. Shimen Qian glanced at Qin Wushuang's clothes. If he was not mistaken, it should be the unique clothing of the humble class offspring, right? This made him feel extremely annoyed, extremely annoyed. He thought that the venerable Dashi family had degraded themselves. As an upper-class aristocrat, a humble class descendant had appeared at their family banquet. If this matter were to spread out, they would become the biggest joke among the upper-class aristocrats. Patriarch Dashi, this is a small gift. Please accept it as a token of my respect. That short and vigorous guy behind Shimen Qian narrowed his eyes and handed over a gift. Dashi Hung did not dare to neglect and accepted it respectfully. To the Shimen feudal lords, they did not need to consider their gifts. They could just give out any gift. After all, the status of the feudal lords was one level higher than the venerable class. Their power was incomparable. Condescending was equivalent to giving them face. The venerable Dashi family did not have the right to be picky about the weight of the gift. That vigorous guy glanced at Qin Wushuang's face. He had already figured out his master Shimen Qian's thoughts. This humble class descendant had disrespected his master. Of course, he would have to suffer some hardship. Young Master Shimen, please sit. Da Shiheng saw this but did not show it. He smiled and greeted him. Shimen Qian did not hold back and casually sat down on the VIP seat. Most of the people present were from the wealthy class. There were also a few offspring of the venerable class. They were all Da Shiyu's classmates and had come from other counties. But the offspring of the feudal lords were the only one. There were no other branches. No one dared to object when Shimen Qian sat down. On the contrary, many people were secretly whispering about how to get close to this young master of the Shimen feudal lords. If they could use this opportunity to curry favor with the Shimen feudal lords, it would be a pleasant surprise. The three brothers of the Shu family had already met with Shimen Qian at the mansion. At this time, they were blessed by the heavens and naturally came to curry favor. That Shu Ju even whispered a few words in Qin Wushuang's ear. While he was talking, he glanced at Qin Wushuang with an unfriendly gaze. Shimen Qian had a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. He also looked over. But this time, he ignored Qin Wushuang and sized Qin Xiu up without any fear. Qin Xiu was somewhat scared by this rude gaze. She retreated 2 steps behind Qin Wushuang. Little brother Da Shiming. Shimen Qian suddenly laughed and waved at Da Shiming. I haven't seen you for a few years, but you still look the same. Come, sit here. Let's talk about the old days. When Da Shiming was young, he had sparred with Shimen Qian at the Redwood King's birthday banquet. He had lost in one move. Since then, he had always been wary of Shimen Qian. Now, when he saw Shimen Qian first size Qin show up and then call out to him, he knew what had happened. Immediately, he walked over in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Young Master Shimen, you are a descendant of the feudal lords. How could Da Shiming dare to call you brother? Shimen Qian laughed. Of course. You are engaged to my little sister. Speaking of which, you are my future brother-in-law. You don't have to worry about your family's status. Although it was not a profound hint, Da Shiheng's heart trembled when he heard it. Without a doubt, this meant that Shimen Qian already knew the relationship between Da Shiming and the young mistress of the Qin family like the back of his hand. Shimen Qian did not hold back. Suddenly, he changed his tone. Recently, there was a rumor that you were close with a girl from the humble class in River County. Is this true? Although his tone was not harsh, it was full of dark clouds. A storm was brewing behind his back. Those who were sensitive could already feel the presence of a coming storm. Chapter 48. I'm calling again. I'm in the process of ranking up. Votes. Qin Wushuang was already suspicious about the intentions of the Shimen feudal lords, and now he was even more certain. It seemed that Shimen Qian really did not have good intentions when he came here. He had the intention of denouncing them. Da Shiheng did not wait for his son to answer and immediately said with an apologetic smile, "This is just a rumor, young Master Shimen, please do not believe it." Shimen Qian smiled faintly. Just a rumor? Is it also a rumor that a pair of commoners attended your family's banquet? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Shimen Qian's words were like dark clouds covering the sky. Da Shiming was stared at by Shimen Qian, but he did not panic. Instead, he said indifferently, "Young Master Shimen came here today to congratulate me, but to denounce me, is that right?" Shimen Qian coldly said, "The daughter of the Shimen feudal lords is willing to lower herself to marry you, but I will never allow you to do that kind of shady business. It's not because of jealousy, but because my Shimen feudal lords can't afford to lose face. Don't you know that the mere rumor is already a great disrespect to our Shimen feudal lords? What's more, we've been caught red-handed." After he had finished speaking, he stood up abruptly and stared at Qin Xiu, who was standing behind Qin Wushuang, with an unfriendly gaze. He clicked his tongue and commented, "Although you are a girl from a humble family, you have a pretty face. No wonder young Master Da Shi is in such a daze. Patriarch Da Shi, you don't need to deny this matter. I only want to hear one thing. How are you going to deal with the aftermath?" Da Shiheng had never thought that Shimen Qian would go straight to the point without giving him any face. Moreover, his methods were thunderous and did not allow them to explain. He calmly glanced at the three Shu brothers, knowing that the Shu family must have been behind this matter to sow discord. After all, he was the patriarch of a venerable family. Da Shiheng did not lose his composure. Young Master Shimen, since our two families are engaged, the venerable Da Shi family will follow the rules. When the wedding day arrives, we will complete the wedding. I won't let you down. Shimen Qian laughed heartily, but his tone was incomparably awe-inspiring. The problem now is not whether the engagement will continue or not, but how to end this rumor. Da Shiheng retreated in order to advance. He asked in a deep voice, "What is young Master Shimen's opinion?" Shimen Qian said coldly, "If it were up to me, our families would be at peace. If you don't listen to me, the venerable Da Shi family will bear all the consequences." It was an undisguised threat. Although Da Shiheng was inwardly furious, his expression remained calm. He said lightly, "Please speak." "All right." Shimen Qian waved his hand, "There is only one way to destroy the rumors. That is, either the venerable Da Shi family or the humble Qin family will disappear from River County." Disappear? Da Shiheng frowned. The aristocratic seats are bestowed by the royal family and are controlled by the Zhenwu holy place. I don't understand what you mean by disappearing. Don't understand? Shimen Qian's face was gloomy, and the sneer on his face made him look even more ferocious. If an aristocratic family wants a humble family to leave, there are at least 800 ways. Do you need me to teach you one by one? His tone was like an adult reprimanding a child. After all, Da Shiheng was the patriarch of a venerable family. His strength was at least at stage 6 of the genuine force. Compared to Shimen Qian, he would only be stronger. However, the fact that his status was one level lower had created such a completely different scene. In the blink of an eye, a birthday banquet had turned into a battle of words. Those guests who had wanted to cause trouble for Qin Wushuang were secretly happy when they saw such a dramatic change in the situation. On the surface, they did not dare to gloat, but inwardly, they were waiting to watch the show. Weren't the venerable Da Shi family arrogant? Could they still be arrogant before a feudal lord? The humble Qin family had thought that they had found a powerful backer. Now, this powerful backer was too weak before the Shimen feudal lords. They had made a fool of themselves, right? Each time Shimen Qian spoke, Qin Xiu's heart became colder. In the end, the arm that was holding on to Qin Wushuang could not help but tremble slightly. Qin Wushuang had been observing Shimen Qian with cold eyes ever since he had walked in. After Shu Ju's whispers, Qin Wushuang had already realized that the Shu family had found a powerful backer in the Shimen feudal lords. It seemed that the Qin family had accidentally fallen into the whirlpool of power struggles between the feudal lords. Generally speaking, once a poor family fell into this kind of undercurrent, there was an 80 to 90% chance that they would become a sacrifice. Seeing that Da Shiheng had not made a decision, that tough guy behind Shimen Qian said with a cold voice, "Patriarch Da Shi is the patriarch of the venerable family. At this critical moment, you should be able to make such a decision without thinking. One thought is good, and the other is evil. Patriarch Da Shi would not treat the survival of the family as a game, right?" As the patriarch of the venerable family, Da Shiheng was infuriated when he was scolded by this master and servant in front of everyone. He raised his arms slightly and held his head high. Blue veins bulged on his forehead. His entire body was like a ferocious beast that was ready to attack. His reaction also made Shimen Qian alert. He crossed his hands to protect his vital parts. He took a step back subconsciously and stared at Da Shiheng. Although he did not think that Da Shiheng had the guts to turn hostile, he would not dare to be careless in front of the patriarch of the venerable family. "Ahem! What are you doing?" A few loud shouts came from behind him. A few elders rushed out from the back hall. From their clothing and appearance, they were apparently the hidden elders of the Da Shi family. Although Da Shiheng had been interrupted, he did not lose his momentum. Instead, he gave a long sigh and shook his head with determination. "The venerable Da Shi family has a bottom line. We will never do anything that offends the heavens." Shimen Qian was intimidated by Da Shiheng's imposing manner. He was somewhat fearful and laughed evilly, It's alright if Patriarch Dashi does not want to do it. Someone else will do it. Only, on this matter, the venerable Dashi family must remain neutral. You are not allowed to interfere. Before Dashi Hung could speak, a few elders said, the humble Qin family has nothing to do with the venerable Dashi family. Why would the venerable Dashi family interfere? That's right. If young Master Shimen has come because of this matter, then you have worried too much. Shimen Qian was extremely proud when he saw that the elders of the venerable Dashi family had softened their tone. He laughed recklessly and nodded arrogantly. Okay, since I can get your words, this trip is not in vain. Ha, this trip is not in vain. As he spoke, he shook his sleeves confidently and leisurely walked out. Hold on. Initially, the atmosphere in the hall was oppressive. Although this hold on was not loud, it was full of energy and broke the oppressive atmosphere. The original atmosphere, the original tone, everything had gone according to Shimen Qian's expectations. The situation was completely under his control. This way, this light shout appeared even more uncoordinated. Like a pearl falling onto a jade plate, it had broken this oppressive atmosphere. Young Master Shimen, you can come and go as you please. This is your freedom. However, you seem to have forgotten that the person involved is right in front of you. Qin Wushuang spoke with a lazy voice. He was neither fast nor slow. However, he was calm and collected as if the feudal lord families were nothing in front of him. Shimen Qian's footsteps stopped. However, he did not turn around. He shrugged his shoulders and mocked, is it important whether a mere humble family is here or not? Important, of course it's important. As soon as this voice came out, everyone was stunned. It was because everyone clearly saw that the person who spoke was not Qin Wushuang, nor was it anyone else in the hall. Even Qin Wushuang, who was about to speak, could not help but frown. He looked outside the door in surprise. Everyone's gaze was focused outside the hall. It was obvious that the voice had come from that direction. Everyone wanted to see if the guest who dared to talk back to a feudal lord child had 3 heads and 6 arms. There were 2 people. One of them, Qin Wushuang, recognized him. It was that white-bearded examiner who had invited the humble Qin family to a banquet at the Windy Pool restaurant. However, he was not the main person in charge of this trip. The main person was the middle-aged man next to him. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes that emitted a sense of righteousness. When he raised his sword-like eyebrows, he gave people a sense of authority. Apparently, the person who had spoken earlier was this man with sword-like eyebrows. Shimen Qian originally had a face of disdain. However, when he glanced at the plum blossom symbol on the chest of these 2 people, his expression immediately changed. Instantly, a wave of shock rose in his heart. 4 words flashed across his mind: Zhenwu Holy Place. Regardless of how arrogant Shimen Qian was, even if his eyes grew on his forehead, he still had to lower his head before the representatives of the Zhenwu Holy Place. Haha, you 2 must be the people in charge of the family class evaluation in River County. After Shimen Qian had stabilized the situation, he called out to them. That man with sword-like eyebrows had a serious expression. He stared at the entire scene and nodded lightly. Young Master Shimen, right? Earlier, I heard you say that if a venerable family wants to make a humble family disappear, there are thousands of ways. However, I am ignorant and inexperienced. Could you please enlighten me? His tone was not friendly. Everyone could hear that behind this venerable envoy's unpleasant tone, there was a trace of anger. His words did not give any face to the Shimen feudal lords. Shimen Qian felt even more embarrassed. He had spoken arrogantly earlier because he held the highest position at the scene. No one dared to question his words. In fact, in the Bayou country, all aristocratic families were bestowed by the emperor himself. The Zhenwu Holy Place carried out the order. The other powerhouses, even the 4 royal families in the Bayou country, did not have the qualifications to take away any aristocratic seat. There was only one way to take away the aristocratic seat. That was to challenge and defeat that aristocrat in the family class evaluation. Besides, only the emperor and the Zhenwu Holy Place had the qualifications to take away the aristocratic seat. Shimen Qian's arrogant words had clearly crossed the line. Of course, when the emissary of the Zhenwu holy place heard it, it was inappropriate. Shimen Qian's face turned green and white. The words he had just spoken had been completely denied by the emissary of the Zhenwu holy place. This was the same as slapping his face. Inwardly, he felt extremely annoyed. A trace of ridicule flashed across Qin Wushuang's face. This Shimen Qian was arrogant and despotic. He had just slapped the face of the venerable Dashi family, and now, the emissary of the Zhenwu holy place had slapped his face. Indeed, this was karma. Chapter 49. Update. The gap between first place has shrunk a little. Today, I will work hard and see if I can shrink it a little more. Maybe I can even break Piggy's ass. Haha, give me some member clicks and recommendation tickets. Today, I will try my best. Shimen Qian's subordinate saw that the atmosphere was not right. He smiled eerily and stepped out to help. "Two honorable envoys, my young master was only joking. You should not take it seriously." His intention was to promote fair competition. Didn't that humble Qin family challenge the wealthy Shu family? As the #1 family in South Cloud State, the Shimen feudal lords have the responsibility to maintain the family class evaluation in all counties. My previous words were only to remind the venerable Dashi family to remain neutral. We did not mean anything else. The man with the sword-like eyebrows frowned slightly. "I sincerely hope that you have no other intentions. The Zhenwu holy place is the host of the family class evaluation. If any other powerhouses were to interfere, not only would they hurt others, they would also hurt themselves. Thus, I said that the humble Qin family, as the party involved, should not receive any discrimination or unfair treatment when participating in the family class evaluation." As soon as he said these words, everyone was surprised. It was true that the Zhenwu holy place was fair. However, it was only fair on paper and in principle. Between the feudal lords and the humble class, as long as the envoys of the Zhenwu holy place had a clear mind, they should know which was more important. However, this great envoy before them seemed to be protecting the humble Qin family from his words. Had something gone wrong with his ears, or had the wind in the Bayou country changed? Since when did the face of a feudal lord family become less important than that of a humble class? Shimen Qian also felt it was inconceivable. Based on common sense, even if his words were inappropriate, they could be dismissed with a laugh. It was a matter that could be taken lightly or seriously. Apparently, this envoy from the Zhenwu holy place was deliberately exaggerating the matter. Without a doubt, this was not the Zhenwu holy place expressing a fair attitude. There must be something else going on. However, in today's situation, Shimen Qian also knew that since the envoy from the Zhenwu holy place had spoken, he would lose his face for sure. It would be a fool's dream to get back his face. The longer he stayed, the more he would lose his face. Immediately, he cupped his hands and said lightly, "Shimen Qian had misspoken earlier, please forgive me. Now that this matter is settled, I'll take my leave first." "Excuse me." After he finished speaking, he walked out with an ashen face. The scions of the great clans couldn't afford to lose their temper in front of the true martial Sacred Grounds emissary, but that didn't mean they couldn't put on airs. They had reached the 5th position among the 12 great feudal lords in the country and were one of the few powerhouses in the entire Bayou country. Naturally, they had their own supporters and connections in the Zhenwu holy place. The man with sword-shaped eyebrows and the white-haired old man looked at each other and nodded. They did not stop him. Qin Wushuang suddenly smiled faintly and said leisurely, "Young Master Shimen, there is something that is not very pleasant to hear, but I would like to advise Your Excellency, people will always humiliate themselves, and their descendants will humiliate them. Tycoon clans and aristocratic families? They were nothing in front of an expert. First, you humiliated the venerable Dashi family. Then, you humiliated the humble Qin family. In fact, you have humiliated yourself, and you cannot blame others for humiliating you." His words were so loud that even the deaf could hear them. Everyone was stunned. They had all seen Qin Wushuang's arrogance in front of the rich and powerful. However, they did not expect that this son of the Qin family would be so stubborn. Before the children of the feudal lords, he had spoken without fear. Now, those children of the venerable families who had prejudiced against Qin Wushuang could not help but fall into deep thought. They felt somewhat ashamed. They thought that although Qin Wushuang was a child of the humble class, they were far inferior to him in terms of courage and pride. They asked themselves, under such circumstances, would they dare to challenge Shimen Qian? Instantly, Shimen Qian's anger had reached its peak. Usually, if a child of the humble class had dared to provoke him, he would have already made a move and taught him an unforgettable lesson. However, under the current circumstances, he could only suppress his anger. He sized Qin Wushuang up again and again. With a head full of black lines, he said coldly, "Son of the Qin family, in South Cloud State, you are the first person who dared to speak such words to the Shimen feudal lords. Sooner or later, you will understand that this is a price that you, a humble class, cannot bear. I will wait and see." Qin Wushuang smiled calmly. In his former world, at least 10 people who were 10 times more capable than Shimen Qian had threatened him. However, in the end, none of them could fulfill their promise. Earlier, Qin Lianshan had been chatting with a few aristocrats he knew from River County in the backyard. He had only come to the main hall after the incident had happened. When he heard Qin Xiu talk about this matter, he was still angry. When he heard that the Shimen feudal lords had intervened, he became even more worried. In the end, a birthday banquet had become a rehearsal for the infighting between all the powerhouses. The two emissaries from the Zhenwu holy place exchanged a few words with Da Shiheng. After they had given him a gift, they did not stay for long. That white-bearded emissary looked at Qin Wushuang. He only smiled and did not get too close to him. The guests were deeply worried. After they had eaten hastily, they bid farewell and left. Everyone knew that this time, the venerable Da Shi family had angered the Shimen feudal lords. Who were the Shimen feudal lords? They were one of the strongest existences in the entire Baiyu country. They were the #1 family in South Cloud State and without a doubt, the #1 family. Compared to them, what did the venerable Da Shi family, which was only a county lord, amount to? Da Shiheng had seen everything clearly. However, he did not expose them and just let them be. The wind knows the strength of the grass, and the distance knows the strength of the horse. At such a crucial moment, they could see some things that they would not have been able to see normally. In a moment, most of the guests had left. The remaining people were the best friends of the venerable Da Shi family. However, the humble Qin family did not leave. Before Da Shiheng could speak, Qin Wushuang said, "Patriarch Da Shi, please prepare an empty room for the matriarch's illness. I will treat her now." Da Shiheng blushed. Inwardly, he admired Qin Wushuang's breadth of mind. Previously, when Shimen Qian had shown his power, although Da Shiheng did not add insult to injury, he had already distanced himself from the humble Qin family. Unexpectedly, Qin Wushuang did not care about the past and was still willing to treat the matriarch. It was enough to show his breadth of mind. Qin Wushuang seemed to have seen through Da Shiheng's thoughts. He smiled and said, "I already said that I am only treating the matriarch because of brother Da Shi. What does this have to do with me?" Now, Da Shiheng truly realized that this young man before him was not pretending to be noble and virtuous. Indeed, he was a man of noble character and unquestionable integrity. He did not want anything from the venerable Da Shi family. Or else, with the previous situation, Qin Wushuang would have left earlier. The matriarch's illness was due to the damage to her girdle artery. Naturally, the treatment method was to treat the girdle artery and the 3 Yinjiao acupoints. He would use gold needles and genuine qi to guide the flow once a day for half an hour. The acupuncture technique was Qin Wushuang's specialty in his former world. When he performed it, even ghosts and gods would not be able to predict it. As soon as he inserted the needle, he immediately displayed the power of the great saint's hands. Plus, with Qin Wushuang's sun force, it was the best way to expel the yin and dampness. After a moment, the matriarch's originally gloomy face regained its color. Compared to Da Shiheng's genuine qi, it was much more effective. "Matriarch, after half a month of acupuncture, your body will be completely healed. As for how much strength you can recover, it depends on your luck. It is not the work of a human. The matriarch was so happy that she could not close her mouth. I am almost 80 years old, and half of my body is already in the grave. Strength is not important. I only hope that I will not be tormented by illness in my later years. From today onwards, the humble Qin family is the great benefactor of the venerable Da Shi family. You must remember, the venerable Da Shi family never betrays anyone, not to mention our benefactor. Da Shi did not dare to refute and only nodded. I know that those elders in the family are clear-cut. They are wise to protect themselves in front of the Shi men feudal lords. They are not wrong, but I want you to remember that repaying kindness is the basic bottom line of a person. Just as Da Shi was hesitating on how to answer, Qin Wushuang smiled freely. Matriarch, there is no need to mention the benefactor. Although the humble Qin family is lowly, we are not the type to ask for favors. I performed the acupuncture because I hit it off with brother Da Shi. If someone from the Shi men feudal lords was lying on the sickbed, even if they kneeled and begged me, I would not perform a single needle. Before Da Shi could react, Qin Wushuang had already walked out of the door. When he met up with his father and sister in the main hall, Qin Wushuang cupped his hands toward Da Shi Ming and his brother. Da Shi, tomorrow at this time, please take your grandmother to the inn. She will be healed after half a month of acupuncture. Da Shi only came out from behind the door when he saw the Qin family had walked out. He looked at Qin Wushuang's back with a dignified expression. After a while, he gave a long sigh. Father, why are you sighing with emotion? Da Shi was stunned. In the future, the humble Qin family will rise because of this kid. Forgive me for speaking bluntly. Although your score on the martial arts student exam is one level higher than Qin Wushuang, in terms of strength, this kid. I can only say that this kid is not a fish in a pond. Soon, this little river county will not be able to hold him. Father, although the Qin family used to be a wealthy class and had hidden their strength, Shimen Qian still holds a grudge. I think that in the future, the humble Qin family will have a hard time. Da Shi spoke his thoughts one by one. Da Shi only smiled and did not speak. He looked at Da Shi Ming and wanted to see his eldest son's opinion. Qin Wushuang, just like his name, regardless of talent or personality, he is unparalleled in the country. Not to mention this little river county, I am afraid that sooner or later, even the Bayou country will not be able to hold him. His limit is in the spiritual world. It was the highest compliment that Da Shi Ming could give. It was also the highest compliment that a young person in the Bayou country could receive. Even Shimen Qian, who had defeated him in one move, had never received such high praise from Da Shi Ming. Da Shi nodded and firmly affirmed Da Shi Ming's words. Shimen Qian is asking for humiliation. One day, he will suffer a great loss because of this kid. Shimen feudal lords. Maybe, it's time for South Cloud State to change. This sigh contained a myriad of complicated meanings. It was full of expectation and also some regret. He was looking forward to the change in South Cloud State. Regretfully, it seemed that he had not grasped some unknown opportunities regarding the humble Qin family. Chapter 50. Rush to number 1 and celebrate by firing cannons. Everyone's anticipated battle for the wealthy class seat is about to begin. I will soon reveal the answer to this mystery. Brothers, keep up the good work. When this book is about to turn 1 month old, let me rush to the top of the newcomer list. Although it has been 3 years since I last achieved this, I still want to thank you. Regardless of the final result of this book, I promise you that this book will not be unfinished, unless the author is unfinished. So, please feel free to vote. Inside the courtyard of the official residence, the 2 representatives from the Zhanwu holy place were reading a stack of information. That grizzled bearded man put down the information in his hand and said with a smile, "Head Butler Huang, all the information about the humble Qin family is here." Yes. That man with sword-like eyebrows said in a low voice, according to the information, the ancestors of the Qin family came from outside of the country. According to the records, a large group of elite disciples went missing 100 years ago, which led to their defeat in the family class evaluation and their demotion to the prominent class. After a few rounds of family class evaluation, they were demoted to the humble class. From this, it's not hard to see that the disappearance case from 100 years ago had a great impact on the Qin family. The old man with the grizzled beard also nodded in agreement. It's strange. At that time, there was no war or plague. None of the other families in River County had gone missing. Only the Qin family had lost 20 or 30 people, and they were all elite disciples. Isn't it strange? Let's not talk about this. Even if the ancestors of the Qin family were from the wealthy class, they should not have passed down any precious martial arts techniques. Or else, the Qin family would not have been in such a sorry state in the past 2 rounds of family class evaluation. However, this Qin Wushuang's performance does not match the inheritance of the Qin family. Elder Ju, you have been paying attention to this kid, Qin Wushuang, right? You should know better than me. When that grizzled bearded Elder Ju talked about Qin Wushuang, an appreciative smile emerged on his face. Head Butler Huang, this time, you and I were sent to this little place in River County to supervise the family class evaluation. Unexpectedly, we found a treasure. This Qin Wushuang, not to mention the martial arts students in River County, in the entire South Cloud State, and even in the entire Prince Akaji, I am afraid he is the only one. The man with the sword-shaped eyebrows had the surname Huang. He was in charge of River County's family class evaluation. When he heard Elder Ju speak so highly of Qin Wushuang, a smile emerged on his serious face. With Elder Ju's supervision, I can rest assured. Such a piece of unpolished jade needed to be protected as well as hammered. First, let's see what kind of performance the Qin could give in this wealthy class competition. In fact, the entire River County had treated the Qin family's challenge to the wealthy Shu family as a joke. After all, the humble Qin family has too few people. Old man Ju laughed heartily. Things in this world are unpredictable. It was precisely because everyone treated it as a joke that it became more interesting. A plot with big ups and downs is much more interesting than a normal plot, right? In your opinion, what are the chances of the Qin winning? If the wealthy Shu family had not hidden their trump cards, then the Qin family would have won this battle. 1. Manager Huang's expression was incredulous. The humble Qin family would win? Yes, the humble Qin family would win, Elder Ju emphasized with a firm tone. The wealthy Shu family has 2 elders who are at stage 4 of the genuine force. Their patriarch, Shu Sanli, is at stage 5. They have many elite warriors, and they are not weak. What kind of secret weapon does the father and son of the humble Qin family have? Elder Ju laughed leisurely. The secret weapon is Qin Wushuang. According to my secret investigation, 2 guests were absent from Da Shiyu's birthday party. One of the absent guests is an offspring of a venerable family from another county. He is at stage 3 of the genuine force. Does Manager Huang know why this person was absent? Why? Because of a conflict between his friend and Qin Wushuang, this kid sneakily attacked Qin Wushuang from behind. However, he was injured by Qin Wushuang's casual palm attack, which caused his internal injuries to flare up. Haha, Manager Huang, what does this mean for a powerful warrior at stage 3 of the genuine force? A light flashed across Manager Huang's eyes as he said with ecstasy, "This way, we have found a treasure in River County." Elder Ju nodded without hesitation. That's right. The only thing I am worried about is that this kid will attract too much attention during the family class evaluation. After all, a golden fish is not a fish in a pond. It will turn into a dragon when it meets the wind and clouds. When the wind and clouds come, our power cannot be stopped. Whether he is a fish or a dragon, how could he be changed by the situation? If this kid is truly a genius, he will have his own opportunities. We only need to follow the situation and guide him well. Covering him up and protecting him is not the right way to do things. Old man Ju nodded his head. Manager Huang is right. Shimen Qian's attitude was different from the attitude of the person in charge of the Zhenwu holy place. He returned to the Shu mansion angrily with a face full of resentment. The entire Shu family had already learned the truth from Shu Ju and his 2 brothers. Including Shu Sanli, no one dared to disturb Shimen Qian at this critical moment. Zhenwu holy place, Humph. Zhenwu Holy Place, Shimen Qian mumbled to himself, so impressive, so ferocious. Aren't they just a few lowly servants? They dared to be so arrogant. Young master, there is a saying that a dog bullies under its master's power. Those two emissaries are only third-rate figures at the Zhenwu Holy Place. They acted so arrogantly when they put on airs. Young master, you don't need to lower yourself to their level. You are still young, and your future is limitless. One day, when you enter the Zhenwu Holy Place, you will hold a first-class position. At that time, it will not be too late to settle the score. Shimen Qian could not suppress his anger as he nodded bitterly. That's the only way. For now, I can't do anything to the people of the Zhenwu Holy Place. However, I cannot let the humble Qin family have an easy time. 11. Go and bring that little girl from the Qin family to me. I want to see what kind of special magic this woman has that could make Da Shiming lose his mind. A trace of a sinister smile emerged from the corner of that vigorous guy's mouth as he answered respectfully, "Yes, I will do it now. Should I teach that son of the Qin family a lesson?" After a moment of silence, Shimen Qian finally shook his head. "Since the people of the Zhenwu Holy Place have spoken, we should not act rashly and alert the enemy. Just take him away without anyone knowing. As for the Qin family, the Shu family will take care of it for us." "Yes." In a flash, the vigorous guy's figure disappeared into the darkness like a shadow. The extremely masculine genuine qi shuttled back and forth inside Qin Wushuang's body. Each time it completed a cycle, Qin Wushuang felt a clear resonance with the meridians inside his body. Such resonance would only appear when one's genuine qi had reached a certain extreme stage. In other words, the sun force that Qin Wushuang had practiced had already reached the highest level. Although he was still some distance away from the perfect stage, he was only one step away. This one step was equivalent to a threshold. Once he crossed it, he would have reached the perfect stage. The most masculine genuine qi would be invincible. 4 years, almost 4 years had passed. Qin Wushuang had grown up from being at a loss when he first arrived in this strange world. What he relied on was the Flaming Sun manual that he had brought from his previous life. It had allowed him to have a smooth path in his training after his reincarnation. He felt the surging genuine qi inside his body. With a slight adjustment, it surged like a giant wave. Qin Wushuang felt gratified and proud. 4 years of hard work, more than 1,000 days and nights. His efforts had not been in vain. Currently, Qin Wushuang had not recovered 100% of his power to the Grandmaster level from his previous world. Using this world as a reference, he had stabilized his position at stage 7 of the genuine force. According to his calculations, he was only one step away from stage 8 of the genuine force. However, in terms of combat ability, Qin Wushuang was not afraid of any stage 8 of the genuine force. He even had the ability to defeat them. The 9 suns' palms, from first rising of the sun to the 8th move desolation of the 8 suns, could be used freely. Originally, Qin Wushuang was not in a hurry to practice the 9th palm, which was the ultimate move of the 9 suns' palms. 9 suns destroy the world. The power of this palm was domineering. When used against an enemy, the person hit by it would die without a doubt. Qin Wushuang had planned to wait until the sun force reached the perfect stage before comprehending the 9th palm. But now, his plans could not keep up with the changes. He had to change his plans. Due to the interference of the Shimen feudal lords, Qin Wushuang felt the immense pressure from the upper nobles. To break this pressure, there was no other way but to rely on a pair of iron fists. As for the Shimen feudal lords, as the 5th of the 12 feudal lords in the country, their influence and connections were top-notch. Other than the royal family and the Zhenwu Holy Place, perhaps only the 4 royal families of the 4 royal territories could suppress the feudal lords. The feudal lords were the second class of the upper nobles, second only to the 4 royal families. At least a stage 8 of the genuine force was in charge. Qin Wushuang had suffered losses in his previous life. In this life, he had to be careful and not make any mistakes. Shimen Qian's hostility was very obvious. If it was just Shimen Qian, Qin Wushuang would not take him seriously. However, Shimen Qian had the Shimen feudal lords behind him. At the moment, The Shimen feudal lords were a huge mountain in front of Qin Wushuang. They could become an obstacle or even a fatal threat to him at any time. Qin Wushuang's principle was to eliminate all threats in the bud. He slowly suppressed the true qi in his body and stopped the true qi in his meridians. Breathing in and out, he continuously calmed every part of his body. At this moment, Qin Wushuang's ears twitched. A murderous aura that was almost flawless, seemed to be searching for something in the darkness. In his former world, Qin Wushuang had encountered countless assassins' sneak attacks. Instantly, every inch of his skin became excited. This feeling was very familiar, exactly the same as in his previous life. Originally, Qin Wushuang had completely integrated into this world and gradually buried the regrets of his previous life deep in his heart. However, he suddenly remembered the scene of being ambushed by the 7 ace assassins of the bloodthirsty Rose. He remembered that he did not know the whereabouts of his sister until his death. A ruthless aura instantly rushed to his chest. Assassins! Qin Wushuang was furious. He clenched his fists tightly and secretly swore, "I will not stop until I kill all of you." Chapter 51. P.S. I believe everyone has been looking forward to the wealthy class battle for a long time. The next chapter will be the wealthy class battle. Something exciting is about to happen. Today, regardless of clicks or votes, it is very impressive. The newcomer ranking has gone from being 7 or 8,000 points behind to being 10,000 points ahead. Let's not relax. Tomorrow will be an even more exciting chapter. I need you to show me even more exciting data. Regardless of speed or hiding ability, this person had almost reached the level of the top assassins in his previous world. If one had to pick out a small flaw, it would be that his control of his murderous aura had not reached the level of subtlety. In other words, his murderous aura was too strong and could not be concealed. This kind of murderous aura could not be captured by normal masters. However, Qin Wushuang was different. In his previous world, he had experienced too many assassins and had dealt with assassins no less than 100 times. Like a ghost, his body flashed and disappeared into thin air. Qin Wushuang had already landed in a dark place and was spying on the person's every move. This assassin had obviously gone through strict training and his movements were also extremely fast. After he landed in the inn, he searched each room one by one. Apparently, he was looking for his target. As soon as Qin Wushuang saw this person's figure, he recognized him immediately. This person was the short and vigorous man who had accompanied Shimen Qian. However, in a public place, this man had a wretched expression. At this moment, he had a completely different temperament. His entire body was emitting a biting cold aura. This kind of aura could only be emitted by people who treated killing as their career and dealt with blood and death for a long time. Qin Wushuang did not feel strange. From his observation of Shimen Qian, he was 100% a narrow-minded person. However, he did not expect that Shimen Qian would have such courage that he dared to commit a crime even after the Zhenwu holy place had warned him. In a flash, Qin Wushuang had already arrived at the area of the 3 rooms of his house. As long as this person approached and showed signs of danger, Qin Wushuang would not mind killing him on the spot. After searching for a while, that person had already approached the place where the Qin family was staying. What surprised Qin Wushuang was that when that assassin approached his sister's room, he stopped and did not move forward. Qin Wushuang's heart moved. He thought, could this person's target be his sister, Qin Xiu? Considering the relationship between Xi Ming and his sister, it was reasonable for Shimen Qian to deal with his sister. Thinking up to this point, Qin Wushuang's footsteps were light and quick. He had already left the room. The newcomer was cold-blooded 11 of the 13 eagles of Shimen. After sensing Qin Xiu's aura, he gently pushed open the window. Just as he was about to flip in, he suddenly felt his shoulder tighten, as if a large iron clamp had clamped half of his arm. This shock was not small. He swung his left arm back in a circle, but before he could use his full strength, his left arm went numb. In the blink of an eye, both of his shoulders were pressed down at the same time. It was as if a layer of iron hoop had been placed on his shoulders. No matter how hard he tried, It was like an ant trying to shake a big tree. Cold-blooded 11 had killed countless people since his debut. After joining the Shi-Men feudal lords, he was promoted to a top fighter. He rarely failed when he went on diplomatic missions. With his strength at stage 6 of the genuine force, he could do whatever he wanted in this river county. This time, dealing with a mere humble class disciple, he had originally thought that it would be an easy task, and had never considered the possibility of failure. However, when both of his arms had fallen into the enemy's hands, he realized that something was wrong. As an assassin, his vigilance was very high, so he was on full alert. Under such circumstances, what did it mean when someone had unknowingly approached him from behind? It meant that the opponent's strength was at least one level higher than his. To be able to approach him quietly, one must have the strength of at least stage 7 of the genuine force. In the entire river county, besides Da Shi Heng of the venerable Da Shi family, who else had such strength? Could it be that Da Shi Heng had come? Cold-blooded 13's mind turned rapidly, but he did not dare to turn his head. He was afraid that if he turned his head and saw the other party's face, he would be killed to silence him. Qin Wushuang moved as fast as lightning and instantly sealed all of Cold-blooded 11's major acupuncture points. Qin Wushuang finally let out a sigh of relief when Cold-blooded 11 fell to the ground. Initially, he was also worried about whether his acupoint sealing technique would still work. Now, it seemed that this technique was still very useful. Carrying Cold-blooded 11, Qin Wushuang quietly entered his room without alerting his father and sister. He threw Cold-blooded 11 to the ground and said lightly, "Did Shi-Men Qian send you?" When Cold-blooded 11 saw Qin Wushuang's face clearly, his mouth opened so wide that a fist could be stuffed inside. His face was full of disbelief, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Are you a human?" Cold sweat dripped down Cold-blooded 11's forehead. Qin Wushuang had heard many people ask this question in his former world. "Now, am I the one asking you, or are you the one asking me?" Cold-blooded 11's face turned ashen as he mumbled, "Just kill me." "Kill you?" Qin Wushuang sneered, "Killing you is easier than killing a dog. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." He clenched his hand into a knife and swept it towards Cold-blooded 11's neck. Crack! With a crisp sound of something breaking, Cold-blooded 11 breathed his last before he could even make a sound. Qin Wushuang did not have the slightest pity. He also knew that this kind of assassin was extremely stubborn. If he was determined not to cooperate, he would not be able to get anything out of him. If he asked too much, they had at least 100 ways to kill themselves. Besides, it was obvious that Shi-Men Qian had sent him. Qin Wushuang carried Cold-blooded 11's body like a dead dog and slid out of the door like a fish. He walked to his father's window and said in a low voice, "Father, I am going out." Qin Wushuang had studied at the Martial Arts Academy and was familiar with the map of River County. It was almost effortless for him to find the location of the wealthy Shu family. With Qin Wushuang's current skills, the Shu family's defense could not pose any threat to him. It was no different from a wooden stake. Even with a person in his hand, he easily avoided the layers of guards. At this time, Shu Sanli was carefully asking Shi-Men Qian for instructions. "Patriarch Shu, there is no smoke without fire." This time, the humble Qin family challenged the Shu family. "What is their trump card? Have you investigated it thoroughly?" This question had indeed been bothering the entire Shu family for the past few days. Shu Sanli did not know how to answer. Young Master Shi-Men, for the past 3 generations, the Donglin family has only had one heir. In terms of trump cards, the Qin family was a wealthy class 100 years ago. Presumably, they have passed down some martial arts manuals. Besides that, I can't think of any other trump cards they could have. Shi-Men Qian thought carefully and reminded him, "It doesn't matter if your ancestors were rich or powerful. This is how a family's inheritance works. If a few generations decline, there will be a gap in the family's martial arts manuals, and their power will be greatly reduced." How much power could a wealthy class from 100 years ago have? Have you ever thought that the humble Qin family might have some other fortuitous opportunities? Other fortuitous opportunities? Shu Sanli was stunned for a moment. He shook his head helplessly and sighed, I can't think of any special opportunities in this little river county. In such a small place, if there were any fortuitous opportunities, the news would have spread like wildfire. But Shu Sanli changed the topic and said thoughtfully, 4 years ago, that son of the Qin had a duel with the youngest son of the prominent Zhong family. After he survived, he seemed to have become a completely different person. Young Master Shi Men, do you think there's something fishy going on? How was that son of the Qin family? His talent is mediocre, and he can be considered diligent. At most, he's only average. That's strange. If the humble Qin family had nothing to rely on, how could they dare to challenge the wealthy Shu family? Young Master Shi Men, could the Zhenwu holy place be behind this? Shi Men Qian waved his hand and denied, since ancient times, the Zhenwu holy place has never interfered with the family class evaluation. Please rest assured, young Master Shi Men. As long as the Shu family is prepared and does not underestimate the enemy, we will never let the humble Qin family take advantage of us. Before he had finished speaking, suddenly, a dry laugh came from outside the door. Apparently, this laugh had been specially processed. In the dark night, it sounded even more eerie. Shi Men Qian, it's not easy for the Shi Men feudal lords to operate. Be careful of your hundreds of years of foundation being destroyed in a day. Here are your servants, I've brought them back for you. Bang! A sharp gust of wind pierced through the door and went straight to Shi Men Qian's face. A giant object suddenly appeared in front of him. Before it had reached his face, it suddenly dropped vertically and fell at Shi Men Qian's feet. Taking a closer look, Shi Men Qian's eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets, and his mouth almost couldn't close. A touch of panic flashed across his face, as if he was suddenly bitten by the world's most poisonous snake, and the muscles on his face couldn't help but tremble. It's him. Shu Sanli also drew in a breath of cold air. Of course, he recognized this person. He was Shi Men Qian's personal servant, one of the elite warriors of the 13 Shi Men Eagles. He had just seen this person in the evening. How come he had been sent back as a cold corpse? Shu Sanli felt as if someone had pinched his throat. He wanted to say something to comfort him, but he could not open his mouth. He looked at Shi Men Qian in fear. 11. Shi Men Qian almost crushed his iron fist. With a ferocious face, he mumbled to himself, who did this? Who did this? Should we go after him? Shu Sanli finally reacted. Shi Men Qian's eyes were bloodshot as he growled, go after him? With your strength, are you going to die if you go after him? Shu Sanli shivered. Although he had been scolded, he did not dare to fart and obediently hid on the side. At this critical moment, it would be best if he did not get burned by Shi Men Qian's anger. Shu Sanli, who is the #1 elite warrior in River County? After a while, Shi Men Qian gradually calmed down and asked in a low voice. It should be the head of the venerable Da Shi family, Da Shi Heng. A trace of surprise flashed across Shu Sanli's face. Could it be Da Shi Heng who did this? Da Shi Heng? He does not have the guts to do this. Besides, 11 is at stage 6 of the genuine force and is good at hiding. He should not have been killed so easily. The one who killed 11 must be an even stronger elite warrior. He should be at stage 8 of the genuine force. Stage 8 of the genuine force? Shu Sanli only felt his head buzzing. What kind of concept was that? If he remembered correctly, a stage 8 of the genuine force was equivalent to the patriarch of a feudal lord. To establish a feudal lord, the basic requirement for an elite warrior was to be at stage 8 of the genuine force. How could such a strong opponent appear in this little river county? Most importantly, how could he appear in his wealthy class Shu family? Shu Sanli, who was as sensitive as a fox, immediately sensed a trace of unease. An unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly emerged in his heart. It was as if a dam had burst and could not be stopped. However, time didn't stop because of his anxiety. After 10 days of intense competition, the competition between the humble class and the prominent class had already come to an end. The grand finale, the competition between the wealthy class and the wealthy class, was already on the verge of starting. Chapter 52. P.S. The battle for the wealthy class seat has begun. Let us cheer for the humble Qin family. Haha, if you are satisfied, please continue to vote for us. Qin Wushuang had killed Cold-Blooded 11 and thrown his body back to Shimen Qian. It was a show of force to Shimen Qian. Shimen Qian was suspicious and did not know who had killed Cold-Blooded 11. Even if no one from the humble Qin family could kill Cold-Blooded 11, there was no doubt that the person who had killed Cold-Blooded 11 was closely related to the Qin family. Although Shimen Qian was arrogant, he knew how to judge the situation. Although he was a little bit stronger than Cold-Blooded 11, he did not have the confidence to kill Cold-Blooded 11. Based on this calculation, the enemy's strength was definitely higher than Shimen Qian's. Because of this consideration, Shimen Qian realized that River County was not as simple as he had imagined. He needed to re-evaluate his understanding of the humble Qin family. Shu Sanli had also fallen into an inexplicable anxiety. In these days, he had repeatedly asked for Shimen Qian's opinion, but Shimen Qian had refused to see him. This made Shu Sanli's sense of crisis increase. 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. In these 10 days, the battle between the humble class and the prominent class had ended. Some were happy, and some were sad. Some had failed, and some had succeeded. The humble class seat that had been vacated by the Qin family was fought over by the Jiyu family, the Wen family, and the Niu family of Eastwood Town. In the end, the Jiyu family had won without any suspense. Behind the Jiyu family was the wealthy Shu family, and the other humble class seat was fought over by two old enemies of the Nindu town. In the end, the Lan family of the Nindu town overthrew the Li family and took the humble class seat. Initially, everyone had been looking forward to the prominent class seat. However, due to the appearance of the humble class, it was not as attractive. In the end, the Zhu family, known as the number 1 humble class, had defeated the Xia family, who had originally been a prominent class. They had successfully taken the seat and become a prominent class. Thus, 3 of the 4 aristocratic seats that had been challenged in the family class evaluation had been decided. And the seats had all been taken by the new powerhouses. For the powerhouses that had been defending their positions, besides the Qin family, the other 2 had all lost. The river square that could hold tens of thousands of people was packed to the brim with people. Everyone's heartstrings were tightened. Their breathing was also much more rapid than usual. The battle for the wealthy class that everyone had been eagerly anticipating was finally going to begin today. 10 days of waiting, 10 days of anticipation, finally ushered in this exciting moment. The younger ones could hardly wait any longer. In this grand event that was held once every 20 years, the finale battle was already dramatic enough for a humble family to challenge the wealthy Shu family. Even when the host went up on stage, everyone was no longer that welcoming. They only hoped that he would quickly finish his speech and leave the stage to the real protagonists, the 2 sides of the battle between the rich and powerful families. Everyone, from your eyes and breathing, I can feel how unwelcome I am right now. The battle for the wealthy class that everyone has been looking forward to is about to begin. Let's invite the 2 sides. The host also kept things short and announced the 2 parties to come up to the stage in a loud voice. Without a doubt, the candidate from the Qin family was Qin Lianshan and his son. Below the stage, Qin Xiu was both excited and nervous. Her hands were constantly twisting. The Shu family intended to increase their prestige, so they had gathered all the male members of the family. Their entrance was grand and grand. The uniform battle attire, the uniform and orderly pace, and the grandeur of the grand display, made the eyes of the spectators below the stage light up. They praised from the bottom of their hearts, TSK, the wealthy class Shu family is indeed extraordinary. Look at their grand display, I'm afraid only the aristocrats would have such a grand display. Look at the Qin family, the old and the young. Can they do it? Won't we find out soon? Qin Wushuang heard all the discussions below the stage. However, they went in from his left ear and went out from his right. His current mood was strangely calm. Like an ancient well, there were no ripples. Before the big battle, maintaining a good mental state was the most basic quality of a martial artist in Qin Wushuang's former world. Qin Lianshan's heart tightened when he saw the Shu family's display. He glanced at his son's calm face as if none of this had anything to do with him. Qin Lianshan could not help but feel ashamed when he saw his son's calmness. The more he lived, the more he regressed. His mental state was not as good as his son's. The two sides went to their respective seats, one on the left and one on the right. In this way, the disparity between them was very obvious. On the left side was the wealthy class Shu family. Shu Sanli sat in the middle of the front row. The two elders sat on the two sides, and a few of the younger brothers stood on the left and right. Behind them, there were 3 rows of family members. Each row gave off a sense of depth. On the other hand, looking at the Qin family, the father and son were all alone. People could not help but feel sad when they saw them. The battle had not started yet, but just by looking at this lineup, people already felt that this wealthy class battle was somewhat absurd. The difference in strength and ostentation was too big. The host did not say anything. He smiled and said, "Before the big battle starts, some old words must be said. The family class evaluation is a life and death battle. On the martial arts stage, no one cares about the methods used, and no one cares about life and death. Unless one side admitted defeat, the battle would have to end in a draw. Life and death are up to fate." It was not the first time for the Shu and the Qin family to participate in the family class evaluation. Naturally, they understood these basic rules. Both sides, "Do you have anything else to say?" The wealthy class Shu family will speak first. Tens of thousands of eyes focused on the face of Shu Sanli, the patriarch of the Shu family. Shu Sanli stood up calmly and stared at the father and son of the Qin family with a deep and ruthless gaze. In short, "Those who offend the dignity of the Shu family, I will kill them. For a mere humble class, the Shu family will let everyone here know what it means to be a joke." The host moved his gaze to the Qin family. Apparently, he wanted to see what they had to say. Qin Wushuang sneered, "If some people think that they can scare people with their ostentation, then they should have brought all the cats and dogs from the family to make up the numbers. Shu Sanli, the Qin family's humble class seat is their capital, and they have already given it to you. Now, it's time to take it all back with interest." After he had finished speaking, Qin Wushuang suddenly jumped up from his chair. His entire body was like a fully drawn bow. He stood on the stage with an imposing manner. His face was full of disdain as he said each word, "After this battle, the name of the Shu family will no longer exist in the aristocratic circle of River County." It was fine if he did not make a sound, but when he did, he would amaze the world. As soon as Qin Wushuang had finished speaking, his genuine qi reverberated through the air and pierced everyone's eardrums to the point of pain. This shout seemed ordinary, but in fact, it contained the supreme technique from his former world, the lion's roar. It was extremely moving and intimidating. Qin Wushuang was not trying to show off his power. However, on this stage, he could no longer hold back. Finally, the moment to explode had arrived. Most importantly, although the Shu family seemed to have made a grand entrance, Qin Wushuang, with his sharp eyes, had seen through the truth behind their ostentation. If the Shu family did not feel fear and worry, why would they put on such a boring show? The enemy's mentality was no longer an unbreakable fortress. His shout had taken advantage of this opportunity to attack the enemy's mind and achieve his goal of subduing the enemy without a fight. Indeed, a sharp light flashed in Shu Sanli's eyes. Behind his thick murderous intent, a cloud of suspicion grew. And the 2 elders next to him were so angry that their hands trembled slightly. Below the stage, everyone was intimidated by this shout. After a long time, a thunderous roar echoed, followed by continuous applause. Not for anything else, but for his heroic spirit at this moment of life and death, it was enough to make people admire him. Although there were many aristocrats in River County, they did not even dare to think about being so heroic before the wealthy class, not to mention not being able to do it. From the Shu family's formation, a rough-looking, muscular man jumped out and roared, "Son of the Qin family, you are boasting shamelessly. Let your 5th master destroy your prestige first." For the first battle, the Shu family did not want to play it safe. They did not send any of their 3 strongest people. Instead, they followed the original plan and sent Shu Wugen as the vanguard. "Butcher," As soon as Shu Wugen went on the stage, Qin Wushuang and Qin Lianshan thought of a person from the information they had received. This person had a tyrannical, cruel, and murderous personality. He was a famous butcher in River County. He was at stage 3 of the genuine force and his martial arts leaned towards the firm and fierce side. To put it precisely, Shu Wugen was not firm and fierce. Instead, he relied on brute force. Compared to other martial arts techniques, Shu Wugen preferred to kill people with brute force. He felt that only by killing people with brute force could he experience the most primitive pleasure. When Qin Lianshan saw Shu Wugen, he became restless and said in a low voice, "I will go first." In these 3 years, Qin Wushuang had made a wise decision to let his father practice the classics of tendon changing. As soon as an expert made a move, one would know whether or not he was skilled. If it were Qin Lianshan from 3 years ago, he would not even need to go on stage. From his temperament and appearance, one could tell that he was not a stage 3 genuine force warrior's opponent. But now, he slowly went on stage. He did not use any fancy techniques, nor did he show any excessive pretentiousness. Just by standing there, he exuded a natural aura. The first thought that came to people's minds was not that this person was not a match for Shu Wugen, but this person was a formidable opponent of Shu Wugen. When Shu Sanli saw Qin Lianshan go on stage, he was not surprised but happy. A trace of joy quietly slid across his face. He looked at the 2 elders on his left and right and saw joy and confidence in each other's eyes. Chidian Chinese website welcomes all readers to read. The newest, fastest, and most popular series are all at Chidian Originals. Chapter 53. Sure enough, it was Qin Lianshan. Shu Sanli felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. If it was Qin Lianshan, then there was nothing to worry about. No matter how much Qin Lianshan had hidden his strength, it was impossible for him to achieve a complete transformation at his age of 50. Initially, they were worried that Qin Wushuang, this mysterious martial arts student, would have some kind of monstrous fortuitous encounter. Since Qin Lianshan was going to fight first, then for sure, Wu Zhen would win the first battle. To the Shu family, winning the first battle was the same as securing victory. All the aristocrats in River County knew that Qin Lianshan was a stage 1 genuine force warrior. Even if he had achieved a breakthrough in 3 or 4 years, could he have advanced a few levels? Qin Lianshan, your 5th Lord's fists are going to take your life today. After he had finished speaking, he roared like a tiger and clenched his fists tightly. Then, he stomped a few steps with his thick legs and rushed toward Qin Lianshan. He crossed his fists and looked down at the arena. Although Shu Wugen appeared to be reckless, he had coordinated his punches with his footwork very well. He had a strong temperament and power. However, due to his simple movements, there were very few flaws. Before he had finished this punch, he suddenly changed the direction of his fist and swung it to the left and right. Then, he attacked Qin Lianshan's chest from both sides. These 3 punches seemed crude, but there was a name for it. It was called Phoenix Nodding. Shu Wugen poked 3 times with great precision. Each punch was aimed at the vital points. It was obvious that Shu Wugen had trained his martial arts from killing. As soon as he attacked, he carried a murderous aura. Before this, Qin Lianshan had never fought with someone at this level. It would be a lie if he said he was not nervous. However, his nervousness only lasted for a moment. On the martial arts stage, a life and death battle would decide the winner and loser in an instant. It did not give him any time to think about it. When he saw Shu Wugen's ferocious aura, he had already seen through the trick. There was a faint sound of metal colliding in the wind. No wonder he was a stage 3 genuine force warrior. In his early years, Qin Lianshan's martial arts were average, but his intelligence was extraordinary. After dodging 3 punches, he already knew how to deal with the enemy. On the arena, Shu Wugen kept roaring. His fists were like raindrops as he kept attacking Qin Lianshan. He could see that Qin Lianshan's inner force was not strong enough, so he did not dare to resist his punch. In a battle between cultivators, one move was enough to dominate the world. Since you don't have enough internal strength, I'll have to focus on your weak points. Shu Wugen was reckless, But that didn't mean he didn't know how to use his brain. He was determined to defeat Qin Lianshan. He thought that since he was the vanguard, not only did he have to win, but he also had to show off his power and prestige. He had to show off the aura of a wealthy family. How could he achieve the desired effect? Shu Wugen was nicknamed the Human Butcher because he had his own theory. He wanted to tear Qin Lianshan apart with his bare hands and make his body parts fall apart. This was the only way to vent their anger, and to better intimidate the other rascals who were trying to offend the prestige of the wealthy Shu family. With this thought in mind, Shu Wugen's moves became even more ferocious. His entire person was like a wild and mad bull, randomly moving about in the field. His power was frighteningly great. Qin Lianshan still did not receive any of the attacks. He continued to rely on his body movement to dodge. As a result, the spectators below the stage were unhappy. What the hell? The challenge tournament for the wealthy and powerful families was not an offensive or defensive drill. Why aren't you fighting back? If you don't fight back, you'll definitely lose this battle. Sigh, he's just from a humble family. He's a bit scared when he just got on the stage. You have to be a bit more patient. There are 3 battles, and this is just the beginning. The layman just enjoys the show, while the expert appreciates the skill. If you like to watch a heated battle, go to the streets and watch a show. If you have a bit of eyesight, you should be able to see that the patriarch of the Qin family's body movement is very exquisite. If I'm not wrong, this should be his battle tactic. Battle tactic? What kind of battle tactic is this? How can running away be called a battle tactic? Then I'm a battle tactic genius. Yes, you are indeed a battle tactic genius. A useless person who runs away every day, a genius. Get lost. You're just jealous of me. The spectators below the stage were discussing, but the 2 parties on the stage had different reactions. Qin Wushuang saw that his father was only dodging and not fighting back. He knew that his father would definitely win this battle. He knew his father's strength. He definitely had the ability to resist Shu Wugen's tyrannical moves. Apparently, his father did not do that because he was looking for an opportunity to use Shu Wugen's arrogance to nourish his arrogance. Then, he would wait for an opportunity to win. Shu Sanli did not pay much attention to the battle on the stage. On the contrary, although his eyes seemed to be wandering, in fact, he had never left the 10 meters around Qin Wushuang. In other words, he had been secretly observing Qin Wushuang's reaction. A patriarch of a wealthy class family was secretly observing the reaction of a young martial arts student. Shu Sanli also knew that it was embarrassing. Thus, when he was observing, he could not help but be cautious as if he was having an affair. Qin Wushuang was a grandmaster of martial arts. Of course, he knew clearly how sensitive his senses were. Not to mention focusing on him, even if Shu Sanli's ears twitched, he would still be able to catch it at such a close distance. This was the difference between him and Shu Sanli in terms of strength. It was also the difference between the 2. Shu Sanli had to secretly observe to obtain information. However, he could easily see through Shu Sanli's every move. In the end, Qin Wushuang could no longer endure Shu Sanli's attentive gaze. He turned his head and said leisurely with a trace of mockery on the corner of his mouth, "Patriarch Shu, I don't think there are any flowers on my face, right? If you want to look at me, then look. Don't be so sneaky. If someone else saw you, even if you don't feel embarrassed, I would feel embarrassed." Shu Sanli was greatly embarrassed and quibbled, "Nonsense, who looked at you? You didn't look. Then look at the martial arts competition. Your 5th master is going to lose." Bullshit, how could Wugen? Before the word lose could leave his mouth, Shu Sanli's mouth stopped. On the stage, Qin Lianshan did not dodge Shu Wugen's punch. He made his move. Qin Lianshan raised his right arm. His eyes saw everything clearly. He formed a fist with his fingers and accurately met Shu Wugen's fist. A trace of an evil smile flashed across the corner of Shu Wugen's mouth. He felt that in the end, Qin Lianshan could no longer hold back. The opportunity was here. Shu Wugen's hands almost could not help but want to tear Qin Lianshan apart. The sky was filled with shadows of fists. However, There was only one punch. It was the most realistic and also the most fatal. Bang! With a muffled sound, the two fists that had never crossed each other before finally met at this moment. The strength of the fists collided, and the power radiated in all directions. Shu Wugen did not have time to hide the smile on his face. In the next moment, the muscles on his face suddenly trembled violently. A painful expression immediately spread across his face, as if he was suddenly bitten by a poisonous snake. His face instantly became extremely distorted. The sleeves on Shu Wugen's entire arm suddenly rolled up and split open inch by inch. Blue veins popped out on his thick and strong arm. Immediately, it was full of holes and blood flowed out. Qin Lianshan's face was gloomy. He did not stop after gaining the upper hand. Instead, he sped up and closed in on Shu Wugen at lightning speed. Like a ghost, he closed in on Shu Wugen's head with both hands and activated his strength. Crack, crack, crack. With a crisp sound, Shu Wugen's skull shattered. His entire head was squeezed into a long strip and became severely deformed. One of his eyes popped out like a dead fish. Apparently, he did not understand until the moment of his death how Qin Lianshan's punch had directly penetrated his arteries and shattered the blood vessels on his arm. Like a collapsing mountain or a receding tide, Shu Wugen fell down with a loud bang. The audience was in an uproar. Waves of cheers instantly made the entire river square boil. The wealthy class battle in the first round, the humble Qin family had won. Shu Sanli almost fell off his chair. Like most of the audience, he had not had the time to digest the facts in front of him. Only when the audience cheered and the host went on stage to announce the humble Qin family had won the first round, did he finally wake up. He glanced at Qin Wushuang from the corner of his eyes. He still had a face full of wisdom and confidence. Shu Sanli only felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if the father and son of the humble Qin family were waving a hoe and digging a grave for the wealthy Shu family that would never be reincarnated. If Shu Sanli was only slightly worried when cold-blooded Eleven's body had been sent back, then at this moment, he was completely terrified. The attitude of a winner was always fascinating. Qin Wushuang smiled calmly and walked into the arena. He said in a clear voice, "In the next round, who will accept their death? Who would accept their death? Who would accept their death?" Since they had won the first round, the humble Qin family's status had skyrocketed in the eyes of the world. Cheers came from the audience. 8 or 9 out of 10 people were cheering for the humble Qin family. If the humble class was able to defeat the wealthy class, it would be too awesome. It would give the humble class and even the ordinary families unlimited courage and faith. Through the Qin family, everyone had given a strong hint to themselves it was not impossible for the weak to win against the strong. Chapter 54. Author's note: today is a little busy. The next chapter may not be updated until around midnight. Tomorrow at least 3 chapters, try to update 4, okay? With one careless move, the Shu family had fallen into a passive position. Initially, they thought Qin Lianshan would win the first round. Unexpectedly, not only did they lose the first round, they even lost their lives. At this time, they did not have the heart to grieve over Shu Wugen's death. For the second round, the other party was already waiting on the stage. Not to mention avoiding the battle, even if they delayed and went on the stage later, they would not be able to stop the thunderous boos from the audience. Shu Sanli's face was ashen, and his heart was filled with hatred. Looking at the entire square, he could not understand. When did the humble Qin family become so popular? And when did the Shu family become so disliked by everyone? Everyone wanted to beat them up and hit them when they were down. However, he did not think about how many innocent souls Shu Wugen, who was nicknamed Human Butcher, had killed. "I will go on the second round." Shu Sanli looked at Qin Wushuang on the stage. Although fighting with a martial arts student would make him lose face as the patriarch, the Shu family could not afford to lose face. In this situation, the Shu family could not afford to lose. If they lost the second round, they would have to face the cliff directly. It would be a life and death situation. The Shu family, who had always acted prudently, would not allow such a situation to happen. "Sanli, you cannot go on the second round. That one-eyed elder stared with his only eye, which was filled with hatred and anger. He sized up Qin Wushuang from afar and said in a low voice, "You are the patriarch of the family. You must win this battle. The Shu family can afford to lose the second round, but you cannot." Shu Sanli was stunned, and then he understood. Yes, if the Shu family lost the second round, at least they still had a chance to make a comeback. However, as the patriarch of the family, if he lost the second round, the Shu family's morale would drop to the bottom. Then, the enemy could take the opportunity to win the third round and defeat the Shu family in 3 rounds. As the patriarch, he must shoulder the most difficult and important battle. That would be the third round. If he won, the competition would continue. If he lost, the Shu family's wealthy class position would be handed over. The third round was the most crucial battle at the Heavenly King Mountain. "Uncle Kai, what about the second battle?" Shu Sanli still had some doubts. "I'll fight the second battle. In the original plan, I was the one to fight the second battle. Unfortunately, we didn't expect that the Qin father and son would fight one after the other. For the second battle, no one will fight consecutively. It's a one-on-one battle. According to the rules, if one of the combatants wanted to fight a second round after the first round, he would have to fight 1 against 2. If he wanted to fight 3 rounds consecutively, he would have to fight 1 against 3 in the third round. And so on. However, for the Qin side, Qin Lianshan was the first to fight. In this battle, Qin Wushuang had inherited his father's legacy. He was a fresh force, so naturally, it was a one-on-one battle. Sending an elder to fight the second round is the most reasonable choice. The remaining elder Yu of the Shu said, "The most crucial part is the third round. Regardless of which of the Qin father and son goes up, it would be their second battle. They must fight 1 against 2. Therefore, even if we lose the first round, as long as we perform well in the later rounds, we can tire out the father and son duo." Shu Sanli kept nodding. Elder Yu's words had deeply touched his heart. "Uncle Kai, Uncle Yu, for the next battle, let's set a standard. Not only must we win, but we must also exhaust our opponents. The more energy and genuine qi they use, the easier it will be for us." Now, the Shu family had already thrown away their dignity. Even if they had to use numbers and wield tactics, they only wanted to suppress the challenger, the Qin family. To put it bluntly, they were using their numbers to bully the opponent. The Shu family had been muttering on the side for a long time and refused to go up the stage. The audience below the stage was unhappy. They kept booing and jeering as they urged the Shu family to quickly send someone up the stage. How could the wealthy class Shu family be so slow when facing a challenge from a humble class? One-eyed elder Kai straightened his long robe and tied his belt neatly. With a clear whistle, he jumped onto the stage. One old and one young, both stood tall like a deep abyss and stared at their opponents. One had white hair, and the other was a young man with drooping hair. The difference between them was not ordinary. Only, what made people not know whether to laugh or cry was that on the contrary, the old one had a face full of bitterness and hatred and had lost all of his poise. The young one, on the other hand, was at ease as if he was just meeting an old friend. From his expression, there was not a trace of anger or desire to fight to the death. "Kid, you are still wet behind the ears, and you dare to perform on the stage?" Uncle Kai opened his mouth like an old man. "I pity you. It was not easy for me to give birth to you. Why do you have to give up your life here?" Qin Wushuang smiled lightly and replied, "I was just about to ask you. You are already so old, yet you still want to go up the stage and die. Could it be, all the young people of the Shu family have died?" These words were full of energy and were sent to the audience below the stage. When the young people of the Shu family heard these words, each of them became furious. They gritted their teeth and wanted to skin Qin Wushuang alive. "Stop with the nonsense. Let me see if the Qin family has truly produced a demon. A little martial arts student dares to go up the stage." Qin Wushuang waved his hand and said lightly, "I see that you are already so old. How about this? I will let you make 3 moves first, how about it?" Although Qin Wushuang understood the concept of respecting the old and loving the young, on the martial arts stage, they were mortal enemies. Of course, he would not have any thoughts of respecting the old. The meaning of these words was to deliberately provoke the Shu family and slap their face to increase the Qin family's fame. From Qin Wushuang's point of view, the rise of the Qin family was inevitable. And this martial arts stage was the best stage to create momentum. Every word and action on the stage was the best opportunity to create momentum for the Qin family. Such an arrogant kid. After all, Elder Kai had lived for 80 or 90 years. What kind of situation had he not seen? Of course, he knew that this was a provocation. Immediately, he took advantage of the opportunity and shouted, "If I don't make you kneel down in 3 moves, then I am useless." This old man was also a hoodlum. He did not hold back and stepped forward. Using his palm as a knife, he slashed toward Qin Wushuang's neck. The calm smile on Qin Wushuang's face did not disappear. He raised one finger and shook it lightly. Then, he sneered, "3 moves is too much." While he spoke, his body flashed like a ghost and had already circled to the side. Elder Kai stopped and turned around in a hurry. However, he saw Qin Wushuang say with a mocking face, "1 move, I only need 1 move, and I promise I will send you to the Western Paradise." All the audience below the stage held their breath. Although it was only 1 attack and 1 defense, in that 1 move, the momentum of the attack was fierce, and the dodging technique was superb. Those in the know had already seen through the trick. When they saw Qin Wushuang's each and every move was so elegant that he could dodge the fierce attack from a stage 4 genuine force warrior, their hearts trembled violently. Earlier, some of them had heard the story of how Qin Wushuang had killed Zhong Yarrow in seconds. However, that Zhong Yarrow was only at stage 9 of the power force. And many gossipers had different versions. Some said that Qin Wushuang had killed Zhong Yarrow in seconds because Da Shiming had secretly helped him. Until now, all the doubts, all the curiosity, and all the suspicions had disappeared after this round. On this martial arts stage, no one could help him cheat. A little martial arts student had actually fought with a stage 4 genuine force warrior. And he had withstood it. If killing a stage 9 of the power force in seconds was a miracle, then, a little martial arts student fighting against a stage 4 genuine force warrior was almost a legend. However, at this moment, this legend was playing out right in front of everyone's eyes. Stage 9 of the power force and stage 4 of the genuine force. Inwardly, many people were calculating the difference between these two. The more they calculated, the more shocked they became. The more they thought about it, the more their hairs stood on end. Especially those martial arts students who had had conflicts with Qin Wushuang. They were even more frightened and their faces were pale. And most of the parents of the martial arts students asked their children about their relationship with Qin Wushuang at the academy. Those parents who had learned about the conflict between Qin Wushuang and Qin Wushuang instantly scolded him. And those who had learned that they did not have any interactions with Qin Wushuang felt disappointed. Fortunately, they had not offended this monstrous son of the Qin family. A few parents, such as Hu Zian and Fang Xiaozhong, were overjoyed when they learned that their sons had some relationship with Qin Wushuang. Inwardly, they were extremely happy. Of course, the one with the worst expression was the patriarch of the prominent Zhong family, Zhong Maorue. Only now did he know how monstrous this son of the Qin family was. In other words, his 2 sons had died unjustly. They were just cannon fodder for the Shu family, scapegoats. Shu Sanli's face was ashen. He pursed his lips tightly and his mind was in a mess. Looking at the high-spirited Qin Wushuang on the stage, his heart felt extremely desolate. He realized that from the beginning to the end, perhaps it was a mistake to scheme for the Qin family's property. A mistake that could not have been any more wrong. If the Shu family had not plotted against the Qin family first, the Qin family would not have chosen the Shu family to challenge the wealthy class. After all, among the 3 wealthy class families in River County, the Qian family had established their family through business. They were relatively weak in terms of martial arts and were the easiest bone to chew. Besides, the son of the Qin family had also said that if the Shu family had plotted against the Qin family's property, they would use the Shu family's wealthy class status to exchange for it. Everything that had happened was a trap that he had dug for himself. On the stage, Elder Kai had just finished his 3 moves. The smile on Qin Wushuang's face suddenly disappeared. He said with a cold tone, 3 moves are over, take my next move. As soon as his voice dropped, he suddenly initiated the Sun Force. Instantly, the aura of his entire body surged like a tide. A wave of heat overflowed from each of his pores. It was as if his entire body had been ignited. The sparks of fire instantly turned into a prairie fire. It was extremely bright. Chapter 55. Author's note: the climax is here. Using this climax plot, I have 2 wishes. First, I hope that from now on, in the next 24 hours, the total number of recommendation votes can reach 10,000. Now, it's more than 8,000. I only need 1,000 votes. I believe in the power of the masses. Second, last week, I was only 1 or 2 places away from the front page. In the end, I could not make it. Hopefully, this week, I can make it to the front page with victory. If I can achieve both wishes, I will write 4 more chapters to repay my dear readers. Also, up until now, there were not many VIP readers. This made Li Tian a little worried. Dear VIP readers, can you open your account? I don't need much, just give me 100 coins as a tip. Can you do it? This is only a request and will not be forced. Please act according to your ability. If he is strong, I am stronger. If he is fierce, I will be fierce. If he is fierce, I will be fierce. Under Qin Wushuang's continuous urging, the Sun Force genuine qi surged, expanded and wreaked havoc as if it wanted to burn all the surrounding land into scorched earth. Only then would it stop. As for Qin Wushuang himself, his entire body was covered with a layer of light red. The resplendent splendor made him appear like a phoenix that had been reborn from the ashes. Noble, mysterious, and unfathomable, Qin Wushuang raised one finger again and said with a serious voice, 1 move, I said, I will only use 1 move. If you can take it, I will spare your life. If you cannot, then you can only blame yourself for not learning enough. Elder Kai twitched the corner of his mouth. Inwardly, he thought that this kid had learned a set of body movements from somewhere and was pretending to be mysterious. So what if he could take 1 move? Even if this kid started training in his mother's womb, could he really surpass him at stage 4 of the genuine force? What kind of people had Elder Kai not seen in his life? He would not believe that a 16 or 17-year-old martial arts student could surpass him at stage 4 of the genuine force. It was completely beyond his knowledge and did not make sense. However, the world was unpredictable. Sometimes, just because you could not understand, it did not mean it would not happen. For example, at this moment, Qin Wushuang's figure suddenly moved. Like a hungry tiger coming down from the mountain, he rushed forward with a foul wind and a rain of blood. This time, he didn't use any strange movement techniques, nor did he use any fancy moves. Qin Wushuang only pushed out a palm. His movements were so dull, and his style was so simple. But, as the palm force pulsed and pulsed, it was like a 1,000-mile dike. One moment, it was still calm, but the next moment, it suddenly collapsed. The palm energy was like a tidal wave, swallowing and spitting out a heat that made people tremble, as it enveloped him. Amidst the hot air, Uncle Kai only felt that his long beard, and hair were instantly scorched. Yes, his throat was dry, and his skin felt like it was on a grill. It was indescribably uncomfortable. Qin Wushuang's bones made a slight crackling sound, which sounded like beans being fried, and his palm power surged and arrived in front of Elder Kai. This was bad. By the time Elder Kai realized this, it was already too late. He wanted to parry, but he only felt that this palm was incomparably ethereal, and he did not know which vital part it was aimed at. He wanted to dodge, but the heat enveloped the sky, completely blocking his way. Moreover, Qin Wushuang's attack had already taken the initiative. By the time he reacted and turned around to dodge, it was already too late. If he dodged at this time, it was tantamount to suicide. The breath of death had been clearly felt. Elder Kai no longer cared about any dignity and face. He crossed his hands and pushed out a palm with all his strength. His hands overlapped, and 2 palms joined together, trying to resist Qin Wushuang's palm force. However, the gap in strength was fatal. When Qin Wushuang's palm force hit him, it was too late for Elder Kai to regret. He was like a lone sheep trying to block the attack of a pack of wolves, helpless and desperate. Bang! The two palm forces that were not at the same level collided, and the void stagnated. Next, Elder Kai's body suddenly flew backward. Like a kite with a broken string, he fell down a dozen meters from the high platform with a loud bang. All the bones in his body had already been broken. He looked at Qin Wushuang again. He was as calm as a deep abyss, as tall as a mountain. His expression was calm and did not show any trace of complacency. It was as if defeating such an opponent did not arouse any pride in his heart. Qin Wushuang's palm attack was intended to kill the enemy and establish his power. He had almost used all his life's knowledge. The Sun Force was an internal force technique with extreme yang energy. The Nine Suns palms was also a first-rate fierce technique. The combination of the two could be said to be a perfect match. As soon as Qin Wushuang started, he used the desolate burning of the 8 suns. Although he did not fully reveal the profound meaning, it was more than enough to kill a stage 4 genuine force warrior. It was only a small demonstration. Below the stage, there was a deathly silence. Almost everyone maintained the same posture and the same expression. Their mouths were wide open, and their faces were full of surprise, suspicion, and disbelief. Not to mention the small aristocratic circle in River County, they had never heard of such a scene. Even the knowledgeable emissary of the Zhenwu holy place was dumbfounded. A little martial arts student had killed a stage 4 genuine force warrior with one palm attack? Even in the storyteller's stories, this scene had never happened before. Unless everything was reversed and a stage 4 genuine force warrior had killed a little martial arts student. Only then would it make sense. However, what they thought was reasonable did not happen. However, what everyone thought was unreasonable had actually happened. Although all the bones in his body had been shattered, Elder Kai of the Shu family still had a breath of genuine qi. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He trembled as he reached out his dry, bark-like palm to grab Shu Sanli's hand. Uncle Kai! Shu Sanli was out of his wits. At this moment, besides fear, he was also shocked. He had already cursed the Qin family until they were black and blue all over. Clan. Patriarch. Uncle Kai's breath was weak as he struggled to speak. His throat gurgled and he was out of breath. Give up, save the family, Elder Kai. Elder Yu felt extremely sad. Suddenly, he felt a sense of sympathy. Give up on the family class evaluation? Save the family, is this what you mean? There was no response. Elder Kai had already breathed his last. Shu Sanli clenched his fists tightly. Give up on the family class evaluation? Just give up the wealthy class seat like this. He was not reconciled as he roared, I will only give up when I die. As the patriarch, he was used to the feeling of being surrounded by people and being adored by others. He had also gotten used to the feeling of superiority. He could not give up all of this. When he remembered that the Qin family had replaced their wealthy class seat, his heart twitched as if it had been bitten by a poisonous snake. If they lost their wealthy class seat, they would have nothing. They would lose everything in an instant and become civilians. From then on, the Shu family would have nothing to do with the aristocratic class. All the glory, and all the treatment would disappear in the blink of an eye. How could Shu Sanli accept this? Not only that, the Shu family had been in the wealthy class seat for so many years and had made countless enemies. They did not know how many hidden enemies they had. Once they lost their power, these enemies would certainly emerge and hit them when they were down. They did not have the courage to deal with the wealthy class. However, they had many ways to deal with the civilians. For the third battle, Elder, you will come with me, how about it? Shu Sanli finally regained his strength. Fortunately, it was close to noon and lunchtime. The third battle would be held in the afternoon. This gave the Shu family a chance to catch their breath. This halftime break had come at the right time. Shu Sanli seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw as he led his people to rush out. During this short break, He must throw away all of his face and ask for help from the Shi-men feudal lords. Right now, only the Shi-men feudal lords could save the Shu family and turn the tide. Indeed, the wealthy class battle did not disappoint. It could even be said that it had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Suspense, excitement, drama, and substance. Everything that should be there was there. There were even legends that had never happened before. A young martial arts student had killed a stage 4 genuine force warrior and an elder of the Shu family who had been famous for dozens of years. Although the morning battle had ended, the spectators were not satisfied and did not want to leave. Most of them stayed at their seats and chatted with the people around them. They excitedly discussed the exciting events that had happened this morning. It seems that the Shu family is finished. In this family class evaluation, the challengers had won the first 3 battles and the defenders had lost. It seems that this wealthy class battle will not be an exception. That's hard to say. The Qin father and son had already fought. For the 3rd battle, no matter who goes up, they will have to fight 1 against 2. There are still many elite warriors from the Shu family who have not gone up. Haha, can't you see that in the previous 2 battles, the Shu family had already lost their spirit and spirit? I think that they would not even have the courage to fight in the afternoon and forfeit. Nonsense, the family class evaluation is related to the future of the family. How could they give up so easily? 7th, go get some food, I will stay here and watch the seats. Okay. Big brother, you must watch the seats. Our seats have such a good angle. If someone else takes it, we will not be able to watch the competition in the afternoon. Don't worry, don't even think about taking our seat. The discussion was mixed with surprise, envy, jealousy, regret, and many other emotions. These people who were watching the show seemed to be more into the show than the people involved. On the other hand, the Qin family returned to the inn in a low-key manner. Although Qin Lianshan was excited, he could still suppress his emotions as the patriarch of the family. On the other hand, Qin Xiu was overjoyed. Along the way, she praised her father and her brother. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang was extremely calm. The competition was not over yet. Even if the dust had settled and the Qin family won the wealthy class seat, it would only be natural for him to come. He had just taken the first step in a long journey. However, in the eyes of his father, Qin Lianshan, his calmness was another type of maturity and steadiness. He had won the praise of Qin Lianshan. He remembered that 3 or 4 years ago, the family had almost been destroyed. With this comparison, he felt that this happiness had not come easily. Thank God, his son had finally grown up. Chapter 56. Author's note: I have successfully entered last week's rankings. This is the 2nd update after the wee hours of the morning. The recommendation votes are also good. I hope you will keep up the good work. The more votes I have, the more motivated I will be. The later chapters will be more exciting. The main character is about to expand the map, and the more exciting plot is still to come. Please wait and see. After lunch, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. In the afternoon, the most crucial battle for the wealthy class seat would take place. It would determine the winner and the final battle to decide who would get the seat. Qin Wushuang did not sleep at all. He only sat cross-legged and meditated. His intuition as a martial artist made him feel that the battle for the wealthy class seat would not end so easily. The wealthy class Shu family had the heart of a wolf. They even coveted the humble Qin family's property. It was not their usual style to ask them to give up the wealthy class seat so easily. Even if they were struggling on their deathbed, there would be twists and turns. Qin Wushuang was not in a hurry. He waited for the wealthy class Shu to make their move. With the Qin family's current advantage, he did not need to take the initiative to stir up trouble. The wealthy class Shu family, this title would only exist before the battle in the afternoon. There was no need to take the initiative to push a decaying building that was about to collapse. It would be a waste of time. It would be a smart choice to let it fall with the flow of the general trend. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang's eyelids moved. He opened his eyes like a hawk and a wave of strange light flashed across his eyes. As expected, they had come. There were 3 of them. From the sound of their footsteps, any one of these 3 people had the strength to fight against Da Shiheng, the head of a venerable family. One of them seemed to have a higher strength than Da Shiheng. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was surprised. Then, he immediately regained his calm. For words flashed across his mind: Shimen feudal lords. It was impossible for 3 elite warriors of this level to appear in a small river county. He thought about the previous day's show of strength. It must be Shimen Qian who had secretly asked for help from his family. They had sent fresh troops. Those who had come did not come with good intentions. Father and son Qin, come out and say a few words. A gloomy voice that had been condensed with genuine qi penetrated the corridor of the inn and reached the ears of the father and son Qin. Just this ability to condense sound into a line was enough to tell the strength of this person. Even though his voice hadn't reached the level where it could be heard in one breath, and it sounded a little intermittent, but with such a cultivation, it was likely that he wasn't just in the 7th stage of the true martial realm. Was there a level 8 warrior of the genuine force among them? Qin Wushuang did not allow anyone to disturb his family. He walked out of the room and said in a low voice outside his father's door, "Father, you stay here. I'll go." After sensing for a moment, Qin Wushuang sensed that the 3 people who had arrived were already waiting outside the courtyard. There was no longer any threat in this area. Only then did he feel relieved and walk out. In the courtyard, 3 people stood in the shape of a tripod, each occupying a corner. Among them, a tall man in a black robe stared at Qin Wushuang with sharp eyes. "Who are you?" Qin Wushuang glanced around and felt a chill in his heart. The 3 newcomers all had different auras, but there was a familiar austere aura coming from them. Qin Wushuang had also experienced this aura from Cold-Blooded 11. Compared to Cold-Blooded 11, the 3 of them were even stronger, 1 stage 8 true martial realm and 2 stage 7 true martial realm. Qin Wushuang quickly recognized the situation. Inwardly, he was shocked and thought that the Shimen feudal lords were indeed full of talented people. Just these 3 people alone were enough to run amok in River County. Even if they were to kill their way into the venerable Da Shi family, they would be able to destroy the entire family. "You don't need to know who we are." The man in black robe slowly opened his mouth. His voice sounded like a ghost from the underworld. It was eerie and cold. "You only need to remember one thing. In the afternoon's wealthy class battle, the humble Qin family must forfeit. Give me a reason." Qin Wushuang did not dare to neglect. He could fight against a stage 8 genuine force warrior. However, the other party had 3 people, and 2 of them were at stage 7. This battle would not be easy. If you don't want the humble Qin family to be wiped out after the family class evaluation, then forfeit is your only choice. Or else, in 10 days, the humble Qin family will disappear from the Bayou country. Qin Wushuang could treat these threatening words as a joke when they came from the mouth of the wealthy class Shu family. However, when it came from these 3 people, he could not help but think deeply about it. Seeing Qin Wushuang fall into deep thought, that black-robed elder spoke again. "I know that you, a little martial arts student, must have encountered some fortuitous opportunities. Or else, you would not have been able to defeat a stage 4 genuine force warrior. However, I must remind you that it does not mean anything. Stage 4 of the genuine force is just the beginning. Compared to an upper-level genuine force warrior, you are nothing." Regardless of the genuine force or the power force, they were divided into 3 levels. Each level had 3 stages. Only when one reached stage 7 would they be qualified to be called upper level. Without a doubt, these 3 powerful enemies were all at the upper level of the genuine force. Thus, this black-robed man's words were full of confidence and arrogance. From their point of view, it was only natural for them to act so arrogantly. In River County, if they were threatening anyone else, even if it was the patriarch of the Daeshi family, they would most likely have to swallow their anger and agree after weighing the severity of the situation. However, the person they had met was Qin Wushuang. In both of his lives, he had never compromised and had never bowed his head to power. Qin Wushuang. After taking a deep breath, Qin Wushuang slowly raised his head and glanced at these 3 people with a determined gaze. "Have you thought it through?" The black-robed man scolded impatiently. I have thought it through. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang laughed. In his smile, there was a trace of wickedness that a young man would never have. To a grandmaster in his former world, threats and intimidation were no different than the humiliation of killing one's father and stealing one's wife. And these three people had openly boasted in front of him. How was it different from slapping his face? His head could be broken and his blood could flow. However, he could not slap his face. What you mean is, if the humble Qin family does not know how to appreciate favors, the powerful family behind the Shu family will destroy the entire Qin family. Did I understand it correctly? Qin Wushuang asked with a cold smile. You understood it well. The black-robed man sneered. Although I have thought it through, I still decided I will not give up. After he had finished speaking, Qin Wushuang suddenly activated his qi and stared at these three people with an arrogant attitude. He had a strong aura of although there are tens of thousands of people, I will go forward. 1 level 8 true martial realm and 2 level 7 true martial realm. No wonder you are the dogs of the Shi-men feudal lords. As Qin Wushuang mocked them, he had already pressed one of his hands on a stone bench next to him. He secretly exerted his strength with his palm, and with a sudden ka sound, the stone bench suddenly broke into pieces of stone chips, and collapsed with a loud bang, breaking into pieces all over the ground. I would like to see if the Shi-men feudal lords will destroy the humble Qin family first, or if I will kill Shi-men Qian first. Qin Wushuang glanced at these three people mockingly. I also have some words for you to consider. If one of my humble Qin family is injured, I will kill 10 people from the Shi-men feudal lords as compensation. If 2 people are injured, I will slaughter the entire Shi-men feudal lords. I will not rest until I die. After he had finished speaking, he sucked in and spat out the genuine qi from his palm. Then, the genuine qi wrapped around that pile of stone fragments and turned into 3 waves of strong wind that shot toward those 3 people. These 3 waves of hidden power were extremely precise and tricky. Like 3 dragons coming out of their caves, their qi was unparalleled and contained the power to swallow the wind and clouds. Inwardly, the black-robed man was shocked. When he saw such power, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. How could he dare to be careless? He immediately dodged. Those 2 stage 7 genuine force warriors were weaker than the black-robed man. Naturally, they did not dare to be careless. They kept retreating and complained incessantly. From the information they had gathered, they also knew that the Qin family had a demonic martial arts student. However, they did not expect him to be this monstrous. This time, Qin Wushuang only wanted to establish his power and did not plan to kill his enemies. After he had attacked with one move, he suddenly let out a loud roar. His roar sounded like thunder and metal colliding. Instantly, his voice spread across half of River County. After he had let out a long roar, Qin Wushuang shouted with a stern voice, I, Qin Wushuang, will put my words here. The Shu family, even if you have the Shi-men feudal lords as your support, you will not escape defeat today. From today onwards, the wealthy Shu family will no longer exist. If the Shi-men feudal lords want to stick their neck out, even if this lawsuit goes to the Zhenwu holy place, I will fight until the end. The black-robed man's expression changed. Inwardly, he cursed the son of the Qin family for being so cunning. Earlier, when Qin Wushuang had let out that long roar, he had already felt that something was wrong. Indeed, most of the people in River County had heard Qin Wushuang's voice. The emissaries of the Zhenwu holy place were not deaf. How could they not hear it? The Shi-men feudal lords were extremely powerful. They could threaten them in the dark, use dirty tricks, and use evil schemes. However, all of this was built on one premise, and that was to get rid of the Zhenwu holy place. Once the Zhenwu holy place knew about it, even the powerful Shi-men feudal lords would not dare to act rashly. Of course, Qin Wushuang knew the trick. His lion's roar message was to use the prestige of the Zhenwu holy place to intimidate the Shi-men feudal lords. If the Shi-men feudal lords wanted to stick their neck out for the Shu family, they could only bypass the Zhenwu holy place's scheme. Once this scheme was exposed and became an open conspiracy, it would be fruitless. And Qin Wushuang's roar had left no place for this scheme to hide. As soon as he had roared, it would be difficult for the emissaries of the Zhenwu holy place to not hear him. The man in black robe shouted in a low voice and called out to his companions, "We cannot stay here any longer, let's go." Reading tip. The title of this chapter is derived from Mencius's Gongsun Cho Shong. The original text is, "Since I have retreated, even if there are tens of thousands of people, I will still press forward." The general meaning is, looking back and asking myself, justice is indeed in my hands. Even if the other party has tens of thousands of soldiers and horses, I will still press forward bravely. The meaning of the title of this chapter is, as long as you are in the right, even if there are tens of thousands of soldiers and horses in front of you, Qin Wushuang will press forward courageously. We welcome all readers to come and read our latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works from Chijian Originals. Chapter 57. P.S. Today's third update. Brothers, continue to search for recommendation tickets, haha. Don't let the recommendation competition be too ugly. When he returned to the inn, his father and sister were waiting at the door with an anxious expression. When they saw Qin Wushuang had returned safely, their worries turned into joy as they welcomed him. "Wushuang, are you okay?" Qin Xiu grabbed Qin Wushuang's hand and asked with concern. "Let's talk inside." The family of three entered Qin Wushuang's room. Qin Wushuang said, "Sister, don't worry, I'm fine." Qin Lianshan asked in a serious tone, "Shimen feudal lords? Shimen feudal lords again?" He could hear that his father's tone was filled with desolation and even some fear. The involvement of the feudal lords had far exceeded his ability to bear. Even at its most glorious time, the Qin family was only a wealthy class. The difference between them and the feudal lords was not small. And now, people from the Shimen feudal lords had come one after another. Qin Lianshan could not help but worry and even waver. It's the Shimen feudal lords. But this time, compared to Shimen Qian I saw at the venerable Da Shi family, he is even more powerful. Qin Lianshan's heart skipped a beat. More powerful than Shimen Qian? Many aristocrats had witnessed how Shimen Qian ordered Da Shi hung around. In Qin Lianshan's mind, Shimen Qian was already at a level that he could not reach. More powerful than Shimen Qian, how powerful would he be? Qin Wushuang observed his father's expression and knew that his father's heart was wavering. It was not surprising. In his father's knowledge, this was far beyond his limits. "Father, since I was 3 years old, you taught me to recite the Qin family's ancestral teachings. How many years has it been since then? Those who want our family's property, we will fight back with 5 times the power. Those who want our family's status, we will fight back with 10 times the power. Those who want to destroy our family, we will fight back with all our power. We will not hesitate to destroy everything." 4 generations, the male descendants of the Qin family had recited these 3 ancestral teachings since they were 3 years old. In their lifetime, they would recite them at least 100,000 times. How could Qin Lianshan not remember? Seeing that his father did not speak, Qin Wushuang continued to speak. "The current situation is not just a fight for the family property and aristocratic status, but a fight for the survival of the Qin family. Do you know what the 3 people from the Shimen feudal lords said?" "What did they say?" Qin Lianshan's eyes flashed with anger and determination. "They said that if the humble Qin family does not give up on the wealthy class competition, they will destroy the entire Qin family within 10 days. Bang! Qin Lianshan slammed his fist on the coffee table, causing the tea set to fly everywhere. "Father, please calm down. I want to ask you, if we had truly given up on the wealthy class battle, with the Shimen feudal lords and the Shu family's ruthless nature, how could they not target us?" Qin Lianshan's expression froze, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Although his son was still young, he had already analyzed the problem thoroughly. In the current situation, regardless of whether they advanced or retreated, the enemy's situation would not change. If they continued to fight, there would be revenge. If they did not fight, the Qin would be reduced to civilians and would only be at the mercy of others. Under such a situation, what was the point of thinking about which choice to make? Qin Lianshan was a competitive person. Earlier, he had wavered because the difference between him and the feudal lords was too big. Inwardly, he could not accept this reality. After he had weighed the pros and cons, he slammed the table, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Those who want to destroy the Qin family, I will use all my strength to destroy them. Wushuang, do you have confidence in this afternoon's battle?" Qin Wushuang said leisurely, "Killing the Shu family is like killing a dog. Father, after the third battle in the afternoon, the Qin family will return to the wealthy class. It will be a celebration." As soon as he had finished speaking, Qin Wushuang suddenly smiled. "A guest has arrived." Outside the corridor, the sound of orderly footsteps approached quickly and filled their ears. "Is Patriarch Qin here?" When Qin Lianshan heard this, he realized it was that white-bearded examiner from the Zhenwu holy place. "Haha, Elder Ju, please come in." Qin Wushuang opened the door and glanced outside. He saw that behind Elder Ju, there were 24 warriors wearing the uniform of the Zhenwu holy place lined up neatly in the corridor. Each of these people had a strong body and deep eyes. At first glance, one could tell that they were well-trained warriors. Individually, each of them had the strength of at least stage 4 of the genuine force. When they moved together, they were even more powerful. "I heard that something happened here." Elder Ju faintly smiled and did not expose him. "It's only 3 clowns. When I mentioned the name of the Zhenwu holy place, they were so scared that they ran away," Qin Wushuang said with a relaxed tone. Elder Ju nodded and turned to close the door. When he walked closer, he lowered his voice and asked, "Shimen feudal lords?" "Shimen feudal lords. How strong are they?" Elder Ju asked again. "1 stage 8 and 2 stage 7. Just these 3 people are enough to slaughter the entire river county." Initially, Qin Lianshan did not know the exact strength of these people. When he heard Qin Wushuang's words, although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. Stage 8 of the genuine force? In order to establish a feudal lord family, they only needed 1 stage 8 warrior. Could it be that the patriarch of the Shimen feudal lords had come personally? Elder Ju's expression changed slightly and said thoughtfully, "The Shimen feudal lords are becoming more and more outrageous. It seems that Shimen Qian did not take manager Huang's warning to heart. To look down on the dignity of the Zhenwu holy place, it seems that the Shimen feudal lords have become arrogant in these years. There's something I would like to ask you. Tell me. That Shimen feudal lords, how many stage 8 warriors are there?" This was what Qin Wushuang was most concerned about. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. There are 4 royal territories in the Baiyu country. Each royal territory governs 8 states. Each state has 1 feudal lord family. Plus, there are a dozen feudal lords in the 4 royal cities and the imperial capital. In total, there are 40 or 50 feudal lords. Among all the feudal lords in the country, the Shimen feudal lords are ranked 5th. Their patriarch is at stage 9 of the genuine force. At least 3 of them are at stage 8. As for stage 7, I estimate there are more than 10 of them. Indeed, there were stage 9 warriors. Although Qin Wushuang had mentally prepared himself, he was still somewhat surprised. However, he was not worried. So what if they were at stage 9? Then what about the 12 great feudal lords? The 12 great feudal lords are related to stage 9 of the genuine force. Among the dozens of great clans in the country, there are only 12 who have reached stage 9 of the true martial realm. Therefore, they are collectively called the 12 great clans. This title is only to show that they are superior to the other great clans. I see. Qin Wushuang finally understood why the 12 great feudal lords were called. Elder Ju suddenly smiled and said with a strange tone, "There is still half an hour until the 3rd round. Are you going to give up on the wealthy class battle, or continue?" "Why do you say this?" Qin Wushuang was stunned. "Are you not afraid of the threat of stage 8? Qin Wushuang stared at Elder Ju. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "Elder Ju, I almost didn't see that you were trying to test us." Then, he straightened his chest and said with a clear voice, "I will say it again, after the 3rd round, the wealthy Shu family will be removed from the list. When Elder Ju heard these words, he also laughed happily and clapped his hands. Good, you are not afraid of authority and threats. You only ask for your own beliefs. This is the true nature of a real man. Wushuang, don't worry, I don't dare to boast about other things, but for this wealthy class battle, the Zhenwu Holy Place will uphold justice and create an absolutely fair competition for you. Qin Wushuang nodded, but he kept some thoughts in his mind. Elder Ju's words were worth pondering. He only said that he would create an absolutely fair competition for the Qin family and did not say anything else. As for whether the Shimen feudal lords would seek revenge after the wealthy class battle, or if the Zhenwu Holy Place would interfere, he did not say a word. Of course, Qin Wushuang did not have any resentment. It was already good that the Zhenwu Holy Place could do this. After all, it was rare for the humble class and the feudal lords to not show favoritism. Qin Wushuang was a strong-willed person. Of course, he would not go to the Zhenwu Holy Place to ask for protection. There was no such thing as a savior. He would never rely on himself for his own matters. Relying on external help was the only way out. Most of the time, it would be futile. Elder Ju did not care about what Qin Wushuang thought as he laughed. It's almost time. We are also going to the river square to maintain order. How about we go together? No need, after you. Qin Wushuang refused politely. Elder Ju looked at Qin Wushuang with admiration and walked out with a smile. Inwardly, he appreciated this young man's pride. He sighed inwardly, it's not that I don't want to help, but the water in the Bayou country is muddy. He also knew the reason why Qin Wushuang had refused to go with him. At this time, of course, the Qin family did not want others to think that they had to rely on the protection of the Zhenwu Holy Place to walk to the martial arts arena. It was a kind of attitude, a kind of confidence that only the elite warriors would have. Strangely, this kind of attitude had come from a young man. Chapter 58. Today is the fourth update. 4 updates in one day, it's a challenge. I'm a little tired, so I'm going to sleep. Please, everyone, give me the recommendation tickets. Tomorrow morning, to the readers who are still here, please give me the tickets. Thank you. I've got the wealthy class seat, and a new challenge is coming, haha. The river square was filled with noise and no empty seats were left unoccupied. Everyone raised their heads and looked forward to this final battle. They looked forward to seeing how this wealthy class battle would end and who would have the last laugh. Time passed by. The host of the Zhenwu Holy Place had arrived, and so had the Qin. Only the wealthy Shu family, who had been challenged, had yet to arrive. The incense stick had burned to the end. When this incense stick had finished burning, it would be the start of the third battle. Tens of thousands of eyes stared at that incense stick. They wanted it to burn to the end. While they were paying attention to the incense stick, they did not look around to see if the Shu had arrived. The countdown had already started, and the Shu were still nowhere to be seen. On the river square, people were already whispering in 2s and 3s. Apparently, they were angry at the late arrival of the Shu. Some of them had already started to curse in a low voice. Could it be that the 2 battles in the morning had scared the Shu? It's a disgrace to the aristocratic world to cower before the battle. What wealthy Shu, even the civilians have more backbone than them. That's right, if they had died on the stage, they would have won some applause. What is this if they don't even dare to fight? Are they just a coward? Ah, this is called a wise man submits to circumstances. What do you know? I heard that the martial arts students of the Qin are the reincarnation of spirit children. Ordinary people cannot compare to them. What is the wealthy Shu? Even the Shimen feudal lords are begging for mercy from the Qin. The Shimen feudal lords, the number 1 family in South Cloud State, how could they compromise with the Qin? Soon, this explosive news had spread among the crowd. In a moment, everyone looked at the stage with a different gaze. That gaze was full of admiration and admiration. Each of the representatives of the host of the Zhenwu Holy Place also stared at that incense stick. Apparently, they also felt strange. Why had the Shu not arrived yet? At the Shu mansion, Shu Sanli walked back and forth with a dark face. He paced back and forth with an anxious expression. He kept looking at the row of guest rooms in the corridor as if he was waiting for something. With a creak, the door of the guest room was pushed open from the inside. Shimon Chen walked out of the house with a grim expression. Shu Sanli was like a drowning man grabbing onto a straw. He hurriedly walked over and said, "Young Master Shimon, the afternoon battle is about to begin. What should we do?" Shu Sanli was out of his wits. The 2 battles in the morning had destroyed his sense of superiority, his confidence and pride. Shimen Chen asked coldly, "Shu clan leader, who are the 2 strongest people in your Shu clan?" Shu Sanli was stunned and replied, "Uncle Kai died for the family. The 2 strongest people now are Sanli and my uncle, Elder Yu. Yes, if you and Elder Yu work together, can you defeat Da Shiheng?" Shimen Chen's question made Shu Sanli feel somewhat confused. What does the competition with the humble Qin family have to do with the venerable Da Shi family? However, he was not arrogant enough to refuse Shimen Chen's question. He honestly shook his head. "I am in the 5th level of the true martial realm. Elder Yu and Elder Kai are both in the 4th level. If the 2 of us join forces, we might be able to fight against a stage 6 true martial realm martial artist. However, I heard that Da Shiheng is already at stage 7. I am afraid it would be difficult to defeat him. Young Master Shimen, what does this have to do with the 3rd battle in the afternoon?" Shimen Chen's handsome face seemed to have been hit by a whip. He said coldly, "It has a lot to do with it. You have 2 options now. Think about it. The first option, forfeit the 3rd battle and surrender." Forfeit? Shu Sanli's face suddenly changed. After waiting for a long time, young Master Shimen had given him such an option. To him, this was an option that he could not accept no matter what. He looked at Shimen Chen bitterly. "What about the second option?" "The second option?" Shimen Chen shook his head. "It's fine if you don't choose it. Please tell me, young Master Shimen." Shu Sanli insisted. Shimen Chen said with a cold tone, "The second option, you guys fight. Don't blame me for not reminding you. This is no different than throwing away your life. In the end, you can only choose one, to die standing or to live kneeling. Patriarch Shu, think about it." Shu Sanli was dumbstruck. With a face full of disbelief, he mumbled, "No different than throwing away my life. Is the Qin family really that monstrous?" "You don't believe me?" Shu Sanli shook his head painfully. "It's not that I don't believe you, but I can't accept it. The Qin family, a poor humble class, how could they suddenly become so enchanting? I don't know how they became so enchanting. However, one of the elite warriors at stage 8 of the genuine force met with the son of the Qin family. He only brought back one sentence, "This kid's strength is not below his." In fact, the black-robed man had another sentence, "It was not worth it to go against the son of the Qin family, who had risen so quickly, because of the Shu family." Of course, Shimen Chen would not say these words. In fact, he was also unwilling to accept it. The son of the Qin family had provoked him at Da Shiyu's birthday party. Shimen Chen had already given the order to kill him. However, because of the black-robed man's words, he had no choice but to make a more rational choice. Shu Sanli only felt a roaring sound in his ears as if he had been struck by lightning. He stepped back a few steps in a daze and the blood on his face seemed to have drained away. A stage 8 elite warrior of the genuine force had said that the son of the Qin family was not below him. How was all of this possible? Even if the son of the Qin family had been training since he was in his mother's womb, how could he have reached stage 8 of the genuine force in a dozen years? Not to mention Shu Sanli, even Shimen Chen could not accept this reality at first. He was an offspring of a feudal lord family and a proud son of the gods. He had the status, the bloodline, and the martial arts manuals. Indeed, he had gathered thousands of advantages. Now, he was almost 30 years old and had reached stage 6 of the genuine force. In the South Cloud state, he was already one of the top talents. Even in the entire Prince Akagi, he was worthy of being called one of the 4 scarlet talents. However, everything that had made him proud had been shattered into pieces in this little river county. A young martial arts student had made all the glory he had gained become worthless. Patriarch, it's time. All the people of the Shu family rushed towards him. They had waited for a long time in the outer hall. Naturally, they were burning with anxiety when Shusanli had not come out. The time was almost up, and the patriarch still had not come out. If they were late for this wealthy class battle, they would be in danger of being disqualified. How could they not be anxious? Shusanli was dumbfounded. As if he had been struck by lightning, he raised his head with two empty eyes and glanced at his people. His mouth moved as if he wanted to say something. However, his throat was dry and he could not speak. Patriarch, let's go, it's too late. Shu Sanli's younger brother, Shu Sihai, urged him. Elder, you also said, whether to fight or not, and who to send. Patriarch, you must make a decision. Time is running out, and the people of the family have no idea. We are anxious. These two were the ones who had the most authority. Although the other children had an anxious face, they did not dare to say a word. Shu Sanli raised his head blankly. Pass my order, all children of the family are not allowed to go out. The Shu family will withdraw from the wealthy class battle. What? Shu Sihai almost stopped talking. Withdraw. Suddenly, Shu Sanli roared, I said withdraw, do you understand? Withdraw. After he had finished shouting, Shu Sanli's entire body collapsed to the ground as if his soul had been sucked out. Patriarch, we can't withdraw. We would rather die in battle than withdraw. Yes, even if we were to lose, we must lose with integrity. Besides, it's only the humble Qin family, why should the Shu withdraw? There are no cowards among the children of the Shu family, we will not withdraw. Patriarch, previously, you were the one who taught us the attitude of the Shu family when dealing with the enemy. We will not stop until we have destroyed the enemy. Now, the enemy is waiting for us on the stage, how can we withdraw? Grievances, confusion, unwillingness, doubt, and blame all came one after another. Shu Sanli stood up abruptly and roared, a bunch of idiots, shut the hell up. To destroy the enemy, we must make sure we are stronger than the enemy. The son of the Qin family, even a stage 8 genuine force warrior, admitted that he could not win against him. Are all of you enough to defeat a stage 8 warrior? Is it enough? Blue veins popped out on his neck. Shu Sanli was also extremely angry. He could understand the anxiety of his people. However, who could understand the pain and suffering that he, the patriarch of the family, was enduring? Finally, the incense stick had burned to the end. The ashes fell to the ground and the flame was extinguished. It was time. The host of the Zhenwu holy place stood up and was about to announce the postponement of the competition for 15 minutes. He was about to punish the Shu family for being late. Suddenly, a wave of hurried footsteps came from outside the square. One of the Shu family members flew over. His face was filled with grief and indignation. He walked up the stage and whispered a few words to the host. Then, he was about to leave with a straight face. Hold on. The host stopped this Shu family member. The Shu family has given up their qualification, and they must be recognized by the Shu family members. That family member felt helpless. He lowered his head and wished he could wear a mask on his face. He announced bitterly, the wealthy class competition, the Shu family has withdrawn. The Shu family had withdrawn. As soon as these 4 words came out, the entire audience went into an uproar. For a time, boos rose from all directions like a surging tide. After settling down in the morning and waiting at noon, the emotions of these audience members had been brewing for the final battle. In the end, they had waited for 4 words, the Shu family had withdrawn. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured on their fiery mood. It had deeply hurt their feelings. Shame, this is the shame of River County. A dignified wealthy class was beaten to the point where they did not dare to fight. Such family should disappear from River County, get lost from the Shu family, get out of River County, cowards, liars, scum of the aristocratic circle, deceiving the public to gain fame, you might as well commit mass suicide. What a disgrace. The sound of reprimands, insults, and mockery entered one's ears. With a face full of dust and dirt, that offspring of the Shu family did not even dare to let out a fart. When no one was paying attention to him, he quietly escaped from the back. In the end, The host from the Zhenwu holy place came out to stabilize the situation. He shouted with full of energy, "Everyone, no need to be too harsh on the losers. Let our winner receive everyone's cheers. Next, I represent the Zhenwu holy place to announce the final winner of the wealthy class competition, Eastwood Town's Qin family." Roar. Great. Gradually, the tide of anger under the stage disappeared and was replaced by a wave of applause. Everyone clapped their hands and cheered. They cheered for the Qin family, for all the people who had fought at the bottom. They cheered for these people who did not fear power, dared to challenge, and had an indomitable spirit. Chidian website welcomes all readers to read. The newest, fastest, and most popular series are all original works at Chidian. Chapter 59. Today's update is 3 chapters. Please continue to recommend me. Qin Lianshan felt as if he was in a dream. He only felt that everything in front of him was a dream. Congratulations to the Eastwood Qin for once again becoming a wealthy class. The host's voice lingered in his ears, making Qin Lianshan realize that this was not a dream, but something that had happened in reality. And the person who had brought all of this to the Qin family was his son, Qin Wushuang. In recent years, as the family class evaluation approached, Qin Lianshan had been thinking about how to keep the Qin family's humble class seat. He had never had the extravagant hope of being promoted because he knew that with the Qin family's small population, they would not be able to improve. However, the happiness in front of him had really happened. Not only had they advanced 1 step, they had advanced 2 steps and returned to the ranks of the wealthy class. In the most glorious period of the Qin family's ancestors, they had only been a wealthy class. Qin Lianshan had worked hard for his entire life, but he had never expected to see his family return to the wealthy class in his generation. Thank God, Qin Lianshan's heart was surging with emotions. He could not help but wave his arms to greet the audience below. He could feel the heartfelt blessings from the audience. During the entire competition, he could also feel their support and encouragement. Qin Wushuang looked at his father's calm appearance. However, he knew that his father's heart was overflowing with happiness. He could understand the happiness after a long period of suppression. At this time, Qin Xiu's face was covered with tears. She had been completely washed away by happiness. She did not think about the demons or the resistance from the Shi Men feudal lords. She only knew that from today onwards, the Qin family would be a wealthy class. Her father would not be gloomy all day, and her little brother would not be bullied all day. Please come up to the stage and give your victory speech. This time, Qin Wushuang did not steal his father's limelight. He knew that his father needed this feeling of exaltation. Only this way, he could release all of the depression he had accumulated over the past few decades. Initially, Qin Lianshan wanted his son to face this moment and enjoy everyone's applause and cheers. However, he saw Qin Wushuang smile and make a gesture of "Father, please come up to the stage." Not daring to neglect, he walked to the center of the stage and cleared his throat. Then, he opened his mouth to speak. Before the family class evaluation, the Eastwood Qin had been repeatedly bullied. Many powerhouses had covetously eyed our family property and threatened us to give up our humble class seat and our family property. However, in the world of martial artists, one's blood could run dry and one's head could fall to the ground, but one's moral integrity could never be lost. The ancestral teachings of my Qin clan say, those who seek the property of the Qin clan, we will retaliate with 5 times the power. Those who seek the status of the Qin clan, we will retaliate with 10 times the power. Those who seek to destroy the Qin clan, we will retaliate with all our strength. We will not hesitate to destroy the jade and common stone. Although Qin Lianshan usually kept a low profile, when he was on the stage, his extraordinary side was revealed. When he said this, his gaze swept across the surroundings. He was like a tiger, obviously intending to intimidate. The host smiled as he watched Qin Lianshan walk down. Suddenly, he said, "The young master of the Qin family has contributed greatly to this battle. Since River County has produced such a young genius, please come up and let everyone get to know him." Qin Wushuang smiled bitterly, but he could not refuse. Behind him, Qin Xiu loved to see her little brother in the limelight and receive attention. She gently pushed Qin Wushuang and urged him, "Wushuang, go up quickly. It's your turn. Speak more." He walked up to the stage calmly and spoke in a clear voice. "Everyone, although the Qin clan keeps a low profile, it does not mean that we are easy to bully. Although the Qin clan is kind, it does not mean that we are weak. The Shu family wanted to steal our humble class seat and our property. They did not hesitate to use all kinds of despicable methods to deal with my only heir. Regardless of how you look at it, the Shu family does not deserve to be an aristocrat. They do not even have the slightest temperament of an aristocrat. The Qin family had replaced them because they were following the general trend. The Shu family's defeat was not only because of their lack of strength, but also because God had abandoned them. This is the so-called a just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. Everyone, don't you think this is the truth? The people under the stage did not have a good impression of the Shu family's cowardice. Since they were still angry, they all started to jeer. "Yes, that's the truth," Qin Wushuang said again. "As for the Qin family, regardless of whether we are a wealthy class or a humble class, we have always followed one principle: if people do not offend us, we will not offend them. If people offend us, we will pay them back 10 times over. I have a sentence that I would like to share with everyone here: one should not be arrogant, but one should never be without a backbone." Behind the stage, head butler Huang and elder Ju from the Zhenwu holy place looked at each other and nodded. From their eyes, one could see a sense of gratification and expectation. Next, it was naturally the presentation of the wealthy class plate. The moment he held the plate in his hand, Qin Lianshan could not suppress his trembling hands. To him, everything was like a dream. Even if he were to die tomorrow, he would not have any regrets. Under the announcement of the host from the Zhenwu holy place, the River County family class evaluation finally ended. However, the entire River County was still immersed in the crazed atmosphere of the family class evaluation. In the streets and alleys, in the tea houses and restaurants, everyone was discussing the same topic. That was the wealthy class challenge. When they were watching the battle at the river square, they did not have time to digest everything. Now that they had calmed down and slowly thought about it, they finally realized how miraculous everything that had happened was. Before the family class evaluation, the Qin family, which was in imminent danger and was widely believed to have lost their humble class seat, had emerged with lightning speed. The Qin family had given people a huge shock and surprise. Originally, they had been the favorite to be demoted. However, they had swept away their decline and appeared out of nowhere to challenge the wealthy class. They had won 2 rounds in a row and had defeated the wealthy class Shu family to the point that they did not dare to accept the challenge and gave up on the wealthy class seat. Before the competition, they had claimed that those who had offended the Shu family would no longer exist. The Qin family was no exception. However, in the end, not only had the Qin family offended them, they had also taken away their wealthy class seat. On the other hand, the Shu family did not even have the courage to fight all 3 rounds. Of course, it was not because the Shu family was useless. Everyone knew the strength of the Shu family. They had a Stage 5 genuine force warrior and 2 Stage 4 elders. In River County, besides the venerable Daeshi family, they were indeed the strongest family in everyone's mind. However, all of this had become history. Under the escort of tens of thousands of people, the Qin family of 3 circled the county 3 times. Of course, this was the rule of the previous family class evaluation. It was also a method used by the Zhenwu holy place to reward the victors and rope them in. Did you see? They had held back all this time and struck at the most crucial moment to seize the wealthy class seat. The Qin family is the role model for us, the lower class powerhouses. Indeed, we must admire them. You see how miserable the Qin family was before the family class evaluation. Almost everyone thought that they were finished this time. In the end, haha, the Shu family was finished. Life is truly unpredictable. Look at that girl, she should be the daughter of the Qin family's patriarch, right? Indeed, she is delicate and pretty. She has even outshone those daughters from River County. It seems that the feng shui of Eastwood Town is good for people. TSK, she is indeed full of life. I heard that Missy Qin and the eldest young master of the Daeshi family are in love with each other. Indeed, if these two were to be together, they would be a perfect match. Listening to these discussions, Qin Wushuang felt extremely moved inwardly. This was the reality. The Qin family had leaped into the wealthy class and their social status had increased. His father had become the patriarch Qin, and his sister had been called Missy Qin. The feng shui of Eastwood Town had also improved. Everything had become completely different from before. And the only thing that had changed was that they had jumped from the humble class to the wealthy class. Of course, Qin Wushuang knew that the wealthy class competition was only a small step for him in this world. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, Qin Wushuang felt a strange gaze from the crowd. He looked over and saw a graceful figure that had disappeared from the crowd in a few moments. Although he had only seen her back, Qin Wushuang immediately recognized this girl. In total, he had seen her twice. Although they had never spoken a word, Qin Wushuang had an impression of this girl. He had seen her once at the entrance of the forever flourishing jewelry store and once at the venerable Daeshi family. Both times, this girl had been next to the Yun sisters. That gaze from a moment ago was not simple. With his intuition as a martial artist, Qin Lianshan guessed that there must be more to this matter. Chidian website welcomes all readers to read. The newest, fastest, and most popular series are all original works at Chidian. Chapter 60. Today's second update. Brothers, you need to be more courageous. Since the Qin family had become a wealthy class, they had to attend many social events. On the night of the family class evaluation, the emissary from the Zhenwu holy place hosted a banquet at the River County residence. He invited all the aristocrats in the county to attend. During the banquet, the Zhenwu holy place highly recognized the content and quality of this family class evaluation. They also encouraged everyone not to slack off and to work harder to create a better situation. Overall, the situation was good and the future was bright. Of course, the main character of the banquet was the newly promoted wealthy Qin family. People from all social circles came up to toast. For a time, the wealthy Qin family had risen to the point where they could sit on equal footing with the venerable Daeshi family. Qin Wushuang was not interested in such banquets since it was not his goal. After a while of courteous socializing, they returned to the inn. Every day, Daeshi Ming brought the Daeshi matriarch to the inn to visit Qin Wushuang. In fact, the daily acupuncture work was almost the same. After finishing today's work, Qin Wushuang smiled. "Matriarch, your body's condition is beyond my expectations. Looking at your recovery speed, you will be 100% recovered in about a week. Since ancient times, heroes come from the young." Good. The Daeshi matriarch looked left and right and felt that Qin Lianshan's son and daughter were very pleasing to the eye. "Wushuang, I heard that you guys are returning to Eastwood Town in 2 days?" Daeshi Ming suddenly spoke. Qin Wushuang did not deny it. "We still have many trivial matters to take care of at home." "Then what about my grandmother's condition?" Daeshi Ming was somewhat hesitant. Qin Xiu suddenly said, "If you don't mind, you can come with us to the Qin Manor for 10 days or half a month. This way, Wushuang can also perform acupuncture for you every day." "Yes, this is a good suggestion. Would you be willing to come with us?" Qin Wushuang said with a smile. The matriarch said happily, "I've stayed in River County for too long. It's a good thing to go out and enjoy the countryside scenery. I'm not that stupid, right? I'll go. Daeshi Ming's face lit up with joy when he heard his grandmother's words. The matriarch had watched Daeshi Ming grow up and doted on him. She knew his intentions and added with a smile, "Ming, you should come with me. I am happy to help." Inwardly, Daeshi Ming was feeling very happy. Qin Wushuang saw that this group of people had ulterior motives, and felt that it was rather interesting. "Sister, you and big brother Daeshi stay here and chat with the matriarch. I will go see father. Many of these aristocrats in River County could drink. Father, don't let them get you drunk." This was actually an excuse. Qin Wushuang just wanted to create space for them. Seeing Qin Wushuang walk out, the old lady's eyes were filled with fondness. She sighed and said, "What a pity. It's a pity that Yu is a few years older. Otherwise, it would be great if Wushuang could be my grandson-in-law." This was a heartfelt sigh. The old lady had lived for 70 to 80 years, and she was very experienced in judging people. Da Shi Ming and Qin Xiu both smiled but did not answer. Ming Xiu, don't play any tricks. Grandma knows all too well what you guys are thinking. Grandma is fully on your side regarding this matter. We will think of a way to deal with your father. Whatever Shi Men feudal lords, we don't covet their power. When the Da Shi family marries a daughter-in-law, we only look at her appearance and personality. Everything else is secondary. Inside the Windy Pool restaurant, the aristocrats all came to toast Qin Lianshan. Brother Lianshan, there is a saying that a real person does not show his true colors. I am completely convinced by your Eastwood Qin family. Although they were all wealthy class aristocrats, the Chen family was known for their business. They had always paid attention to harmony and wealth. Thus, they did not make many enemies. However, they had never interacted with the Eastwood Qin family. However, this did not stop the patriarch of the Chen family, Chen Buba, from approaching them. After a few toasts, they had become brothers. This Chen Buba was a stingy person and people had given him the nickname of Stingy. However, he had another explanation for his name. He called himself Perseverance and Indomitable. Only Perseverance and Indomitable would allow one to succeed in business. Thank you, Brother Buba, this is my toast to you. Since Qin Lianshan was in a good mood, he was also very tactful. After the two drank this cup, suddenly, Chen Buba grinned, "Brother Lianshan, your Wushuang has shown off his power at the family class evaluation. I believe that not long after, the door of your Qin manor will be trampled by the matchmakers. Coincidentally, I have a daughter who is also over 14 years old. Her appearance are not bad." Qin Lianshan smacked his lips as he realized that Chen Buba was promoting his daughter. Chen Buba looked at Qin Lianshan with a smile. Apparently, he wanted him to give an explanation. Qin Lianshan was not someone who could not handle the situation. Of course, he knew how to say some polite words. He said with a smile, "As a father, I don't want to worry about my children's matters. Brother Buba, I will ask my Wushuang later and see what he wants. How about it?" Chen Buba nodded leisurely, Okay. Once Wushuang has an explanation, Brother Lianshan, please send a message to me." Inwardly, all the aristocrats at the table cursed Chen Buba for being a Philistine. Even if he wanted to promote his daughter, there was no need for him to be so proactive. Although 8 or 9 out of 10 people were thinking about this matter, the only one who dared to promote it in public was Chen Buba, the business genius. Since the wealthy class Chen had spoken, of course, the Yun family would not fall behind. Patriarch Yun Tianhao said half-jokingly, "Brother Buba, after all, your daughter is still young. Besides, she doesn't know Wushuang personally. On the other hand, my daughter has been studying with Wushuang at the Martial Arts Academy. They could be considered as childhood friends." Instantly, everyone was happy when they heard him. Good Lord, among the 3 wealthy class families in River County, 2 of them were fighting for the heir of the other family to be their son-in-law. On the surface, Qin Lianshan remained calm and only smiled casually. Inwardly, he was happy. Which father would not feel proud when his son was so popular? Chen Buba was not happy when he heard these words. Although he was smiling, his words were full of thorns. "Brother Tianhao, I heard that your daughter had a conflict with Wushuang at the Martial Arts Academy." "Rumor, it's just a rumor. Everyone knows that it was Shu Ting from the Shu family who had a conflict with Wushuang. This matter also involved my Qingyang. Because of this, I even had a big fight with the higher-ups of the Martial Arts Academy." "Haha, is that so? Brother Tianhao, how come I heard another version? They said that your daughter had brought a group of people to kick down Wushuang's door and wanted to frame him." In the end, these 2 guys had started to argue on the spot. Fortunately, Qin Lianshan came out to smooth things over. "You two, let's not talk about the past. The conflict between the Shu and the Qin family was caused by the Shu family's greed for the family property. The Eastwood Qin family has always valued harmony. Besides the Shu and Zhong families' malicious bullying, we did not have any conflicts with other powerhouses. Inside the Shu mansion, 2 coffins were placed in the middle of the main hall. Shu Sanli led the group and knelt before the coffins. Below him were the offspring of the Shu family. Each of them had a solemn expression and wept blood. Shu Sanli led his people and kowtowed 9 times. Then, he slowly stood up with a cold expression. Sihai, have you arranged the route? Patriarch, it's all arranged, Shu Sihai answered. All right, have you all memorized your respective missions and routes of retreat? All the offspring of the Shu family nodded and replied, yes, we remember. Who would regret retreating? Shu Sanli's eyes swept across all the offspring like lightning. No retreating, no regrets. The crowd was furious. Okay, remember, everything today is for the family and for survival. If the Shu family does not retreat from River County, they will be destroyed in less than half a year, Shu Sanli said eerily. But if we retreat like this, wouldn't we hurt our relatives and delight our enemies? Would we let that nouveau riche Qin family laugh at us? Thus, we are going to the Qin manor for a surprise attack. We must destroy their foundation. Humph, so what if we take the wealthy class seat? Without a foundation, the Qin clan would be a rootless tree and would not last long. Sooner or later, they will become the laughingstock of River County. Suddenly, Shu Sihai said, Patriarch, we cannot live under the same sky as the Qin family. Everyone is duty-bound to destroy their foundation. However, when we go to the Great Wu, we need to cross thousands of miles of the Great Kang Mountains and a few states. The journey is long and difficult. No matter how difficult it is, we must go. Since the Bayou country has abandoned us, why not go to the Great Wu? Elder Yu knows an aristocrat in the Great Wu and can recommend us. Elder Yu, what do you think? With a serious expression, Elder Yu nodded. No matter how dangerous the future is, we must go. If we don't go and stay in River County, the Shu family will be destroyed. The Qin family will be the first to come after us. In the past, we were the wealthy class. Although we had many enemies, no one dared to challenge us. Now, we have been reduced to commoners. You can imagine the consequences. If we don't go, we will die. If they stayed, they would die. If they went to another country, they would have a chance to survive and protect their family. To the offspring of the Shu family, it was not a difficult choice. Each of them made a blood oath and vowed to follow the family until death. They would live and die with the family. Shu Sanli nodded when he saw that the mood had been stirred up. Okay, let's go now. We will split into 4 groups. One group will go to the Qin manor and burn it down. We will destroy their ancestral house and ruin their feng shui. One group will go to the Qin family's fields and destroy their harvest. One group will go to the Qin family's shop and oil factory to set fire. One group will go to the fish pond and poison it. After everything is done, everyone will head southeast and regroup at the Skystone State near Prince Akaji. After the discussion, they prepared to depart. Chapter 61. Qin Wushuang came to the Windy Pool restaurant and drank a few rounds for his father. Then, he returned the toast. During the banquet, many former students of the Martial Arts Academy came with their parents. They were somewhat restrained in front of Qin Wushuang. With the help of the wine in their cups, they expressed their apologies to Qin Wushuang. Perhaps, the previous Qin Wushuang had some conflicts with them. However, to be honest, Qin Wushuang did not have much of an impression of most of them. Of course, he just laughed it off. In the eyes of these martial arts students and their parents, his attitude was a form of magnanimity. Inwardly, they were praising him. No wonder he was an offspring of the wealthy class. He was broad-minded. Young Master Qin. Qin Wushuang was about to go out after some socializing when a call came from behind him. Chem. He turned his head and saw that mysterious girl who had been with the Yun sisters. At that time on the street, Qin Wushuang had felt that trace of gaze from this girl. Can I talk to you in private? As if she was afraid that Qin Wushuang would refuse, she added with confidence, I promise, I have some information that you care a lot about. Qin Wushuang looked at this girl meaningfully and made a gesture to the outside, please. When they walked out of the door, there were still groups of 2 or 3 drunkards on the street. They were croaking and singing the local slang songs. When they arrived at a quiet place, that girl stopped and suddenly said, Young Master Qin, do you know that there is an invisible danger in front of the Qin family? These words came out of the blue and Qin Wushuang did not expect it. He raised his head and stared at this strange girl. Inwardly, he was trying to figure out the hidden meaning behind her words. That girl smiled lightly. Are you trying to figure out the meaning behind my words? Qin Wushuang did not deny it. Forgive me for being stupid, but I really don't understand what you mean. Okay, then I will not beat around the bush. I only need young Master Qin to promise me one thing, and I will immediately tell you everything. Qin Wushuang knew that she wanted to keep him in suspense. He would not be able to get anything out of her. What promise? Young Master Qin, don't be nervous. Of course, this promise is not asking you to kill people or set fires. Anyways, it will not harm anyone. Now, I cannot say it. In the future, if I bring it up, you cannot refuse. How about it? After that girl had finished speaking, she looked at Qin Wushuang expectantly and waited for his reply. Are you done? Qin Wushuang asked. Yes. Okay, excuse me. Qin Wushuang turned to leave. Hey. Qin Wushuang Qin Wushuang and yelled, Young Master, you, Wushuang Qin Wushuang. And I, Wushuang, Qin Wushuang, and you, Wushuang. Of Qin. Qin Wushuang suddenly stopped and laughed coldly. Ask yourself, how do you compare to the Shimen feudal lords? Shimen feudal lords, what a big name. Well, I'm not afraid of the Shimen feudal lords. What do you think I'm afraid of? The woman giggled and said, That's right, I don't have anything to frighten you. Then why don't you even listen to what I have to say? Not interested. Qin Wushuang threw down these 3 words. He felt that birds of a feather flock together. This woman was so close to the Yun sisters, so she must be the type of unruly and willful young miss. He had no interest in serving her. Qin Wushuang, stop right there. The woman suddenly clenched her teeth and shouted angrily, If you leave now, I swear on my reputation as a girl that you will regret it for the rest of your life. Qin Wushuang's body trembled. For a girl to take out her reputation as a guarantee, that was no small matter. Miss, if you really have an exclusive secret, please tell me honestly. I, Qin Wushuang, clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. I will never burn the bridge after crossing the river. As for promises, do you think you can trust the promise of someone you have never met? I believe. If it's your promise, then I will believe it. The woman lightly bit her lips. Okay, I don't need you to promise me anything. I only want you to know that this matter is very important. Please speak, Qin Wushuang said seriously. The girl nodded. Okay, according to my informants, the Shu family will soon make a big move. And for sure, they will target the Qin family. Most likely, they will make their move tonight. Although I don't know their exact plan, I am sure that they will make their move soon. Miss, where did you get this information? I have a close friend who is very close to Shu Sanli's eldest son, Shu Ju. And this Shu Ju has been acting strangely recently. From some details, the Shu family has a motive to make a move against the Qin family. Qin Wushuang's brain quickly turned. He had already started to think, if the Shu family were to counterattack, where would they start? Assassination? After the defeat on the martial arts stage, the Shu family should have realized the difference between them. Not to mention, the elite warriors of the Shimen feudal lords had also come to spy on them. Surely, they would have warned the Shu family about this. Then, Qin Wushuang's expression changed slightly. He cupped his hands in a salute. Thank you for your advice. For this favor, I will repay it in the future. That girl finally nodded with satisfaction. Sure. Just as she was about to keep him in suspense, Qin Wushuang had already left quickly. Her pink face blushed, she stomped her feet and said angrily, Really, you didn't even ask for my name, How could you talk about repaying it in the future? When she thought here, she raised her voice and said, Qin Wushuang, if you want to repay the favor, then come find me at the Redwood Martial Arts Academy. Big brother Da Shi, I have a favor to ask of you. Qin Wushuang found Da Shi Ming alone and went straight to the point. Why are you being so polite? Da Shi Ming was slightly surprised. Okay, tonight, please help me take care of my sister. Tomorrow, I will ask you to accompany your grandmother and my sister back to the Qin house. Do you have any difficulties? No. Da Shi Ming answered immediately and asked, Did you encounter any situation? I don't have time to explain, I will thank you later. When he returned to the Windy Pool restaurant, he whispered a few words next to his father's ear. Qin Lianshan's expression froze and he immediately stood up. He cupped his hands and said, Everyone, today I am a bit drunk. I will host a banquet at the Qin house some other day. Please come. Of course, we must drink this cup of wine. Brother Lianshan, nephew Wushuang, if you have time, why don't you come to my house? While Qin Lianshan was entertaining the guests, he walked towards the table of the Zhenwu holy place. When Elder Ju saw the serious expression on the father and son's face, he immediately stood up to greet them. He asked in a low voice, What happened? Elder Ju, I heard that the Shu family is about to make a big move. They are plotting to deal with the Qin family. It is easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against an arrow in the dark. The three of us have left Eastwood Town for a while. I am afraid that the Shu family will sneak into Eastwood Town and cause trouble. Elder Ju frowned slightly and nodded, Indeed, this is not a good idea. What are your plans? Qin Lianshan said anxiously, We must rush back to the Qin house in the middle of the night. If we are late, something will happen. Okay, ride 2 good horses from my place. Hurry. The father and son did not hold back and followed Elder Ju to borrow 2 horses. Then, they rushed towards the Qin house. Although the Shu family could not deal with them, they still had the ability to cause trouble at the Qin house. Everything else was easy to deal with. However, the ancestral hall of the Qin family was at the Qin house. If the Shu family attacked and destroyed the ancestral hall, Qin Lianshan would most likely feel uneasy for the rest of his life. Hurry, Wushuang, hurry up. Qin Lianshan urged, I have a bad feeling. Qin Wushuang stopped a few times along the way. Every time he got off the horse, he would grab a handful of dirt from the road and look at the dirt prints. Then, he would look at the grass and trees on the side of the road. His face became more serious as he mumbled, Indeed, a large group of people are heading towards the Qin house. Fortunately, they did not go far. If we speed up, we might be able to make it. The father and son were burning with anxiety as they galloped with all their strength. They wished they could grow a pair of wings on the horse and fly back to the Qin house. With the Shu family's ruthless nature, once they decided to take revenge, their methods would be extremely despicable and vicious. They would be even more ruthless than digging out the heart. At this time, the Qin house was brightly lit. All the servants had received the news of the Qin family's great victory. Under the command of butler Qin Sishi, they decorated the house with lanterns and colored banners. Although the Qin family did not have many direct descendants, they had a lot of servants. Plus, although the Qin family was an aristocrat, they were very kind to their servants and were very popular among them. The atmosphere of the entire Qin house was very harmonious. A Jew, these 2 big lanterns, why are they hanging one higher and the other lower? The one on the left should be a little higher. Yes, it must be symmetrical. Qin Sishi proudly commanded. He felt a sense of accomplishment as he watched everyone busying themselves. He wanted to arrange everything before his master returned home. When the patriarch returned, he would see a joyous atmosphere. Little 7, bring a long ladder to this side. Be careful, don't touch the lanterns. Monkey 6, tomorrow morning, go buy a few strings of firecrackers from the street. They must be grand and loud. When the patriarch and his family return, give them a warm welcome along the way. All right, 4th master, in the future, we will all be servants of the wealthy class. Ha ha. You little brat, are you putting on airs? Ha ha, 4th master, Don't blame me for putting on airs. The world is so cold. Do you still remember little Lee, the tofu seller in the West? Yes, you have been thinking about her for a while. Didn't her mother think you had a low status and that you were useless? What, have you made progress on this matter? Monkey 6 beamed with joy. Fourth Master, it's more than just making progress. This afternoon, little Lee came to tell me that her mother did not object to our relationship. Today, her mother asked her to come here and find me. Chin Sishi spat. What a snob. With such a mother-in-law, you will suffer in the future. Monkey 6 giggled. Fourth Master, little Lee is not snobbish. The snobbish one is her mother. I don't live with her mother, right? Nonsense. Chin Sishi reprimanded with a smile. He was happy for him, but reminded him, you can be happy, but you have to do it well. Don't delay the Patriarch's joyous event. Of course, without the Patriarch and young Master's heroic performance, how could we have a happy life? For the family, I will go in and out of water and fire. Without a doubt. While they were happily talking, suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from the Bluestone Street. The sound of horse hooves was hurried and fast, rushing in the direction of the Chin Manor. The Patriarch and the others rushed back overnight. Monkey 6 was overjoyed, but then he became distressed. I haven't bought the firecrackers, what should I do? Chin Sishi was, after all, old ginger was spicier. After listening for a moment, he shook his head. It shouldn't be the Patriarch and the others. The sound of horse hooves doesn't sound like a triumphant return. That is, suddenly, Chin Sishi's expression changed and he hurriedly called out, everyone, quickly enter the manor. Close the door and activate all the traps. The entire manor is on alert. Quick. Quick. As soon as he said these words, the people around him instantly panicked. Fortunately, the Chin family had always trained their servants well. Also, the family had specialized guards. When the order was passed down, they immediately carried it out. Bang bang bang. The doors closed one by one, closing one by one. All the traps were activated. All the family guards instantly gathered. The sound of horse hooves stopped outside the Chin Manor. Shu Sanli had personally led this group of soldiers. Besides the direct descendants of the Shu family, there were also a dozen of loyal family guards. Shu Sanli, Elder Yu, and the 3 Shu brothers were the main force of this group. Elder Yu, it seems that the Chin Manor has already received the good news. They have decorated the manor with lanterns and colored banners to celebrate in advance. Let's let them experience what it means when extreme joy begets sorrow. Shu Sanli pulled on the reins and sized the Chin Manor with a ferocious expression. His eyes were full of hatred. Chapter 62. People of the Chin family, listen carefully. The Chin family has colluded with foreign countries and deserves to die. Now, the government is investigating the case. Open the door quickly and only punish the leader. The accomplices will be spared. If you hesitate or resist, kill them without mercy. Shu Sanli's plan was vicious. He had impersonated the government and accused the Chin family of treason. Such dirty water would be a fatal blow to the servants of the Chin family. These servants were all born and raised in the Bayou country. They had never thought about betraying their country. Of course, they would be nervous when they were accused of being a traitor. Because of this consideration, Shu Sanli had used this plan to eliminate all resistance. He would rush into the Chin Manor and quickly leave after killing and looting. Elder Yu looked at Shu Sanli with appreciation and also shouted, "We will count to 10 outside the door. After 10 counts, we will attack immediately and kill without mercy." Since Qin Lianshan and his son were not at the manor, Qin Sishi was in charge of all matters. And the security was the head of the guards, Qin Lianchuan. Qin Lianchuan was not a direct descendant of the Qin family. He was Qin Lianshan's sworn brother. Although he did not have the Qin bloodline, he had become sworn brothers with Qin Lianshan and had served the Qin family for most of his life. Thus, he had changed his surname to Qin. In Qin Lianshan's eyes, he was not much different from the direct descendants of the Qin family. This Qin Lianchuan was an elite warrior at stage 9 of the power force. He had trained 4 small teams of guards. Each team had 30 people and a total of 120 people. These 120 people were the private armed forces of the Qin family. Although there was still a gap between them and those venerable and wealthy families, they were second to none in Eastwood Town. Fourth Master, are these people really from the government? Qin Lianchuan asked. Qin Cixi denied, impossible. The patriarch and young master had won the wealthy class battle and were celebrating. How could they collude with foreign countries? At this time, the government is assisting the Zhenwu holy place with the family class evaluation. How could they have time to investigate? This way, they are imposters. Qin Lianchuan looked out of the manor and rubbed his hands. No matter where they come from, Lianchuan will make sure they can't leave. Don't be reckless, the manor's safety is the most important. Qin Lianchuan nodded. Yes, I understand. He took a few steps forward and said in a clear voice, since it's the government handling the case, do you have any official documents? Do you have an official token? Outside, Shu Sanli said coldly, how dare you bargain? Aren't you afraid that your whole family will be executed? Qin Lianchuan laughed. Where did this demon clown come from? How dare you pretend to be an official? If you have the guts, come in and see. I guarantee your heads will fall to the ground. Shu Sanli saw that his threat had failed and signaled to Elder Yu. He turned around and shouted, Shu Ju, Shu Yuan, you 2 brothers lead your people and wait for the charge. Elder Yu and I will climb over the wall and whistle as the signal. Yes, father. Shu Ju and Shu Yuan hated the Qin family to the bone. Naturally, they were eager to give it a try. Shu Sanli and Elder Yu gave a light shout. The 2 of them flew off the back of their horses and leaped onto the high wall like sparrowhawks. One was at stage 5 of the genuine force, and the other was at stage 4 of the genuine force. Qin Lianchuan saw clearly that 2 figures had jumped in from the wall like ghosts. He shouted in a low voice, Archers, be on guard. Shoot within 100 step. Roar. Among the 4 teams, 2 of them were the main force of archers. Each of them was an elite archer. They were all carefully selected by Qin Lianchuan and trained harshly. Although they saw such elite warriors, they were not afraid. Fourth Master, take your people and hide in the secret room. Leave this place to us. Qin Lianchuan knew that today's matter was not simple when he saw the enemy's powerful skills. He whispered to Qin Cixi. Qin Cixi did not hesitate. He turned around and called everyone to retreat quickly. After he had ordered those people to retreat, Qin Cixi turned around and returned to Qin Lianchuan. Fourth Master, why haven't you gone? Lianchuan, take 2 of your teams and follow me to protect the ancestral house. Qin Lianchuan suddenly realized and nodded. Second team, 4th team, follow Fourth Master and listen to his orders. First team, 3rd team, take turns to shoot. Like a swarm of locusts, the arrows flew toward Shu Sanli and Elder Yu who were approaching. Although these 2 were powerful, under such rain of arrows, it was impossible for them to get close quickly. The 2 of them dodged left and right. While they avoided the arrows, they let out a long whistle and called for Shu Ju to lead his subordinates in. Under the 2-pronged attack, the people of the Shu family rushed in with endless hatred like a mad tiger. Qin Lianchuan saw that 20 or 30 people had rushed in. Each of them was agile and there were a few elite warriors at the genuine force leading the charge. Inwardly, he knew that things were not going well. First team, continue to shoot. Third team, retreat 100 steps. Cover each other and take turns to retreat. When he saw the guards of the Qin manor retreating, Shu Ju immediately waved his hand and shouted crazily, Go, kill all of the Qin family, leave no one alive. Kill, 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 whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The arrows whistled and another round of rain of arrows came. Puff, puff, puff. The people of the Shu family who did not have enough strength and were charging too fast all fell to the ground after being hit by the arrows. This time, the Shu family did not care about casualties. As long as their core disciples were not in danger, they would not care about anything. They only had one goal, kill, kill, kill. Kill all of them. Qin Lianchuan's mood was heavy. Up to this point, although his guards had not suffered any casualties, they had killed 7 or 8 of the powerful enemies. However, he could see that among the enemies, there were 6 or 7 elite warriors at the genuine force. None of these elite warriors at the genuine force had been injured. Once they had used up all the arrows, their firepower would not be able to slow down the enemy's advance. If they let these people get close and engage in close combat, it would be like wolves entering a flock of sheep. The strength of these guards was only at stage 5 or 6 of the power force. Even Qin Lianchuan, the captain, was only at stage 9 of the power force. In other words, there was not a single elite warrior at the genuine force. In close combat, they would not be able to control the situation. When he thought about this, Qin Lianchuan shouted, "Retreat to the ancestral house and protect it with your life. As long as we are here, the ancestral house will remain." Shu Sanli put his hands on his waist and observed for a while. After he understood the situation, he shouted, "Chase, kill your way into the ancestral house of the Qin family and destroy it. Let the souls of the Qin family have nowhere to go and become wandering ghost." In front of the ancestral house, Qin Lianchuan led 2 small teams and gathered with the 2nd and 4th team. Once they were in formation, they were ready for battle. These guards had been receiving the salary of the Qin family since they were young. Indeed, they were loyal to the family. Although there were strong enemies before them, none of them had the intention to retreat. Each of them had a serious expression and were prepared to fight to the death with the intruders to protect the ancestral house. Shu Sanli had already arrived with his people. He laughed proudly and looked at the ancestral house with a ferocious expression. He threatened, "If you don't want to die, then get out of the way. If you are not afraid of death, then stay." Elder Yu shouted and a steel knife appeared in his hand. He shouted, "I will lead the charge." The steel saber rolled and drew a few saber flowers. Its speed was extremely fast and it bounced into the formation of the guards. "Shoot!" Qin Lianchuan ordered. Whoosh! Elder Yu swung the steel knife from left and right and swept away all the arrows in front of him. In a few leaps, he had already approached the formation of the first team. "Long spear team, attack!" He gave another order. Shua! 30 long spears pierced from the back towards the path Elder Yu had come from. Elder Yu rolled his body and used the steel knife to protect his body. A gust of wind blew up. The blade swept across and in a flash of white light, a group of spearheads fell to the ground. Elder Yu laughed evilly and had already killed his way into the crowd. Like harvesting wheat, 5 or 6 guards had fallen on the spot. Only, these guards were extremely swift and fierce. After they had fallen, they did not stop breathing. Instead, they threw themselves at Elder Yu crazily. They either grabbed his legs or bit him. Each of them did not fear death. Elder Yu only felt his legs stiffen as 2 guards had already hugged him from both sides. With a long whistle, the blade rolled down and chopped off the 4 arms that had wrapped around his legs. He took a few steps back with lingering fear. Looking at this group of Qin guards who were like crazy tigers, he was also scared. If his legs had been hugged, he would have been stabbed by dozens of spears at the same time and become a hedgehog. "Brothers, kill them for me. Warriors at the genuine force, if you kill one, you'll earn money if you kill 2. Qin Lianchuan shouted and charged forward with a spear in his hand. Suddenly, a white light flashed in front of his eyes. Qin Lianchuan only felt a blur in front of his eyes. Then, he suddenly felt a sense of loss in his arm. In the next moment, his entire arm had been separated from his shoulder. Shu Sanli rushed in with a hideous smile and cut off Qin Lianchuan's arm with one sword. "Make them stop!" Shu Sanli shouted as he placed his sword on Qin Lianchuan's shoulder. Qin Lianchuan spat with disdain, "In your dreams. Then go to hell." As soon as he had finished speaking, he raised his arm and was about to end Qin Lianchuan's life. Suddenly, a sound pierced through the air. Whoosh! An incomparably powerful force directly bounced off his sword blade, causing sparks to fly in all directions. Shu Sanli only felt a sharp pain in the web between his thumb and index finger. Blood dripped down and he lost his grip on his long sword. Almost at the same time, a loud shout came, "Don't leave a single one of the Shu bastards alive. We welcome all readers to come and read our latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works from Chidian Originals." Chapter 63. Although Qin Lianchuan had suffered serious injuries, he became energized when he heard this voice. It's young master is back. Little brother Lianchuan, how are you? Qin Lianshan's concerned voice sounded from outside. Patriarch is also back. All the guards cheered as their morale increased. They all shouted and rushed towards the Shu family as if they had gone crazy. Shu Sanli was scared out of his wits when he heard Qin Wushuang's voice. He immediately shouted, "Run, run!" Since he had come, how could it be easy to leave? Like an arrow leaving the bow, Qin Wushuang rushed into the manor. He stepped in the air and landed among the Shu family. He attacked with his fists and palms like a lion attacking a sheep. With each punch and each palm, a Shu disciple fell to the ground. Qin Lianshan's eyes were full of anger as he looked at the Qin family's guards who had suffered many casualties. He only had one thought in his head tonight: all those who dared to invade my Qin manor must die. Shu Sanli's heart ached when he saw his people fall like a sickle cutting wheat. However, Qin Wushuang's hatred had already been ignited. How could it end so easily? Crack! Qin Wushuang had already crushed the skull of one of the Shu family members. He raised his arm and rushed towards his next target without stopping. Shu Sanli's pupils suddenly enlarged as he screamed hysterically, "No!" Qin Wushuang had already caught a person with his 5 fingers. He looked carefully and saw that it was Shu Yuan, Shu Sanli's son. At this moment, Shu Yuan no longer had the demeanor of a stage 1 genuine force warrior. Where was the heroic spirit he had shown when he killed the Qin guards? He was like a helpless little lamb that was shivering while his eyes were filled with terror and despair. His entire body trembled and his lips turned blue. Shu Yuan, right? You deserve to be called one of the 7 young masters of River Luo. Last time at the river square, you asked Zhong Yaro to die for you. Today, who can take your place? Shu Yuan's throat was grabbed by Qin Wushuang. He could not stop coughing and waved his hands to grab Qin Wushuang. However, he could not reach him. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Qin Wushuang, no. He did not feel pain when his family members died. However, his son was his blood. How could he not feel pain? Shu Sanli screamed hysterically. He waved his long sword and attacked Qin Wushuang crazily. Qin Wushuang laughed eerily. Your son is a human, but for my people, which one of them was not raised by their father and mother, are they not human? If you want to kill someone in my Qin manor, then you must be prepared to die. He crushed Shu Yuan's throat. Qin Wushuang, I will kill you. When Shu Sanli saw his son fall to the ground, he crazily rushed towards him. His long sword flew in the air, and in one breath, he slashed a dozen times. Every slash was ruthless, worthy of being a level 5 genuine martial realm martial artist. Wushuang Wushuang, Wushuang's shoes Wushuang's Wushuang's win Qin Wushuang's Qin Wushuang. These flaws were not big, but in the eyes of an expert like Qin Wushuang, they were fatal. Qin Wushuang dodged Shu Yuan Wushuang's sword and hit Shu Yuan Wushuang's arm with his elbow. Shu Yuan Wushuang felt as if his whole body was hit by lightning. His hand went limp. His long sword had fallen into Qin Wushuang's hand and was placed on Shu Yuan Wushuang's neck. Qin Wushuang shouted, "Uncle Lianchuan, was this bastard the one who cut off your arm?" Qin Lianchuan was stunned and said with hatred, "Yes, it was this bastard." "Good." Qin Wushuang shouted and smiled evilly. With a flash of green light, he waved his 2 swords at the same time. The 2 swords intertwined into a beam of sword light. It circled left and right and chopped down. Shu Yuan Wushuang dodged in a hurry. He did not know that Qin Wushuang's swords were so fast that Shu Yuan Wushuang could not understand them. Blood flashed. Where Qin Wushuang's sword fell, 2 arms flew into the air. Qin Wushuang gave a long whistle. "Uncle Lianchuan, are you satisfied with both principle and interest?" Although Qin Lianchuan's wounds were painful, he laughed. "Yes, yes." Shu Yuan Wushuang was in great pain. Losing his arms, he could not die immediately. He fell to the ground and spasmed. Qin Wushuang, with a sword in his hand, was like a tiger that had grown wings. He killed people like flies. He rushed to Elder Yu and shouted, "Old man, You have killed a lot of people, right? Elder Yu knew that he would not survive, but he still rushed forward and shouted, Shu Ju, Shu Ting, run. Shu Ju and Shu Ting were anxious when they saw their father and brother killed. When they heard Elder Yu's shout, they suddenly remembered their family's safety plan and ran out. Qin Wushuang sneered. He moved his feet and kicked with the tip of his foot. 2 sharp blades were lifted from the ground. He activated his genuine qi and shot them directly. Don't underestimate these 2 kicks. They looked simple, but the power of the kicks was no less than the power of a strong bow. How could the speed of the 2 escape be as fast as the speed of the blades? Before they could understand what was going on, they heard 2 crisp pu sounds. Sharp blades pierced through their chests from their backs. The powerful force pushed their corpses forward and nailed them to the ground. Qin Lianchuan covered his broken arm with one hand and looked at all this in shock. His face was full of disbelief. He had fully experienced the ferocity and strength of this group of enemies, especially those killed by the young master. They were all strong warriors of the real martial arts realm. Even the collective arrows of the archers could not hurt them. But such strong warriors, in front of the young master, were like chickens meeting an eagle. They could not resist at all except for running away. He killed more than a dozen people with a raise of his hand. Almost all of them were killed in one move. They fell and died when they were hit. There was no luck. After the strong warriors of the real martial arts realm were eliminated, the pressure on the guards of the Qin Manor was greatly reduced. They fought with more people and cut the Gordian knot. They cut the Shu clansmen and the corpses into pieces. Elder Yu did not produce any miracles. Although he fought with all his might against Qin Wushuang, he could not stop Qin Wushuang from killing people at all. The more desperate he was, the more flaws he had. Elder Yu was already inferior to Shu Sanli. In front of Qin Wushuang, he naturally had no room to resist. Qin Wushuang also attacked with 2 swords. It was almost the same as when he dealt with Shu Sanli. Elder Yu's arms were separated from his shoulders. When Elder Yu fell, the elite troops of the Shu clan were all killed. The rest of the weak soldiers and crab generals were annihilated in an instant under the attack of the guards. The battle was almost over in less than a quarter of an hour. However, the tragic situation of the battle made each of the guards feel a lingering fear. Each of them looked at Qin Wushuang with admiring eyes. Initially, they had held the belief that they would die for their family. They never thought that the person who saved them from the fire and water was the young master who had been bullied by others in River County. Looking at the corpses and blood on the ground, the guards were speechless. They cleaned up the corpses of their companions in an orderly manner. To the people of the Shu family, they hatefully stabbed them twice. Patriarch Qin. Spare me, spare me. Qin Wushuang glanced over with surprise when he heard this extremely discordant begging voice. How could it be him? This person begging for mercy was Go Sheng, who had come with Shu Sihai and Jin Buyi to the Qin Manor. This guy relied on his mouth to make a living. How could he come here with the Shu family? Go Sheng. Qin Lianshan also recognized this person in the dark. It's me, Patriarch Qin, Brother Lianshan, it's me. Go Sheng had a sad face. He wagged his tail and begged for mercy. He only wanted to live. Mr. Go, are you here to show the Qin family the way out? Or are you here to hit me when I'm down and spit on my face? Qin Lianshan recalled a few years ago when Go Sheng accompanied Shu Sihai to visit him. They were arrogant and insufferably arrogant as they threatened him. Qin Lianshan had been suppressing this anger in his heart for a long time. Go Sheng's face was pale. He immediately kowtowed. Brother Lianshan, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. It's Shu Sanli, he kidnapped me. Kidnapped you? Qin Wushuang walked over with a cold smile. Do you have the capital to be kidnapped by Shu Sanli? I'm afraid that you followed him to the Qin Manor, right? I'm innocent, I'm innocent. Go Sheng said that he was innocent, but inwardly, he was complaining. As Qin Wushuang had said, he was a slave who relied on his mouth to make a living. How could Shu Sanli kidnap him? It was just that he was worried that the Qin family would find trouble with him, so he insisted on following the Shu family. Qin Lianshan said, "Wu Shuang, don't talk nonsense with him, just kill him." Go Sheng was scared out of his wits as he immediately said, "No, no, no, don't kill me, I have important information." "What information?" Qin Wushuang grabbed Go Sheng with his hand and said coldly, "If the information is valuable, I will spare your life. If it's nonsense, humph." "It's not nonsense, definitely not." Qin Wushuang said lightly, "Speak." Go Sheng immediately said, "The Shu family wants to rebel against the Baiyu country and rely on the Great Wu." "What else?" Qin Wushuang felt that this Go Sheng had more to say. "People of the Shu family will split into a few groups to destroy your family's land, fish pond, shops, and oil mill." Qin Wushuang glared angrily. Indeed, he felt that only 10% of the people of the Shu family had survived. Apparently, they had split into a few groups. "Come, tie up those who are not dead," Qin Wushuang ordered. Those who were not dead were Go Sheng, Elder Yu, and Shu Sanli, who had lost both of their arms. Qin Wushuang did not kill Shu Sanli not because he was merciful, but because he had other intentions. He still had more vicious moves. "Father, the land is a remote place. It's also the biggest property of the Qin family. If I rush there, I should be able to make it." "Okay, Wushuang, be careful when traveling at night. I will take people to attack the shops and oil mill. If we can't make it, we will put out the fire. Hopefully, we can reduce the loss. The fish pond and the land are on the way. You should take care of them. If you can't make it in time, the Qin family can bear the loss." At this crucial moment, Qin Lianshan showed the temperament and responsibility of a patriarch. He ordered, "Half of the guards stay here to protect the mansion. The other half, come with me." Qin Wushuang rushed to Qin Lianchuan's side. "Uncle Lianchuan, stop the bleeding first and protect your broken arm. I will think of a way to reconnect it later." He moved his fingers and sealed the acupuncture points on Qin Lianchuan's shoulder, armpit, and back to prevent excessive blood loss. After finishing these, Qin Wushuang gave a long whistle. His body shook and he rushed out of the mansion. He flew away and disappeared without a trace. Qin Lianchuan and the group of guards were dumbfounded. P.S. Haha, let me tell you, when the author writes, he only writes for those readers who like to read. If they don't like it, they will scold him. That's not right. If this book is not to your taste, just change it. There are tens of thousands of works in Chidian. Is this not enough? There are so many physical bookstores. Since ancient times, there are countless works. There must be something you like, right? It's your right to read whatever book you want. It's also the author's business how to write the book. Don't mess around and interfere with each other. If everyone wants to teach the author how to write the book, it will take a lot of brainpower. Haha. Also, today's recommendation votes are not very good. Of course, it's also related to my new chapters. Today, I only released 2 chapters. How about this? I will continue with 3 chapters tomorrow. Brothers, give me your votes. Chidian Chinese website welcomes all readers to read. The newest, fastest, and most popular works are all at Chidian Originals. Chapter 64. P.S. The title of the first 2 chapters was, in fact, a pledge to defend to the death. I don't know how the title became a defense. And it could not be changed. It seems that the starting point only recognizes this defense, and not that Han who was responsible for the drought. It's good that everyone knows this. Today, I will crazily pull recommendation votes. Yesterday's recommendation votes were the lowest of the week. Today, I will update 3 chapters. Let's see if the recommendation votes can recover. A group of about 15 or 16 people were on the outskirts of Eastwood Town. Apparently, these people were not familiar with the terrain as they ran around randomly. From time to time, the farce of horse hooves falling into the paddy fields would occur. Master 4, let's not go the wrong way in this godforsaken place. One of the Shu offspring held a torch and shone it in front of him. He looked at the paddy fields that stretched as far as the eye could see. This is a flat land. How could we go the wrong way? Shu Sihai berated. That offspring twitched his mouth and did not dare to answer. Inwardly, he muttered that although this place was flat, it could not be called a flat land. It would be best if the horse did not lose its hooves. Everyone, be on your guard. Don't let the horse hooves fall. Shu Sihai reminded them, according to the map Go Sheng gave us, the Qin family's fields should not be far ahead. Although Shu Sihai was stubborn, inwardly, he was regretting it. If he had known, he would not have chosen this path. At that time, he thought that it would be easier to escape by choosing this road in the outskirts. And even if the people of the Qin knew about it and rushed back, he would not be the first to be attacked by them. It was a good plan. However, he did not expect that the road conditions in this area were not suitable for horses to race. This way, their speed was obviously affected. I wonder how the Patriarch and the others have completed their mission. With the Patriarch and Uncle Yu making a move, the Qin manor should be easy to break. I must speed up. Perhaps, they have already completed their mission. I cannot fall behind on my side. Shu Sihai thought and urged again, everyone, let's work harder, we are almost there. Whoever slacks off and drags us down, that person would be a great sinner. At this time, one of the clansmen who was walking at the back of the team ran over while panting and yelled, Master 4, Little Xiong is missing. Missing? Where did he go? Shu Sihai could not understand. There were only a dozen people in the team. How could someone disappear? I don't know. The clansman replied in shame. You don't know? Shu Sihai's eyes widened. The road was flat, but you don't know where he went. Do you know when he went missing? This. I don't know either. The clansman's head drooped almost to his crotch. Trash. Shu Sihai cursed and jumped down from the horse's back. He must have fallen asleep in some ditch. Let's go back and look for him. In the Shu family, Xiao Xiong could be considered a promising young disciple. At this critical juncture, the family had to double the protection of such a young man. When they heard that they had to turn back, everyone was a little unhappy. However, they had no choice but to turn back. He walked back for a while, but he didn't see a single soul. Shu Sihai was not an idiot. He faintly sensed a hint of uneasiness. He waved his hand and shouted, Don't look for him. Everyone stay alert and keep an eye on each other. Don't stray too far from your companions. When the Shu clan's people heard Shu Sihai's words, they were also shocked. They vigilantly looked around in the dark night. It was as if there was a ghost hiding in the night, taking people's lives. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. After walking for a while, someone suddenly shouted, Allah is missing. It was another lonely horse. There was no one on the horse's back. There was no one around. There wasn't even a trace of human activity. No matter how Allah disappeared, no matter how Shu Sihai interrogated, these people still had no idea. How he disappeared, when he disappeared, they had no idea. Shu Sihai couldn't hold it in anymore. The horsewhip in his hand swayed in the air. He roared, Who is pretending to be a ghost here? If you have the ability, come out and fight with real swords and spears. No matter how he shouted, the surroundings were still quiet. Other than the sound of the night wind rustling the rice and wheat, there was only the monotonous chirping of insects. Coward, coward. Shu Sihai scolded to himself, keep moving forward. I don't believe it. Is there really a ghost? With great difficulty, the road ahead became wider. The group of Shu clansmen spurred their horses and galloped forward madly, as if there was really an evil spirit behind them that wanted their lives. After running at full speed for about a quarter of an hour, the terrain and the map gradually matched. Stop. Shu Sihai waved his horsewhip and picked up the map again to compare. This should be the place. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, a chill came from his back and all the hair on his body stood up. His intuition told him that something was wrong. He didn't have the courage to look back. However, he had to look back. When he looked back, Shu Sihai almost fell off his horse. 1, 2, 3, 4, all the horses followed behind him, safe and sound. Not a single one was missing. However, the person sitting on the horse had disappeared from the face of the earth. It was as if all of a sudden, these people had all disappeared from this world silently. Where are they? Shu Sihai's forehead began to sweat. His eyes wandered around, trying to catch some clues. He knew that he was in trouble, and this trouble was quite big. Like a bluff, he waved his horsewhip a few times and roared, Who did it? Whether it's a person or a ghost, show your face. I, Shu Sihai, am not a good man to be afraid of you. Although he said so, the fear in his heart couldn't be concealed by a few words. You're not afraid. That's good. At some point, a cold voice sounded in front of Shu Sihai. Shu Sihai hurriedly turned back, only to see a blur in front of him. This person was tall and handsome, but he was not old. His pair of starry eyes looked particularly deep in the night sky. He crossed his arms and looked at Shu Sihai as if he was looking at a dead man. Shu Sihai sucked in a breath of cold air and said, It's you? It's me. You. Why are you here? Why are you here? Of course, this person was Qin Wushuang, who had rushed here quickly. He asked leisurely. Qin Wushuang was familiar with the terrain and it didn't take him much time to rush here. He had an idea and teased Shu Sihai. One by one, like harvesting wheat, he harvested all of Shu Sihai's followers. Shu Sihai was at a loss for words. He roared, Why do you care why I'm here? Go to hell, kid. You want to use force? Qin Wushuang sneered and reached out to grab the horsewhip. Shu Sanli can't use force, and you can't either. After that, he exerted his strength and casually pulled Shu Sihai off the horse. He stepped forward and stepped on Shu Sihai's chest. The horsewhip wrapped around Shu Sihai like a rice dumpling. He threw him onto the back of the horse and led the group of horses towards the direction of the Qin's fish pond. If the people of the Shu family had such a hard time finding the Qin family's fields, then the fish pond would be even more remote. Most likely, those people were still lost. On the streets of Eastwood Town, flames were everywhere. The people of the Shu family had successfully set all the shops of the Qin family on fire. The flames soared to the sky. Just as they were about to set the oil mill on fire, they suddenly heard a large group of people coming from the Qin manor. The leader of the Shu family was only a stage 2 genuine force warrior. When he saw Qin Lianshan leading the group, he was already scared. He immediately ordered his people to retreat and did not want to fight. Fortunately, Qin Lianshan had already planned to put out the fire. When he saw the flames, he immediately ordered, cut off the supply and stop the fire from burning. If it's already burning, let it burn. There's no need to save it to avoid hurting people. As long as nothing happened to the Qin family's ancestral house, Qin Lianshan was already very relieved. He could still bear the loss of the shops. He sent some people to take care of the oil mill. Someone had already reported back, Patriarch, the oil mill is safe. It was not attacked. Qin Lianshan nodded, good. Immediately, he ordered his subordinates to cut off the supply. The non-armed members of the Qin family had also finished organizing and rushed to put out the fire. The Qin family had a lot of servants. Plus, the Qin family had always had a good reputation. When the neighbors saw the shop on fire, they all carried basins and buckets to help. The news of the fire at the Qin family's shop had spread from house to house. Instantly, it had shocked the entire Eastwood town. People rushed out of their homes spontaneously. When Qin Lianshan saw this scene, the rim of his eyes became slightly wet. Hurry, put out the fire, put out the fire. At this time, another group of people ran over from the opposite street. Apparently, this group of people were well trained and were 100 times stronger than ordinary people. They were the other humble class of Eastwood Town, the Hu family, which was also the family that Hu Xian belonged to. This was a signal, an obvious signal. The Hu family had recognized the Qin family's absolute position in Eastwood Town. They had already decided to follow the Qin family's lead. Therefore, no matter how big the fire was, it was finally put out. Qin Lianshan looked at this bustling scene with gratitude. He cupped his hands and said, "Everyone, I can't thank you enough. I will remember this favor. In the future, I will host a banquet at the Qin manor. I hope all of you will come. Roar. Long live the Qin family." In the sky above Eastwood Town, cheers rose to the sky. I wonder how Wushuang is doing. Qin Lianshan thought silently. We welcome all readers to come and read our latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works from Chidian Originals. Chapter 65. Dawn gradually appeared in the east. The rising sun broke the silence of dawn and drove away the darkness from the entire world. A new day had arrived. Qin Lianshan did not sleep for the entire night. He led a large group of people and waited at the door. On the street at dawn, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from afar. The Qin family cheered, "Young master, it's young master. Young master is back." Qin Wushuang took the lead and a total of 30 horses followed behind him. Each horse had a person tied to it. Of course, these people were the children of the Shu family. And they were all alive. It was not that Qin Wushuang did not know how to kill people. He had his reasons for keeping these people alive. Qin Wushuang got down from the horse when he arrived at the street. This was his respect for his father and his people. After a night of fighting, these people were still waiting at the door to welcome his triumphant return. They deserved Qin Wushuang's respect. "Father, I did not disappoint you." Qin Wushuang smiled as he walked in front of Qin Lianshan. His expression was so relaxed that one could not see any fatigue or tiredness from running around. It was as if he had just rested at home and had just returned from his morning exercise. 2 groups of people from the Shu family, a total of 31 people, are all here. Qin Lianshan was overjoyed. "Good, well done, good." Behind him, there was a round of applause. The joy and admiration of the people came from the bottom of their hearts. From their faces, one could not see any fatigue or dissatisfaction. Instead, one could only see eagerness, pride, and hope. The Qin family had returned to the wealthy class. This meant that from now on, they would be the guards of the wealthy class. Their status and position would rise. Inside the secret room of the Qin family, Go Sheng's mentality had almost collapsed. Under Qin Wushuang's pressure, his sweat had already covered his face. Qin Wushuang did not say anything. He only smiled and held a cold dagger in his hand. He kept heating it above the candle flame. There were 2 blades on both sides of the dagger, and the edge of the blade emitted a strange blue light. Every inch of Go Sheng's skin had goosebumps, and his hair stood on end. He didn't know what this son of the Qin clan was trying to do. Finally, his psychological defense completely collapsed. He cried in pain and begged, "Young Master Qin, please forgive me. I, Go Sheng, have eyes but failed to recognize gold and jade. It was me who looked down on you, it was my mouth that was cheap. Please slap me, hit me." Qin Wushuang smiled and did not say anything. He only raised his head and glanced at Go Sheng. A faint and strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Young Master Qin, I know you have your reasons for not killing me. If there's anything you need me to do, please don't hesitate to tell me. This lowly one will go through water and tread on fire for you." Qin Wushuang slapped his thigh and said, "Good, that's the point. I got this dagger from Shu Sihai. It's coated with poison. If I make a light cut on your body, you'll tremble all over and foam at the mouth. You'll convulse for 3 days and 3 nights before you die. Do you want to try?" "No, don't. Young Master Qin, what do you want me to do?" "I will do it immediately. I promise you will be satisfied and will not lose the face of the wealthy Qin." "Yes, you said that the Shu had escaped through the night to seek refuge with the Great Wu and betrayed the Baiyu country. Is this a lie? Or is it true?" It's true." Go Sheng immediately said, "I would not dare to lie about this. Earlier, the Shu were only a wealthy class. They did not have enough experience to betray the Baiyu and seek refuge with the Great Wu. Could it be that they don't have a deeper background?" Qin Wushuang guided him patiently. Go Sheng said with a long face, "Indeed, I don't know." "You don't know?" Qin Wushuang's face darkened. "You don't know this, you don't know that. It seems that keeping you alive would be a waste of food and have no other use." When Go Sheng heard that something was wrong, he immediately begged for mercy. Young Master Qin, Please let me think, please let me think. Qin Wushuang smiled evilly. Think carefully, you don't have much time left. Go Sheng was a smart person. After a moment of thinking, he knew Qin Wushuang's intention. He probed, I remember that during the family class evaluation, Shi Men Qian of the Shi Men feudal lords had stayed at the Shu mansion. I don't know what kind of shady business he was up to. You don't know what kind of shady business he was up to? You really don't know? Qin Wushuang leisurely raised the dagger in his hand and waved it in front of Go Sheng. I remember. Go Sheng was scared out of his wits as he immediately cried out, according to my information, the Shu had sought refuge with the Great Wu. The people of the Shi Men feudal lords were the ones pulling the strings. Why would the Shi Men feudal lords pull the strings for the Shu? This. Just as Go Sheng was hesitating, he saw murderous intentions flashing in Qin Wushuang's eyes. Inwardly, he cried out bitterly and did not dare to hesitate. It seems that the Shi Men feudal lords also planned to betray the Baiyu. They wanted the Shu to test the waters and build a foundation there. Qin Wushuang still did not seem satisfied as he shook his head. Motive? What motive is there? In the Baiyu country, the Shi Men feudal lords are one of the 12 great feudal lords. They hold a high position and power. What motive would they have to betray the Baiyu? Beads of sweat emerged from Go Sheng's forehead. Of course, he understood that Qin Wushuang was guiding him to frame the Shi Men feudal lords. He was also afraid that the Shi Men feudal lords would seek revenge. However, at the moment, it was a matter of life and death. If he did not answer properly, his head would be separated from his body. He had seen with his own eyes how the son of the Qin family had killed the Shu people. If the son of the Qin family wanted to kill Go Sheng, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Motive. Go Sheng kept thinking. Suddenly, he had an idea and immediately said, the Great Wu is the same as our Baiyu. They are both middle-ranking subordinate countries. Between the two countries, they had always fought against each other. There were many conflicts and they were like fire and water. For a few hundred years, the two countries had used all kinds of methods to annex each other. The Shi Men feudal lords should have secretly reached an agreement with the royal family of the Great Wu. After they had succeeded, the Great Wu would expand its territory and increase its resources. It would rise to become an upper-ranking subordinate country. And the Shi Men feudal lords would also be conferred the title of royal family and rule over the territory of the current Prince Akaji. Qin Wushuang clapped his hands and laughed. No wonder he relied on his glib tongue to make a living. This Go Sheng was really able to tell lies the moment he opened his mouth. For such a person, killing him would only dirty the knife in his hand. However, if he used him well, he would be a mad dog that could bite people. And with one bite, it would penetrate deeply into the bones. All right, since you've done well, I'll spare your life for now. You should reflect on what is the smartest choice you can make here. Right now, the Qin family does not lack status, we only lack a dog that can bite people. Ordinary people could not fulfill the responsibility of this dog. Hint, Go Sheng immediately understood the hint in his words. He immediately threw himself to the ground and swore to the sky, Young Master Qin, I am willing to work for you. You? Qin Wushuang asked with a cold smile, can you do it? Yes. From today onwards, I am the most loyal dog of the Qin family. I will bite whoever the master wants me to bite. Who doesn't know how to say beautiful words? Qin Wushuang said lightly, of course, if you truly want to be the Qin's running dog, you must do a few beautiful things. Just treat it as a trial period. Yes, what do you want me to do? As for the specifics, just wait for orders. The principle of being a dog is to always listen to the master's orders. Do not act on your own, and do not act smart. You must not betray your master. Can you do it? Yes. If you are smart enough, I believe you can do it. Again, if you work for the Qin family wholeheartedly, I promise you a lifetime of good food and drink. People will flatter you both in front and behind of you. If you harbor any thoughts of betrayal, as soon as I move my finger, you will not be able to protect your entire family. Using both kindness and power was the only way to control subordinates. Now, Qin Wushuang had already displayed his strength and enough power. And since the Qin family had become a wealthy class, no one would dare to doubt his words. I swear that I will follow the Qin family wholeheartedly. If I have any second thoughts, let the heavens and earth destroy me, let 10,000 arrows pierce my heart, and let my entire family die without a burial place. Go Sheng was smarter than a monkey and had his own way of judging people. From his observation of Qin Wushuang, he had already seen that this young man had a limitless future. So what if he was from the Shimen feudal lords? For a young martial arts student, even a stage 8 of the genuine force would not dare to say he could beat him. Where was his limit? How could the Shimen feudal lords compare to his future? After dealing with Qin Wushuang this time, Go Sheng had fully experienced this kid's methods. It could be said that he, Go Sheng, had been completely subdued by Qin Wushuang. Naturally, such a figure held an extremely high position in Go Sheng's heart. Such methods, such shrewdness, and such temperament, Go Sheng had never seen such things from any of the aristocratic patriarchs in River County. Even that Shimen Qian from the Shimen feudal lords, who claimed to be the number one among the younger generation in South Cloud State, paled in comparison to this kid. For sure, this kid was not an ordinary person. Chapter 66. P.S. Today's third update, vote, haha. Indeed, Go Sheng was a qualified dog. At least in terms of biting people, he had shown the fighting power of a fighting dog. After he had planned and packaged the news of the Shu family's betrayal and escape to the Bayou country, he had spread it to the outside world. The government of River County immediately sent people to the Qin Manor to hand over the criminals. From the Shu family's patriarch, Shu Sanli, to the servants, there were a total of 32 survivors. More than 20 had died. There were also 16 people who had escaped after setting fire to the manor. Overnight, the wealthy Shu family had lost their glory and became prisoners. And they were prisoners that would die without a doubt. On the bodies of the Shu family, they had found letters from the patriarch and elders of a feudal lord family in the Great Wu. They had also found a map of the escape route. These were all material evidence. They had besieged the wealthy Qin manor and maliciously attacked the aristocrats of the Bayou country. The entire Qin family was a witness. With all the evidence and witnesses, naturally, the government did not need to waste any effort to solve the case. After a few rounds of torture, the spineless offspring of the Shu family had already confessed everything. They had revealed all the big and small problems. The government of River County immediately sent out an official letter to all the states of Prince Akaji. They requested the local government to cooperate and capture the traitors. This way, the people of the Shu family had nowhere to hide. Plus, their escape route had been revealed by their own family members. The government had pulled a cloth bag and they had crawled into it. All the remaining members were captured and brought back to River County. After a few rounds of questioning, the case had come to a conclusion. Soon, the file had reached the emperor's imperial desk. For normal crimes, the state government had the right to decide. However, for this kind of treason, they needed to submit it to the emperor for approval. Of course, this kind of treason was the most sensitive. The emperor looked at it and carefully considered it. He found that the evidence was conclusive and there was no suspicion of wrongdoing. Naturally, he was furious and waved his imperial brush, beheading without mercy. Then, he issued an imperial edict and ordered Prince Akaji to conduct an investigation. Especially those families that had a close relationship with the Shu family, they must be interrogated strictly. Overall, he would not wrongly accuse any innocent person, but he would not indulge any of his accomplices. Regardless of the changes in the outside world, Qin Wushuang sat firmly in the Qin manor. Every day, besides practicing martial arts, he would perform acupuncture for Matriarch Da Shi. Apparently, Matriarch Da Shi liked the peace and quiet of the Qin manor. For Da Shi Ming, under such circumstances, he was like a fish back in the water. Plus, with a beauty by his side, he was so happy that he did not want to go home. As Qin Wushuang patrolled every day, He kept thinking about the devil his sister had described. If this devil was still spying on them in the dark, then Da Shiming, who was always at the Qin Manor, would definitely be the target of the devil's attacks. For many days in a row, nothing happened. The government and the Zhenwu Holy Ground had people coming to the Qin Manor every day to collect evidence and comfort them. It was obvious that the Shu family's treason had not stopped. Wushuang, can my arm really be healed? Now, Qin Lianchuan was extremely impressed by his nephew. Uncle Lianchuan, how could it only be healed? Qin Wushuang revealed a bright smile. These days, he had been using Shen Qi to examine Qin Lianchuan's body function. He found that Qin Lianchuan's body function was extremely strong. His meridians, bones, and muscles had all reached a perfect state. Wushuang, what do you mean? Uncle, you also saw it. With just a few people from the Shu family, they were able to put our Qin Manor in danger. In the end, the Qin Manor needs more elite warriors. Elite warriors. Qin Lianchuan chewed on these words and felt a trace of shame. As the person in charge of the guards, he was only at stage 9 of the power force. Compared to the real elite warriors, his strength was not enough. Suddenly, Qin Lianchuan seemed to have read something from Qin Wushuang's smile. His expression froze, and he looked at his increasingly mysterious nephew with surprise. He said with a serious tone, Wushuang, could it be, uncle, you guessed right. What the Qin Manor needs is not only a group of guards, but also an army of tigers and wolves. Not only must they have the spirit of tigers and wolves, but they must also have the ferocity of tigers and wolves, and have the fighting power of tigers and wolves. And Uncle Lianchuan, you are the best candidate to be the leader of this group of tigers and wolves. Me? Qin Lianchuan's gaze inadvertently stopped on his broken arm, and he smiled bitterly. Wushuang, I am loyal to the Qin Manor. But in this lifetime, I'm afraid. Qin Wushuang laughed. Uncle, if I remember correctly, you are only 42 this year, right? There is still a long way to go in this lifetime. How about this, after lunch, gather all the guards and gather at the martial arts practice field. I have something to say. Although he didn't know what Qin Wushuang was planning, after the battle with the Shu family, everyone in the Qin Manor worshipped Qin Wushuang as their only successor. Since Qin Wushuang had spoken, Qin Lianchuan would naturally do as he was told. He watched his nephew's back as he left. His every action and every word had an unimaginable calmness, composure, and mysteriousness that even his uncle couldn't figure out. In short, Qin Lianchuan was happy for his brother. Big brother Lianshan had a descendant. When he returned to his room, Go Sheng had been waiting outside for a long time. Young master. When Go Sheng saw Qin Wushuang, he hurriedly went up to greet him with an attentive face. How's the matter I asked you to do? I've already spread the news through various channels. No one knows, no one knows. I can guarantee that no one will suspect that the news came from our Qin Manor. Go Sheng was very smart. He knew that not being arrogant was the basic propriety of a subordinate. Thus, he only stated the facts without any expression of exultation. Qin Wushuang saw this and nodded lightly. Yes, this matter is well done. Right, in the Qin Manor, don't call yourself a lowly person all the time. Just call yourself a subordinate. I need people who can do things, and not people who only talk pretty. Inwardly, Go Sheng was overjoyed when he heard these words. He knew that his position in the young master's eyes had changed. At least, from being a dog in the beginning, he had now returned to being a human. This was a good start. Inwardly, Go Sheng was grateful. He could see that although the young master was strict, he knew when to stop and would not look down on his subordinates. Young master, since the Shi men feudal lords did have a close relationship with the Shu during the family class evaluation, why don't we use this opportunity to bite them to death? Go Sheng still did not understand. The young master had asked him to spread rumors that the Shu were only the vanguard of the Shi men feudal lords. In fact, it was the Shi men feudal lords who had colluded with the Great Wu. All the rumors, such as how the Great Wu had promised the Shi men feudal lords the title of king, the entire Redwood royal territory, and how the Great Wu wanted to annex the Bayou country to upgrade to an upper subordinate country. In fact, those rumors were fabricated by Go Sheng in a hurry. Do you think that with just my words, we can bite the Shimen feudal lords to death? Qin Wushuang asked him back. Even if they don't die, we must at least cripple them. Go Sheng was very confident in his silver tongue. Cripple them? Qin Wushuang shook his head. That's not what I'm after. It's fine if we don't make a move, but if we do, we must make sure to bite them to death, and not cripple them. Go Sheng knew that for sure. The young master had his reasons for doing this. However, he was still confused after thinking about it. From the young master's tone, it seemed that he did not want to become enemies with the Shimen feudal lords. If that's the case, why would he spread rumors? How could he do anything to the Shimen feudal lords if it did not hurt them? Do you think that since we don't want to fight with the Shimen feudal lords, why would we waste time spreading rumors? I am stupid, there's no other reason, I am just trying to buy time. If the Shimen feudal lords did not have any lice on their bodies, perhaps the first thing they would do next would be to deal with the Qin house. For now, I don't want to fight with them, but I cannot let them be idle. After this basin of dirty water, regardless of whether they are innocent or not, they will be in a terrible fix for a while. What I lack the most right now is time. Of course, the other use of rumors is to make the Shimen feudal lords hold back. If they make a move now to deal with the Qin house, wouldn't it prove that they are hiding something? Qin Wushuang's words had enlightened Go Sheng. Suddenly, he realized the truth and was full of admiration. Such a wise man, such a wise move. It was like playing on a chessboard. Before the two sides had placed their chess pieces, they had already made their moves. Chapter 67. Author's note. These days, our votes are not as good as before. Qin Wushuang thought that this was a big deal. Haha, brothers, let your votes come more fiercely. In the entire River County, the Qin's martial arts practice field was second to none. It was because the Qin manor was big enough. Since the Qin family had started out with martial arts, they had spent a lot of money on the construction of the martial arts practice field. Each of you, get your spirits up. Although Qin Lianchuan's arm had not fully recovered, he was full of energy. It was because he felt that the entire Qin manor was filled with a wave of vigorous vitality. It was a sign of soaring. After lunch, the young master will come for an inspection. If you don't want to leave a bad impression on the young master, then get your spirits up. While Qin Lianchuan spoke, he commanded the team and shouted, "Okay, count off. 1, 2, 3, 60, 99. The last person to count off was 99. A trace of pain flashed across Qin Lianchuan's face. During the Shu family's invasion, his team had lost 21 people. Besides the 6 who were recovering from their injuries, 15 of his brothers who were as close as brothers had lost their lives in that battle. After the team had gathered, Qin Wushuang's hearty laughter came from outside the field. "Uncle Lianchuan, you are quite efficient." Currently, Qin Wushuang's position in the family had surpassed his father. Vividly, he was showing signs of surpassing his father, Qin Lianshan. When each of the guards saw their young master had arrived, they all got their spirits up. They puffed out their chests and sucked in their stomachs. Qin Wushuang walked to the front of the team with a majestic gait. His sharp eyes swept across the face of each person in the team. As if a steel knife had scraped past, this group of guards all felt a wave of coldness. Inwardly, they were all shocked. Young master's eyes are so sharp. Stepping forward, Qin Wushuang said in a clear voice, "You are all heroes of the Qin manor. I have a question for you. As guards, what is your duty?" Was there a need to ask? Qin Lianchuan had brainwashed them every day. These things had already been implanted into their souls. They replied in unison, "Protect our homeland until death do us part." Qin Lianchuan nodded in satisfaction. These guys didn't embarrass him. His voice was full of energy, and as the captain, he was very satisfied with his mental state. Unexpectedly, Qin Wushuang shook his head resolutely. Wrong. Everyone, including Qin Lianchuan, was stunned when they saw the shocked expressions on everyone's faces. You're only right about one thing. It was right to protect the homeland. However, A bodyguard must first have the ability to protect himself. If you can't even protect yourself, how can you protect your home? As soon as Qin Wushuang said these words, the entire place fell into silence. Thinking back to the invasion of the Shu family, it was indeed as the young master had said. Facing so many real martial realm warriors, it was very difficult for them to even protect themselves. Protecting their home was more like an empty shout. In front of a strong enemy, it was pale and powerless. We're all old brothers of the Qin manor. I've never doubted your loyalty, and I've never doubted your spirit of facing death with equanimity. However, Qin Wushuang paused when he said this. He glanced around again and found that everyone's eyes were focused on him. Everyone's ears were perked up to listen to his speech. He was very satisfied. Only then did he continue, however, to defeat the enemy and achieve victory, it's not enough to rely on courage, and loyalty alone. On the battlefield, the most direct and effective thing is still strength and tactics. The combination of strength and tactics is the only way to victory. Today, I want to see your strength. See our strength. When these hot-blooded men heard that the young master wanted to test their strength, they all rubbed their fists and palms. Their blood was boiling, and their eyes were full of anticipation. Qin Yong, step out of the group. Qin Wushuang lightly shouted. A fierce and brave young man was called out. For a moment, he didn't react. He looked at the young master in a daze and found that the young master's eyes were indeed staring at him. Only then did he realize that the young master was indeed calling him. He hurriedly ran out of the group. Young master, Qin Yong greets you. Qin Wushuang waved his hand. In the martial arts practice field, there is no need to pay attention to those fake formalities. You all should give your best performance. That is the greatest respect you can give to this young master. Yes. Qin Yong was a crazy person. At first, he was nervous, but when he heard the young master's words, he also became spirited. Give me the bow and arrow on your back. Qin Yong didn't hesitate and handed it over. Qin Wushuang took the bow in his hand and lightly pulled it. It became a full moon shape. According to his estimation, this bow had a strength of about 120 jin. For the ordinary guards, this bow was their limit. However, this bow was still far from Qin Wushuang's requirement. Qi surged and a Kala sound was heard. The bow in his hand suddenly changed shape and became a non-bow. This bow doesn't have enough strength. From now on, the warriors of our Qin manor will not use this kind of useless bow. Listen well, from today on, the bows on your back are all useless. Replace them. Replace them. Looking at everyone's suspicious eyes, Qin Wushuang shouted, replace them. According to his estimation, with this kind of bow, if 30 people shot together, they could at most injure a stage 1 or 2 genuine force realm warrior. Once they surpassed stage 3 genuine force realm, they could almost ignore this kind of bow. To deal with a stage 5 or 6 genuine force realm warrior, the strength of the bow had to be at least doubled. And to deal with someone of a higher level, a strong bow with a strength of at least 360 jin was needed. And a strong bow with a strength of 360 jin was something that no one in the Qin manor's guards could do. Including Qin Lianchuan, who was at the peak of the power force. The Qin manor's guards were very disciplined. Although they were full of doubts, they didn't whisper to each other. They all looked seriously at Qin Wushuang and waited for him to continue. From tomorrow onwards, I will give you 3 months of special training. From this afternoon to tomorrow, you will have time to prepare. When the time comes, all of you will gather here. Qin Wushuang glanced at everyone's faces and saw their determined expressions. He nodded and emphasized, this special training will be very difficult, no less than purgatory. If there are any of you who want to back out, please stand out. No. They all shouted in unison. Are there any cowards? No. Good. I can see from your eyes that no one wants to back out. I hope that after these 3 months of performance, you will not back out. We will not back out, we will definitely not back out. At least until now, Qin Wushuang was satisfied. These guards' individual cultivation was indeed not high, but it wasn't their fault. This was the limit of the Qin Mana's overall strength. But at least, under Qin Lianchuan's training, this group of people could at least be called warriors. In terms of bravery, courage, confidence, loyalty, and discipline, they all performed very well. With these basic skills, plus Qin Wushuang's tailor-made special training plan for them, he believed that after 3 months, this team of guards would be completely different. Of course, these 3 months were only the initial stage of training and observation. To truly turn this group of 100 people into an iron army and an impregnable castle, it would not be done in 1 day and 1 night. These 3 months were mainly for observation. He would observe each guard's physique, characteristics, and specialties. Then, he would combine their characteristics and supplement them with skills that were suitable for them. This way, he would be able to stimulate the strongest potential of each individual. In other words, these 3 months of homework were mainly for basic training, physical strength, and the transformation of the body's functions. Qin Wushuang had also combined all of these with the content of the martial arts student exam. In these guards, the oldest ones were close to 30 years old, and the youngest ones were only 17 or 18 years old. Their plasticity was still very strong. Remember, your performance in these 3 months will directly determine your fate in the future. Those who perform at the bottom will be eliminated and sent to farm in the fields. And those who perform exceptionally well will be promoted to team leader. Their treatment and rank will also increase accordingly. In any society, if one wanted to progress, there must be competition. And the best way to stimulate competition was a reasonable reward and punishment system. An effective incentive system would always allow a team to be full of competitiveness. Only by being full of competitiveness could a team maintain its vitality and combat power. Qin Lianchuan quietly watched each of Qin Wushuang's movements. It was as if he was watching a general who had achieved hundreds of military achievements. He appeared to be at ease. That aura easily took control of the situation. Such a young master, compared to the young master who was constantly bullied at the martial arts academy, was like heaven and earth. It was hard not to be impressed. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,